He is the ultimate villain of this world. He raises 3 female disciples, just to use them as cauldrons. He plots against his own master, throws his revered master into the alchemic furnace, turning her into a human pill for his cultivation. After killing his master, he bloodbathes his entire sect, leaving only a junior sister behind for his amusement. Wherever he goes, rivers of blood flow. In every place he passes through, is there any place without suffering and loss? As a cold-blooded and cruel person, the world trembles before his name. He is the great affection demon lord, Bai Qingling. The story begins with a hellish scene, a pile of people locked inside, seemingly enduring unbearable torture. Faint sounds reach the ears, making one's hair stand on end, like the desolate cries of ghosts in a wild mountain. Pain. It hurts so much, hun. Let me out. Bai Qingling, you shameless and despicable devil. I must tear you apart. Bai Qingling's fingers twitched slightly, vaguely feeling something. At the same time, an indescribable stench assaults his nose. Qingling immediately widened his eyes, looking around. What meets his eyes is a gloomy secret chamber. Blood-stained stone walls, a mess of flesh and blood piled up like a small mountain. Seeing this scene like a living hell, he involuntarily took a few steps back and covered his mouth, as if his stomach was about to churn. At this moment, only one thought sprang to his mind. Did I transmigrate? Where is this? But a second later, he felt that this place was a little familiar. He recalled some things before he came here. Isn't this the final boss scene in the game I used to play? What was the name of that big devil villain again? It's him, Qingling Demon Lord, Bai Qingling. I actually transmigrated into this devil. But this guy is a cruel character, and he even has 3 beautiful disciples controlled by him as pleasure toys. Qingling Demon Lord, Bai Qingling is the major villain throughout all the bad endings of the national-style immortal romance game. He once betrayed his master and annihilated his ancestors, scheming to throw his own master into the alchemic furnace to refine him into a human pill. After killing his master, to protect his secret, he went on a rampage, using forbidden curses to slaughter his fellow disciples, leaving only one junior sister alive, then fleeing to the ends of the earth. In the game's ending, Bai Qingling, as the master of the Yuluo Business Alliance, fought a decisive battle against Mu Xinlan, the leader of the righteous path. Bai Qingling exhausted his millennium of cultivation and barely managed to escape back to the Business Alliance at a heavy price. Now Bai Qingling has just staggeringly returned to his bloody lair. This is the plot near the grand finale. The peak Qingling Demon Lord, Bai Qingling, possessed the cultivation of the transformation god stage, but now he's a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs. I remember very clearly, in the original work, Bai Qingling was about to die, poisoned to death by the 3rd disciple he trusted the most. As soon as he thought of his 3rd disciple, he noticed someone standing behind the secret chamber door. Outside, a pink-haired girl with massive honkers knocked on the door and said, "Master, are you in there? It's time for you to take your medicine." Bai Qingling broke out in a cold sweat. She really came. At this moment, the pink-haired girl heard her second senior sister's words in her head. "Kill him, Sui Ginger, it's the only choice. Kill that man, and everything will be over." The words echoed in her head, and finally, she mustered all her courage to open the secret chamber door. It was still the scene of corpses piled up like mountains, still Bai Qingling sitting majestically on his throne. But as soon as Sui Ginger entered, Bai Qingling's face was full of anxiety. Here it comes. Just like in the original work, my 3rd disciple, Sui Ginger, has been corrupted by the book. Using the excuse of offering medicine, she's taking the opportunity to deliver Zhao Chen, the male lead's poisoned pill. Now I'm Bai Qingling, the Qingling Demon Lord is also me. I don't want to die yet. At least my disciple can't be a convenient tool for that stallion male lead, Zhao Chen. In the tense situation, the system's ding sound that every transmigrator has suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the legendary Great Love System. You have received a newbie mission. Use Great Love to move Sui Ginger, making her abandon her hatred and be devoted to the host. What the hell? A Great Love System? Isn't Bai Qingling a demon lord who's done tons of evil? Even for a transmigrator's usual cheat, isn't this going too far? Wait, hold on a sec, not necessarily. In the original story, Sui Ginger's favorability towards me unlocks after my death, which means that even if the plots progress this far, she's still not completely heartless towards me. Does Bai Qingling like Sui Ginger? This is super important for Sui Ginger. This girl is my only breakthrough point right now. As soon as he finished thinking, he used the last of his strength to flick his arm slightly. The messy pile of corpses immediately flew away, leaving behind a clean and tidy secret chamber. Bai Qingling's face bloomed into a friendly smile, saying, "No need to be so formal. Come over here for a sec." Hearing this, Sui Ginger's face changed, her heart filled with confusion. Am I hallucinating? That usually aloof, and high and mighty man, but now his voice actually carries a hint of gentleness. Immediately after, Sui Ginger placed a vial of medicine down, her whole body prostrating on the ground like a cat. This disciple greets master. Sui Ginger lowered her head. Her heart couldn't help but reassure herself. Ginger, you have to cheer up. There's nothing to be afraid of. Senior brother Zhao Chen is guaranteeing with his life on the side. Master, that's not right. Bai Qingling has suffered a major injury. As long as he drinks this void-devouring soul dissipation pill, he'll definitely die, and his daddy-o will be extinguished, unable to enter reincarnation. Ginger respectfully presented the elixir. Master, the spirit medicine garden that Ginger is in charge of has another batch of 100-year spirit medicine, and I'm especially offering the 9 Revolutions Lonely Demon pill that Master needed some time ago. It's refined so quickly. Are you sure this pill of yours is guaranteed to be grade 9? Ginger didn't dare to delay. These 2 months, I've been nurturing it day and night with the elders of the blood refining hall. I'm sure the quality of the pill is at least above grade 7. Please rest assured. Master. Bai Qingling approached Ginger while asking, Grade 7. Why does this vial have 9 colored pill clouds? Since when could you in the blood refining hall refine a grade 9 pill? Ginger turned her face away awkwardly, but still calmly replied, It's the effect of the auxiliary medicine. I added auxiliary medicine. Bai Qingling frowned and asked sternly, was it intentionally added or carelessly? Ginger seemed to realize that he had discovered something. Her whole body was sweating, her face as white as if there was no blood left. Immediately she knelt down and replied, Master, rest assured, even if auxiliary materials are added, it still has 90% of the original pill's effect. If it reduces half of the effect, Ginger is willing to accept severe punishment. Qingling still had no intention of drinking it, because he now knew in advance that there was poison in it that would send him to see naked chickens. Urging me to drink it so eagerly, my good disciple really wants this teacher to die soon. But the moment a person is most nervous is also the moment they are most vulnerable. The foreplay is fully brushed. Great love can be poured into the soul in one go. His wrist turned, and immediately the pill in Ginger's vial flew into his hand. Sui Ginger's lips trembled. Finally, unable to hold back, she spoke. Master, would you like to drink it? Master. Suddenly a flash of memory appeared in her mind. Recalling the past, this person before her is a demon lord. But after all, he was the one who took her in and raised her. Her heart suddenly felt choked, but in the end she still said, Master, if you are not satisfied, how about Ginger takes this pill back to the furnace to refine it again? Silence fell in the secret chamber. A heavy voice sounded. Ginger. Bai Qingling's figure immediately approached. His voice even more exuded a deadly danger. Why do you hate me so much? To the point of wanting to kill your master so urgently. As soon as he finished speaking, Ginger's whole body went numb and she fell down, unable to say a word. Bai Qingling coldly said, Follow me. Ginger was so scared she thought she was about to die, tears streaming down her face. Master, don't you trust Ginger? Follow? No need to ask more. After speaking, he didn't even bother to look at her. Ginger didn't say anything more and immediately got up and followed. The 2 masters and disciples walked down the corridor one after the other, seemingly into endless darkness. Bai Qingling walked and chuckled to himself. Just as I expected, he still doesn't have the courage and confidence to turn against me. Then as long as I can make good use of this point, I can turn the tables. A moment later, in the blood cellar beneath the basement, where demonic energy surged, in front of the 2, was a door of massive size, made up of thousands upon thousands of skeletons. Ginger retreated backward in fear. Master, what are these things? At this moment, even he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is the place where, after Bai Qingling drank the poisonous pill, the male lead Zhao Chen in the original story came to take the fall. It was harmonious in the game, but seeing it in reality is too terrifying. These are all poison humans of the Wu tribe, who live in the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border. In the past, this venerable one was plotted against by the leader Tuoba Changyu, suffering endless torment, living worse than death. Tuoba Changyu wanted to seize my innate formless demon seed. Regrettably, at the critical moment my demon blood erupted, allowing me to golden cicada shed its shell and escape. When my demonic power reaches completion, the first matter concerns the 10,000 great mountains, repaying the kindness of the Wu people from back then. Sui Ginger suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Not only did his master want to seize his demonic seed, but the Wu clan had also plotted against him. Wouldn't anyone who experienced this become completely heartless and merciless towards the world? Shifu, you don't deserve to be treated like this. But my Shiji already told me the true face of this man. If I don't kill him this time, who knows how many more people will die by his hand? Bai Qingling then interrupted Sui Ginger's train of thought. Not those things. It's what's inside that this one wants you to see." The two then entered the basement door. Bai Qingling raised her head and looked towards the main hall. A series of blood-colored demonic orbs were floating in the middle of the main hall. Ginger immediately recognized them as the Shadow Iron Demon Orbs. She then recalled when she was 13, she discovered a strange demonic orb floating in the air, and then her second Shiji revealed a secret. The Shadow Iron Demon Orbs can monitor others' every move, and at the same time, return the image you want to see, according to the owner's intention. These Shadow Iron Demon Orbs in your room were refined by Shifu. Ever since we entered the sect, he has been monitoring us. We aren't his disciples, but tools being raised as containers, forbidden fruits, that he can taint with a touch. Second Shiji told me to pretend not to know the existence of these orbs, but why is she now actively showing me this? Ginger raised her head and looked carefully. Ginger could only listen to Qingling, and raised her head to look. In an instant, an extremely large ray of light condensed within the void. In the image was a girl with pigtails, about 6 years old, crying beside two corpses. In front of the girl were several bandits holding swords. "This damn brat, still crying, so annoying. Shut your mouth for this old man." Finishing speaking, one of them raised his hand to strike. The girl closed her eyes in despair. Immediately after, a man appeared. The bandits were dismembered before they could react. He stepped over the corpses and moved forward. The girl then raised her head to look at her savior and asked in a trembling voice, "You, who are you?" The man coldly replied, "Bai Qingling. Are you an immortal? Please save my parents. Gods and Buddhas harm the world. The demonic path doesn't spare living beings." He touched the girl's face, speaking in a tone that was hard for anyone to refuse. "Follow me." "Where to?" "Home." The flashback ends here. The past flashed before her eyes again. Sui Ginger couldn't hold back, and tears fell like rain. "Shifu." He sighed and said, "Ginger, your Shifu has made countless enemies in his life. So of course, my disciples will also be targeted and assassinated by countless people. This shadow inscription pearl is one of my few methods, so when you are in danger, I can know and take action to protect you." Does Shifu mean that you have always been using the shadow inscription pearl to protect us, not to monitor us? These past few years, Shifu has deliberately treated you harshly. Everyone knows that you have reasons to hate your Shifu. If I unfortunately die, the three of you sisters can still have a reason to stand on the opposite side of me and protect yourselves. It's best if this secret can be hidden for a lifetime. But just now, I saw that you were determined to kill your Shifu. Forget it. As long as Ginger can live the rest of her life in peace, nothing else matters anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Ginger immediately ran into Bai Qingling's arms, her tears and snot smearing all over his crotch. "Shifu, it's Ginger's fault. Ginger shouldn't have listened to outsiders. Ginger is an idiot. Ginger should have known long ago that Shifu is the person who treats me the best in the world. Ginger is really wrong. Please forgive me, Shifu." Actually, Ginger really loves Shifu. She poured out all the words in her heart, but she was sure that she had forgotten why his name was feared by everyone, why he had the name Great Affection Demon Lord Bai Qingling. Then a notification popped up as the first mission ended. "Congratulations, host, for completing the newbie mission. You have received a reward of 500 points and 1 gold ingot." Bai Qingling felt like he had won the lottery when he was able to resolve Ginger's animosity. "The mission is complete. So, you plan to use Great Affection to influence her. But this is just the beginning. You still have to work harder later." "Whatever. In order to continue living, I must change the Death Flag storyline. Ginger's loyalty is indispensable." Then he pushed her away and asked who was behind Sui Ginger, putting her under a spell. "You unfilial disciple, I know your personality better than anyone else. Which scoundrel used sweet words to bewitch you?" Sui Ginger didn't hide anything and immediately knelt down and recounted the whole story. Reporting to Master, it was Zhao Chen, a direct disciple of the Yingqi sect, who sowed discord between me and Master, and also used sweet words to bewitch second senior sister, disrupting our Shifu-disciple relationship. Today's events were all because Ginger was incited by that Zhao Chen. "Please, Master, inflict the most cruel punishment on Ginger, as long as you don't drive Ginger away." Bai Qingling didn't dwell on this matter for long, and decided to give her a chance to turn over a new leaf. "If that's the case, then this venerable one can give you a chance." And so, step by step, he lured her into working for him. "To help this venerable one, do something to atone for your crimes." Hearing this, Sui Ginger's face lit up with joy, like spring had returned, and she hurriedly asked, "Yes, please instruct me, Master." Beneath swirling, gloomy clouds, amidst the ethereal mountains and rivers, the ancient Yuluo Hall of the Shangning sect stood tall with its winding dragon-patterned stone steps, creating a mysterious and somber landscape, both sacred and sinister. And the person before our eyes now is none other than the original male lead, Xiao Chen, senior sister Dantai, junior sister Jingru, still haven't shown up. Could that demon have noticed something? Could it be that Xingrir Shimei has been exposed? Ling Yin stood with her arms crossed, feeling uneasy. I made a promise with Xing'er that, whether successful or not, she would send me a sound transmission immediately. The fact that there's still no news means the plan is still underway. He's already getting all hot and bothered, extremely anxious, wanting to know what's happening. No way, I have to go take a look. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. But before he could go, Ling Yin's sharp sword was already at his neck. I advise you not to act rashly. She didn't want Xiao Chen to be like a moth flying into a flame, so she stopped him. Besides the Bloodlord and his terrifying restrictions, only Xing'er is allowed to enter. If you try to force your way in, you'll be courting death. Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't take another step, and sat down, sighing dejectedly. Forget it, then we'll wait a bit. But the next second, Xiao Chen's eyes widened as he looked ahead in surprise. Speak of Cao Cao, and Cao Cao arrives. Sui Ginger was slowly walking up the steps toward them. Sui Ginger, Shimei is back. Seeing her, he was overjoyed, as if seeing a life buoy before his eyes. Sui Ginger, it's good that Shimei is okay. This Shixiang was so worried. Xiao Chen reached out, intending to help Sui Ginger up, but she coldly stepped back. Sui Ginger's face was now extremely somber and full of emotions. She neither spoke nor smiled, neither cried nor showed any other expression. Seeing Sui Ginger acting so distant, Xiao Chen started to feel that something was off. Sui Ginger, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved when he was completely ignored by her. Is your half step back serious? After so many years, I've helped you guys so much. In this situation, I can't even hold your hand. Then Ling Yin came down and hurriedly asked about the results. Shimei, are you okay? Were you successful? Why didn't you follow the instructions and send me a message? Perhaps Sui Ginger and Bai Qingling had agreed on something beforehand, so she lied about the result. Reporting to Shiji, Sui Ginger was successful. Contrary to Ling Yin's ice-cold expression, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Succeeded. Although he hadn't asked the details yet, he was secretly feeling proud of himself. Remember, since I was 12 years old, I have been an inside informant in the Shengming demon sect. 3 years after 3 years, for a full 10 years, now I can eliminate the behemoth of the demonic path, who's famous throughout the continent. Someday I will also be famous in the righteous path. Then, so that Ling Yin wouldn't suspect what she said, Sui Ginger briefly explained a few things to her. That demon is arrogant, thinking he already had me in his grasp, immediately drank the soul-devouring powder. During this time, his emotions fluctuated greatly, and I was afraid of revealing any flaws, so I didn't dare send a sound transmission. Hearing this, Xiao Chen completely believed it and added, if that's the case, then there's no rush. This poison pill was personally bought by Master at a great price from the black market. Only waiting for 7 days later, the toxicity will reach its peak. Even a great expert of the integration stage will find it hard to avoid the end of body destruction and soul annihilation. However, as a suspicious person like Ling Yin, she still had quite a few doubts in her heart. 7 days is not impossible to wait, but Ling Yin has something she doesn't understand. Hoping Zhao Chen Shidi can answer, my teacher, that demon, although he's done so many evil things, doesn't seem to have any grudges with Xiao Chen Shidi. Why are you willing to cooperate with us and even proactively provide such a shocking poison? Sui Ginger also couldn't help but join in on the fun, so she immediately spoke up to push the boat, that's right, and showing such enthusiasm, contributing so wholeheartedly. I don't know if these words of Xiao Chen are bragging, but they sound a lot like a model essay. Of course. It's because I can't bear to see that demon continuing to oppress and bully you, wanting to quickly rescue the two of you from the fire and water. Don't you two understand my feelings? After hearing his ridiculous answer, Sui Ginger immediately hid behind Ling Yin and looked at Zhao Chen with jealous eyes. Could it be that you've always been doing this for our Shiji? Hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately waved his hands, denying it vehemently. Isn't that the case? That's what you guys thought. Perhaps she now realized that something was wrong, so her eyes became serious. Not wanting to beat around the bush with him anymore, Ling Yin said goodbye. Forget it. That's it for today. We'll know in 7 days. It's getting late. Xiao Chen Shidi, don't delay the evening class of the Yin Ghost Hall. Hearing this, Xiao Chen also clasped his hands and said goodbye to them. Senior sister Dantai and junior sister Sui Ginger, we'll meet another day. Why do women change so fast? And now only Ling Yin and Sui Ginger remain to confide in each other, while Xiao Chen has gone to do his other work. Ginger Maimei, be honest with Shiji. Are you feeling down? Ling Yin glanced at Ginger, hoping for a sincere answer. However, Ginger's next words puzzled her. Shiji, have you ever thought that Shizun might not be who we think he is? Maybe he's just a bit strict with us. but he doesn't actually want to harm us. Faced with Ginger's defense of Bai Qingling, Ling Yin firmly stated her opinion. Ginger, Zhao Chen's evidence proves that Bai Qingling sees us as mere puppets. Leaving aside his other crimes, this alone is unforgivable. Seeing that she couldn't change Ling Yin's mind, a hint of sadness appeared on Ginger's face. As for Qingling, he was secretly plotting his next move. Let Ginger stall them for a bit, give me a little more time to breathe. Zhao Chen and my second disciple definitely won't realize that Ginger has turned traitor because of me. Not worrying about that anymore, he shifted his attention to another matter. Next, let's see what rewards the system has for me. A shimmering, mysterious treasure chest instantly appeared before his eyes. Taking a quick look at the simple exterior of the chest, Qingling was intrigued. It really is the same chest from the original game. The chest opened, and as light poured out, the awesome items meant for him were revealed. Opening successful. Host, choose one of the 3 secret treasures below. And those 3 were Godly Expand and Contract Art, Shalun Miao's Jade Defense Scripture, and Demon Lord Cultivation Retrospective Experience Card. Faced with these 3 top-tier items, each one incredibly amazing, Qingling couldn't help but hesitate. And right now, there were 2 treasures. He had no idea what they were. What are these 2 things? Are these for demon cultivators? They clearly look like something a righteous cultivator would use. Because he was such a clueless deer in the headlights, lacking knowledge about these things, he chose the treasure that seemed the most legit. As expected, it had to be this one. An experience card to regress to any cultivation stage. Doesn't that mean he can return to Bai Qingling's peak transcension stage strength? Let's see who lives and who dies in 7 days. Sure enough, Qingling was the one who instructed Ginger to say those words when she met Shen Xiao and Ling Yin. Ginger must have followed my instructions, met Ling Yin, and lied that the wicked scheme was successful. He started searching his memory. According to the plot, they usually enter the blood pool to check my corpse 7 days later. The blood pool's barrier will weaken as my life force fades away. Finally, the original protagonist, the demon-possessed Zhao Chen, will personally finish me off. Knowing the entire plot is a huge advantage for Qingling, because he can single-handedly manipulate the whole story. These 7 days, I need to prepare thoroughly. Then he went to a lake filled with incredibly strange blood and spread his arms wide and shouted, I am Qingling, the Demon Lord. I want to defy fate and change my destiny. It seemed that his wish was quickly answered. A box slowly emerged from the crimson blood pool. It was a long, rectangular box with a mysterious, dark tone. And in just a few seconds, I'll find out what's hidden inside. The box quickly flew towards Qingling. Bai Qingling had taken out his cultivation origin and internal organs and hidden them well, replacing them with other things. Because if I failed during the decisive battle, as long as I had a remnant soul to escape, I could perfectly recreate my body. Now that I know the future plot, I won't need this step later. Surprise, old hag. Didn't expect that the thing inside the box would be a heart. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the heart and directly threw it into his mouth. Might as well quickly bring it back to quickly restore his former strength. After putting the red heart into his body, Qingling gathered all his strength to make a breakthrough, cultivating his origin to return to its position. After a while of struggling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qingling clenched his fist with excitement, feeling the abundant energy surging in his body. This origin cultivation is Bai Qingling's foundation establishment body. I have directly repaired the injuries, returning to the foundation establishment stage. Now, Qingling has transformed and can regain the peak strength of the former supreme. Just one punch from him can shake the heavens and the earth. He was extremely satisfied with the terrifying power he possessed. Looks like they won't be able to easily take Qingling down this time. Very good. That's more like a boss's vibe. Suddenly, Ginger reported to him, Master, Ginger has completed your mission and returned. Ginger also has an object to hand over to you. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become curious. What can this girl give me? This part isn't in the game. Although he doesn't know what awaits him, Bai Qingling will meet Sui Ginger first. After the villain protagonist Zhao Chen finds out that someone drank the poison pill, he's secretly delighted. Second senior sister is, as usual, not suspecting Sui Ginger. Then he asked a little deeper, So, did Zhao Chen say anything? It seems like he just hit Sui Ginger's sore spot, so she started rattling off a whole bunch. He said the poison will reach its peak in 7 days, and even a Daluo Golden Immortal will find it hard to escape death. He told Tua to check on the corpse of the master after 7 days, and then push this matter onto Musanlan. While telling the story, Sui Ginger couldn't help but despise Zhao Chen in her heart. She also just found out the complete plan of Zhao Chen. Unexpectedly, he is so cruel and shameless. After recounting everything, she took out another bottle of pills. This is the real issue for today, Master. Sui Ginger has something to offer to you. the genuine 9-revolution soul-solidifying pill. And, as expected, this shocked Bai Qingling to the core because he never thought he would see something like this in front of him. What, in principle, the 9-revolution soul-solidifying pill only exists in the lore and players can't get it. Where did Sui Ginger get the genuine 9th-grade treasure pill? Bai Qingling's eyes suddenly became serious, as if he was trying to figure out why this crazy, unbelievable situation could happen. Everything is now starting to create a lot of conditions for him to preserve his life. With this real deal, changing the ending has become more certain. After a period of internal struggle, Bai Qingling finally asked more about this matter. You went to refine it yourself, well done. At this time, Sui Ginger's cheeks suddenly turned as red as tomatoes. If Master feels it's not bad, can you reward Sui Ginger this time? She also knows to take the opportunity to make a request to him. Bai Qingling is not the stingy type, so naturally, he won't refuse her request. Reward what? He doesn't know what she wants to be rewarded with. But she approached and took Bai Qingling's hand. Then Sui Ginger placed his hand on her cheek. She really is number 2 simp for Shizun. No one dares to be number 1. Forgive me. Sui Ginger took the initiative. Sui Ginger likes Master Chu. For some reason, Bai Qingling's cheeks also started to turn red. It seems like it's been a while since he's been close to a beautiful girl like this, so he's a little shocked. This soft feeling seems like it would sink in if you used a little force. In order not to be charmed by the beauty or be drowned in feminine charm, he took his hand away. This rebellious disciple, who gave you the guts to disrespect your teacher like this? But in the next second, Bai Qingling actually still stroked her head. He's really a womanizer who hasn't finished being reborn. He likes to touch and ship, but he pretends to be shy and just says it. Offering a head pat as a reward is enough. Sui Ginger seemed to be very happy to be stroked on the head by Bai Qingling, smiling so hard that her eyes squinted, no different from a child. Afterward, she touched her hand to his hand, and a feeling of supreme pleasure rose in her heart. At this moment, Sui Ginger has gone too far. But everything doesn't simply stop there, and she wants more. But the place Sui Ginger wants to be rewarded is not just a head pat. At this time, his face was really red. Unexpectedly, Sui Ginger would go so far. Congratulations to the benefactor. You have successfully resolved a huge love tribulation and received 500 points. The merchant system has been opened. On Xiao Chen's side, he went to see Yu Rui Rong at this time. Disciple Xiao Chen pays respects to Master. She slowly lifted the curtain and stepped out. Xiao Chen, I heard that Bai Qingling not only lost all his magic power, but also suffered a severe poison attack. Is his life in danger? When Xiao Chen heard this, he happily told Yu Rong, yes, the third disciple Bai Qingling's junior sister Sui Ginger has a very good relationship with me, she told me herself. If Master comes to Bloodbath and kills Bai Qingling at this time, Master will definitely get the head position in the next term. But unexpectedly, all he got in return was a painful slap to the face from Yue Rong. At this moment, Xiao Chen couldn't understand why he was hit. Shizun, you see, contrary to his confidence, Yue Rong doesn't think that poison pill can really harm Bai Qingling. Bai Qingling was the personal disciple of the Grandmaster Alchemist Evil Pharmacist. His alchemy skills surpass his master's, so how could a poison pill stump him? But he still doesn't want to believe that, and stubbornly sticks to his own thoughts. But Shizun, come on. Seeing that she's already said this much, and Xiao Chen is still being stubborn, Yue Rong frowns, extremely annoyed. Seeing her so uncomfortable, Xiao Chen starts to feel intimidated, and doesn't dare to utter another word. He quickly lowers his head to admit his mistake so things don't escalate. Disciple knows his mistake. It seems Bai Qingling being poisoned is just info he's using to lure people into a trap. Then he doesn't linger any longer, and leaves immediately. Disciple takes his leave. Xiao Chen seems too green and naive to be fooled by Qingling like this. But as for Yue Rong, she knows full well that she's being played. Doesn't know why he spared Yue Rong's life back then. But now she will definitely take Qingling's life. Senior brother, you left me alive back then. Was it because you knew my hatred ran deep so I'd come find you for revenge later? Back then, she witnessed a scene so cruel that Yue Rong could never forget. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Her tears flow like a river. Her heart filled with hatred, determined to repay Qingling in full. You've done it. Sooner or later, your life will be ended by Hua Yue Rong's own hands. Switching scenes to Qingling and Ginger. After some light flirting, she's very satisfied. Thank you for Master's reward. Ginger takes her leave. She giggles as she leaves, thrilled after what she just experienced. Remembering the scene, Qingling can't help but blush shyly. My hand. Then he coughs a few times, and immediately asks the system, you said the points mall is open now, open it up for me to try. Welcome to the points mall. Hosts can spend points to exchange for yang. After increasing the total points spent, the yang will gradually unlock. The system displays a yang conversion table. Your current points are 1000, and there are a total of 7 yang, from bronze yang to mythical. Each tier has a different point exchange rate. After skimming through some massive numbers, he expresses his dissatisfaction. Only extracting yang. You gave a free gold yang worth 5,000 points before, and now I only have 1,000 points. Host is using the mall for the first time, granting a draw now, pay later opportunity. The value of this opportunity is 1,000 points. Try it now. At the system's suggestion, he tries it right away to get it over with. Familiar business tactic. But do I even have a choice? System draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3 choose 1 item. So he has more choices. Story recall card, love severing extinction blade, multiple life rebirth pill. After looking at all 3 items, Qingling thinks they all seem ancient. Is this a joke? I already know the story by heart. Isn't the love severing blade just a castration knife? The rebirth pill is a file reset item. Isn't draw now, pay later just scamming money? These trash items are scamming 1,000 points? Do you even know how to do business, you dog system? Suddenly, while Qingling is raging, the Iron Shadow Heavenly Pearl appears. He brushes that aside and focuses on the eyes in front of him. Iron Shadow Heavenly Pearl. Is it news about someone? A blood-red orb appears, followed by a blurry image of someone, and the seductive girl before him is one of his female disciples, the top disciple Bai Qingling, Feng Li Shui. She immediately kneels down on one knee and greets him. After a long time, disciple Li Shu greets master. Seeing Ling Shu in the flesh for the first time, Qingling is a little surprised. She's my top disciple. Ling Shu, this is 1,000,000 times better than the gacha game. Whether it's her figure, appearance, or her cold outside hot inside personality, it's all perfectly suited to my tastes. When Li Shu sees Qingling silent, not uttering a word, she speaks up, master. She kept calling out, but he remained in a chilling, terrifying silence. Seeing this, Li Shu's heart began to stir with doubt. This demon lord had never been so absent-minded. Could the rumors be true? Should she send a message to junior sister to make her move soon? She thought Qingling's limbs were going numb from the poison, and he was speechless. So a hint of joy appeared in her heart, and she unconsciously smiled. What a surprise, old woman. Then, he suddenly asked her, Li Shui, what are you smiling about? Am I that funny? When Ling Shu saw that Qingling wasn't just not poisoned but also acting completely normal, she was terrified. No, he's still him. After a closer look, sure enough, Qingling hadn't changed at all. The familiar, oppressive, and terrifying aura, a single glance could easily crush all pride and arrogance. Li Shu couldn't help but silently pray to Buddha in her heart, not daring to breathe or move. Absolutely can't make him angry. I don't want to get another demonic inscription on my stomach and suffer the myriad heart-devouring punishment again. She touched the mark on her back and silently swore to herself. Because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Qingling was also very curious about Li Shu's life. Where are you now? She temporarily pushed aside all her other thoughts and recounted everything. By master's order, I've cleared the entire Blackwater mountain range and the demon suppression pagoda, and no more orthodox disciples can patrol and climb the mountain. Qingling smiled with great satisfaction at her progress. Very good. Continue your mission. Get inside the demon suppression pagoda and find that mysterious artifact for this venerable one. Hearing this, Li Shui didn't dare to disobey and immediately complied. Yes, Li Shui accepts the order. Her face fell, and sweat drenched her face as she realized he still seemed completely unharmed. Sure enough, he's still as ruthless and merciless as ever. I had an illusion just now. He had an opportunity to take advantage. After receiving the order, she immediately went to carry out the mission. Disciple takes her leave, but then he suddenly remembered something important and called Li Shui back. Right. Wait a minute. She was a little surprised, but stayed for a few moments to listen to his instructions. Does master have any other orders? She thought Qingling would say something very important, but he just stood up and asked a very normal question. Do you know what day it is today? After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't figure it out and gave up. This disciple is foolish. Please enlighten me, master. He stepped down and approached Lin Shui, saying, The years pass in a flash. After tonight, you'll be of a marriageable age. Ling Shu didn't expect him to remember this and tell her, and her eyes and mouth widened in surprise. Then Qingling began to act like a Hollywood actor, looking up with a nostalgic expression. Unconsciously, 14 years have passed since that day. Perhaps no one else in the world remembers, but I, your master, have not forgotten. Old memories flashed back like a slow-motion film. That year, when they were climbing a mountain in the vast, cold snow, the day you followed me up the mountain, due to the harsh, freezing weather, the two of them held hands to warm each other. At that time, Li Xue was just a tiny girl in a thick winter coat, being warmed by Qingling. Her cheeks were red from the cold, but Li Xue was okay, because she had Qingling by her side. They warmed each other, and endured that cold time together. Back in the present, he stood seriously with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down. "Happy birthday, little Li Xue." After hearing the whole story, her eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. The look in Li Xue's eyes now no longer held wariness or tension, but was replaced by empathy. Could it be that Bai Qingling has once again moved Li Xue's ill will? She stood there looking at him with affectionate eyes. Then Li Xue didn't linger any longer, and turned around and left decisively. Lin Xu takes her leave. It seems that Qingling's words just now touched the depths of her heart, causing her to shed tears of regret. The notification board continued to appear after he completed the mission. Congratulations, benefactor, on successfully conveying great love, receiving 2,000 points, current balance 3,000 points. But holy moly, Qingling didn't intentionally make her feel touched with his actions just now. This time, it wasn't intentional to gain Feng Li Xue's favor. Just when playing a gamer, he simply liked her character settings and conveniently remembered her birthday. Now that all three disciples have been comforted, there shouldn't be any problems in the next 7 days. At this moment, he can also feel a little relieved. Then, Bai Qingling held a bright blue pill in his hand, combined with the 9 revolutions soul solidifying pill that Ginger offered. Recultivating to the core formation realm was as easy as flipping his hand, and then he would crush that principled male Li. Qingling flashed a cunning smile, and this is when things truly began. At the Shangming sect, Yingyi Hall, Mashi Palace, all the disciples of the sect are practicing martial arts together. Xiao Chen was practicing, when he suddenly stopped. Chen Shidi, who was standing next to him, saw this, and asked with concern, "Xiao Shixiong, is something on your mind?" He cheerfully replied, "It's nothing, thank you for your concern, Chen Shidi. By the way, has the room I told you to prepare for Sui Shimei of Ula Hall arrived? She received it, is she very happy?" Chen Shidi replied awkwardly, "Well, this." He blushed, and asked, "What? Don't tell me Sui Shimei even prepared a return gift for me." Chen Shidi honestly replied, "Not hiding it from Shixiong, she gave one, but Sui Shiji broke it on the spot." He heard this, and felt like he was struck by lightning, and he dropped his sword in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Then he scratched his head and thought, that day, the initial plan to eliminate the demon head was successfully achieved. "Sui Ginger must be missing me very much. Why would she reject my hairpin?" Chen Shidi added. The Shijis not only broke the phoenix hairpin, but also said, Zhao Chen asked in panic. What else did she say? Chen Shidi recounted. She said she hoped that Xiao Shixiong wouldn't look for her again in the future. She was afraid her lover would misunderstand. Xiao Chen spurted out blood, then fell into a bush nearby, causing Chen Shidi to shout in panic, "Xiao Shixiong, are you okay?" Zhao Chen suddenly stood up and roared, "Who is it? Who dares to steal my girl behind my back? When I find out who it is, I will definitely not let them off easily." Scene change. In a gloomy cave, there is a demon lord sitting inside. It is Bai Qingling. He spoke. "I have entered the core formation stage again, and have formed the supreme grade complete core that all demon cultivators desire. The 9-colored demon core." Looking at the golden core enveloped in streams of red energy, he thought to himself, this core is equivalent to infinite magical energy. Even Bai Qingling couldn't refine it initially. Although it can't compare to a peak nascent soul cultivation, within the core formation stage there are no more opponents. Sui Ginger happily walked over and said, "Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. This disciple offers Master glory beyond repayment." Bai Qingling then replied, "Your offering of the core was meritorious. I certainly won't forget it. Starting from today, you don't need to perform the grand kneeling ceremony anymore, nor do you need to use honorifics." Sui Ginger blushed shyly. "Thank you, Master. Master, listen to me. This morning that Zhao Chen wanted to give me gifts to curry favor with Ginger again." Ginger broke it on the spot. Serves him right for being blind, still thinking he could continue to deceive Ginger. It's just a pity that what broke wasn't that beast's body part. Bai Qingling, after hearing this, looked at her, looking surprised. Ginger continued, "Otherwise I would feel even better," he called out. "You, come over here, get closer to this venerable one." She looked at him in surprise, but still obeyed. "Yes." Ginger boldly moved closer. When Ginger had come close to Bai Qingling, he immediately ordered, "Take off your shoes." She looked at him with wide eyes. Seeing that Ginger didn't comply, Bai Qingling emphasized, "This venerable one told you to take off your shoes. Do I need to repeat myself?" Ginger replied shyly, But the souls of a demonic cultivator are ying objects, very likely to contaminate the earth vein's demonic energy. Even the holy maiden of the joyful sect doesn't easily show her feet to others. Bai Qingling didn't say anything after hearing that, only glared at her. Ginger finally accepted. She closed her eyes and said, "Ginger understands," then slowly took off her socks. The socks were completely removed. She stepped forward. On her ankle there was a mark of a brilliant pink flower. Bai Qingling questioned, "This is the poisonous miasma of the heavenly demon flower from the demonic medicine garden. You were poisoned while refining pills for this venerable one. Why didn't you tell me?" Sui Ginger softly replied, This is just a small matter, not worth the master's concern. As long as I can refine elixirs, and the master is satisfied, Ginger won't regret it. Even if I am poisoned to the core, with my body full of pus, Ginger's whole life is for contributing to the master. Other things are not important." Bai Qingling blushed and exclaimed, "Too intense. This isn't supposed to be a dating sim. Please don't kill me with a pocket knife." He coughed a few times, then looked at the chair and ordered, "Sit down." Sui Ginger hesitated and replied, "But that is your throne." Bai Qingling didn't care, and pressed Sui Ginger's shoulders down. He domineeringly uttered, "I told you to sit, so sit. I will dispel the poison for you." Sui Ginger nervously asked, "Could it be that Master wants to use his Wan Du Bu Chin demon blood to purify the demon flower poison within my body? No way, absolutely not. Master is the demonic Tao Supreme, supremely wise. How can he be tainted by this lowly body of mine?" But Bai Qingling didn't care about what she said, and knelt down in front of her. He took Sui Ginger's foot with its hidden poison. Seeing this, she was so happy that tears fell. Heavens, such a noble master is actually willing to get close to me. He didn't deceive me. He really cares about me. Sui Ginger was even more certain when she saw Bai Qingling gently lifting her foot. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Master, no!" He went over there, wriggling his body. Bai Qingling looked up after helping Sui Ginger suck out all the poison. He stood up and reassured her, "All right, this lord has sucked out all the poison miasma from your body. You should be fine now." Sui Ginger was almost out of strength. She called out in a small voice, "Master." Bai Qingling asked, "How much longer are you planning to sit on this lord's throne?" Hearing that, she widened her eyes, then shyly covered her face and ran away. Ginger takes her leave. Suddenly, the system panel popped up a notification. "Congratulations, host. Successfully spread great love. Received 2,000 points. Current balance, 5,000 points." Bai Qingling stood still, listening to the notification. Suddenly, he spoke. "System, I want to check my cultivation techniques and skills." The notification board appears. Among the divine techniques, only the Grand Calming Breath technique is available. The rest, including the Heavenly Demon Dragon Transformation Sutra, Sea of Blood Requiem Art, and 9 Condensation Heaven Burning Art, are all unusable. Supporting skills: Alchemy LV 89, Ancient Path LV 95, Beast Taming LV 60, Artifact Forging LV 90. Looking at the notification panel, Bai Qingling commented, "Cultivation at the core formation stage still can't use Bai Qingling's original demonic power and heaven-defying divine powers. Now the most reliable skill is the Ancient Dao." He made a decision. As he looked at the list of skills he currently possessed, Bai Qingling suddenly stood up. "In this Xiaochen matter, I'll enter the blood pool tomorrow first and try to chop off my head to claim credit. It just so happens that I have a GU insect that's very suitable for sending him on his way." Bai Qingling raised his hand, and streams of pink, beneficial qi flew from his hand. He created a beetle floating in his hand, and mysterious streams of qi radiated from it. The beetle floated in the air. Then, Bai Qingling clenched it in his hand and said smugly, "Xiaochen, I hope you'll like this big gift." At the 3rd level of the blood pool underground, Bai Qingling slowly entered. The souls trapped in the blood pool constantly screamed, "Look! That demon is coming in!" One soul constantly complained, "Kill! Use your thoughts to curse this guy to death." Another soul seemed flattering. "Hall Master Bai, I'm your fellow demonic cultivator. I even invited you over for dinner before." Bai Qingling walked up to a room. Xiao Yi sat solemnly in the room, asking coldly, "Demon, what's the matter?" He smiled, thinking to himself, "This guy, at a glance, is a main character face. In the game, Bai Qingling only saw this person as a test subject. He just conveniently captured him on the way out." It was only after Bai Qingling died that the mission issuing station revealed this person's identity. Bai Qingling spoke. "Zhao Yi, the reclusive grand disciple of Jade Void Z of the Kunlun Dao sect, core formation stage cultivation, the Kunlun divine sword art, is very formidable, a leading figure among the younger generation of the righteous path." Xiao Yi frowned, revealing an incredulous expression. "You, demon, How do you know my identity? Bai Qingling stepped closer and answered straightforwardly. Because your disciple, Zhao Chen, is about to come looking for you. It just so happens that you two have a deep bond. You can take care of each other. Suddenly, Xiao Yi seemed to go crazy, his eyes blazing as he roared, "If you dare touch a single hair on my disciple, I'll become a vengeful ghost and never let you go." He calmly observed him, thinking to himself, "There's already demonic light flowing in Xiao Yi's eyes." As expected, he secretly learned some demonic cultivation methods in the soul-hooking banner. No wonder the original side quest could help Zhao Chen unlock the Tao of 3 kinds of demons and embark on the path of dual cultivation of the Tao and the demonic. Bai Qingling made a suggestion. "This lord hates being threatened the most, but this lord is willing to give you a chance. This lord wants to play a game with you." Xiao Yi glared at him, asking, "What game?" He flashed a sly smile and said loudly, "A one-on-one fight. If you win, this lord will release you to reunite with your junior brother. If you lose, you'll be refined by the soul-hooking banner." Zhao Yi questioned. "If I were truly a match for you, would I have ended up in this situation?" Suddenly, Bai Qingling raised 2 fingers and chanted, "Ancient breath-holding technique, release." Instantly, streams of purple energy surrounded him. Bai Qingling exclaimed, "Look, this venerable one had his cultivation burned away by Mu Xinlan, and has only just begun the path of recultivation. My current strength is no more than yours, both at the core formation stage. Here's your chance. Your choice is." Zhao Yi, upon hearing this, slapped the floor and agreed to the challenge. "All right, come at me. I, Zhao Yi, will play along to the end." With that, he stood up. Zhao Yi stood facing Bai Qingling. At this moment he also smiled with amusement. Suddenly, something flew into Xiao Yi's room. It turned out to be the beetle that Bai Qingling had cultivated. Xiao Yi looked surprised after being released. "Bai Qingling, I didn't expect you to really return my body and Dao sword to me. Even more unexpected is that your realm has fallen to the middle stage of core formation. Heaven has eyes." With that, he laughed loudly. Bai Qingling coughed a few times, correcting, "It's recultivation, not falling." Xiao Yi didn't care. Spinning the sword in his hand, "Nothing matters anymore. I have no interest in the secrets of a dying man." He smirked and asked. So confident, Xiao Yi pointed the sword at him, affirming, "That day I lost because my realm was far too inferior to yours, and I was captured. Now that we're at the same cultivation level, taking your life is as easy as killing a chicken." Bai Qingling held out a finger, provoking. "Very well, come at me," he shouted. One division of yin-yang qi, surging kun void. Illusions of the sword began to appear. Xiao Yi continued to shout loudly. "Sword emerges, full of majesty." The illusions began to grow larger. He yelled, "Lonely Wheel God's sword decree." Immediately, thousands of swords headed towards Bai Qingling. They rushed towards him with incredible speed, but at this moment he still calmly praised, as expected of the protagonist's early-stage sword decree, one move that works everywhere. And furthermore, Xiao Yi uses it much more powerfully than Xiao Chen. If you didn't die because of plot armor, it's uncertain who the main character would be. With that, he clenched his fist, and sparks of electricity began to appear on his hand, then sighed. "Let's test the purity of this new body with you." He raised his hand behind him, and his body was surrounded by streams of purple energy. Bai Qingling swung his fist. The electric sparks surrounding his hand became more and more numerous. His 2 fingers pinched the blade of the main sword, causing it and the surrounding swords to shatter. Xiao Yi also fell backward and coughed up blood. He lay on the ground in disbelief. "No, impossible. How did you do it?" Bai Qingling smiled and replied, "There's still a difference between core formation cultivators, young man. You've lost." Xiao Yi roared, "I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled. You just happened to hit the weak point of my sword style. What if it was off by a bit?" He darkened his face, not answering. "It's all right. Haven't you noticed that there's a little gourmet seasoning on your body?" Only then did Xiao Yi realize that beetles had begun to crawl all over his face, and he asked, tremblingly, What do you mean by this?" Bai Qingling explained. "These are just bugs crawling all over Xiao Yi, more and more of them." He yelled, "GU worms, and the most vicious bone-devouring 9 hells GU. Qingling, you're too despicable." He smiled leisurely and said, "If your sword just now had really been dangerous, these things would have appeared and gnawed just like before. In other words, you can only be the loser in this game." Having said that, he looked at Xiao Yi, who had been eaten clean by the GU worms, leaving only a skeleton. Bai Qingling said arrogantly, "What's your level? You dare to compare to my cultivation?" The soul-refining furnace then began to rumble, slowly sucking Xiao Yi's soul from the body lying on the ground. Bai Qingling smiled, telling him the truth at his last moment. "Isn't that a form of spreading great love?" System. Shouldn't I get more points for this? But the reply he got was a terrifying silence. Bai Qingling felt a bit awkward and questioned, "Why aren't you giving me points? Is it because he was destined to die in the plot? Or because he's a man?" Then he sighed and finally gave up, turning to leave. Oh well, getting familiar with using GU worm spells can be considered a harvest. Bai Qingling stroked his chin, thinking of the close relationship between Xiao Chen and Xiao Yi, and secretly calculated, today is the day Xiao Chen comes to deliver the head, so Xiao Yi can't be behind the scenes messing things up. Besides, Xiao Yi knows the state of my spirit. Can Xiao Chen still maintain his killing intent towards me? Switching scenes to Xiao Chen, he was lying asleep in bed, seemingly dreaming something and groaning a few times. In the dream, Sui Ginger, Tan Tai Ling Yin, and Feng Li Shui were sitting on the ground with painful expressions, and a voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist, show mercy." Xiao Chen stood in front of the three of them, explaining to those who wanted to attack them, "They're on my side. They're on my side. I can guarantee they don't know me. Shifu, Shifu, say something. You know my identity, Shifu, save me." Then he sat up abruptly. Xiao Chen looked at junior brother Chen, who was still sleeping next to him, and thought to himself, "Was I talking in my sleep just now? Lucky I didn't wake junior brother Chen." It's already the 6th day. The soul-devouring poison dissipation in Bai Qingling's body should have spread to the extreme. But Sui Ginger has been acting strangely recently. Something might go wrong. If I don't go in person, I won't be able to rest easy. Thinking this, he pushed open the door and walked out. Junior brother Chen then woke up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Senior brother, where are you going?" "It's too early," Xiao Chen replied. "Taking a stroll by Tianyuan Lake, at the foot of Mount Ula. I want to eat fish." A heavy rain started to fall from the sky, accompanied by lightning striking down at the foot of the mountain. Someone was standing right at the entrance to the Bloodlord's domain. It turned out to be Sui Ginger. Standing in the rain, she softly asked, "Master, may Ginger enter?" Bai Qingling heard the voice and turned around, wondering, "I just came out from the 3rd basement floor. Why is Sui Ginger coming at this time?" He glanced at her. "She's supposed to come at noon tomorrow. Xiao Chen is supposed to come early in the morning. Could something have gone wrong?" After thinking about it, he sat down on the chair and ordered, "All right, come in." Sui Ginger slowly walked in and replied, "Yes, master." Bai Qingling rested his chin on his hand, looked at her, and said, "Speak. What business do you have with me?" Sui Ginger, soaked like a drowned rat, meekly replied, Ginger just felt uneasy, so I came to check." Hearing this, he questioned, annoyed, "What do you mean? You think that Xiao Chen could ambush me? Or do you believe I've been crippled by Mu Xinlan's attack?" Outside, the thunder roared louder and louder, its sound echoing across the sky. Sui Ginger hurriedly clarified, "Ginger wouldn't dare. Ginger just the thunder," reminded Bai Qingling of something, he mused. "Right, that's it. It's because of the thunder outside. The night Sui Ginger's parents were killed, the wind and rain were as fierce as tonight after I went to save her. This is the greatest fear in Sui Ginger's heart. In the original game, this girl's power probably lies in perfectly grasping the plot on windy and rainy days." Thinking this, he observed her worried face. Sui Ginger shyly suggested, Ginger wants to sleep with master." She looked at Bai Qingling with a seductive gaze. He blushed unexpectedly, thinking to himself, "Sui Ginger, even though you look very alluring right now, the major plot event of reversing the timeline and obliterating Xiao Chen is coming up. Absolutely can't let anything else happen." Bai Qingling, looking determined, slammed his hand on the armrest and shouted, "That's enough impudence," causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become tense. Suddenly, Ginger's hair brushed through the air. Unexpectedly, she ran to hug him tightly. He thought to himself, "Master, Ginger is really scared of thunder. Please, master, just for one night. Just one night, I beg you." Bai Qingling seemed to waver at this moment. He froze for a few seconds, then awkwardly questioned, "What does your fear of thunder have to do with me? The Juju ban. No one, except this venerable one, can stay. If I make an exception, and let you stay overnight, what will be left of my Yuluo main hall's dignity?" Easier said than done, but in reality it was quite the opposite. In the end, he let Sui Ginger stay and share a bed with him in the Bloodlord's forbidden chamber. Suddenly, a notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, for successfully experiencing great love. Receive 2,500 points. Current balance is 7,500 points." Qingling suddenly opened his eyes, thinking to himself, "My demon lord image will collapse sooner or later. Only family understands. My true nature is that of a warm man." Suddenly, he glanced to the side. Seeing Ginger's plump figure lying right next to him, he couldn't help but feel a little restless. On the other side, Ginger was also awake, thinking to herself, "Master, you clearly only have the immortal path in your heart, so what am I compared to that? and yet you forgive my impudence, and tolerate my cowardice, letting me stay and sleep together." She blushed, blaming herself. "Do I deserve to be so happy? Can I be even happier?" Suddenly, thunderbolts crashed outside, scaring Ginger so much that she turned around and hugged Qingling tightly, making him freeze, but he still pretended to be tough on the outside, scolding, "Who allowed you to touch me? You're asking for trouble, you know that." Ginger trembled and whispered, "Master." "Ah." She gently rubbed her palm against his chest, explaining, "Ginger, my hands and feet are freezing, so I'm just rubbing lightly. I definitely won't take it any further." Hearing this, Qingling seemed to grasp a key point in Ginger's words, thinking to himself, "Hold up, one step further, wait a sec." He jolted awake, muttering to himself, "Sui Ginger is coming to find me earlier than before. Is this implying Zhao Chen is going to come kill me sooner too? If Zhao Chen is already making his move on Yula Palace, it's no time to sleep." Bai Qingling reached out to support her as she sat up. Sui Ginger's sudden awakening startled her a bit. "Master." She looked at her with expectant eyes. "This lord has an important mission for you. You must follow this lord's plan next." Scene cuts to Yula Palace. At the foot of the mountain, it's raining non-stop. There's a white horse by the stream. Suddenly something bumped into its back, making it flinch. Turns out it's Zhao Chen. Arriving from afar, he yells, "Bai Qingling, I'm riding in on a horse." Zhao Chen looked ahead with a determined expression. Today is the day you die, and the day Zhao Chen makes a name for himself. On a mountain peak in the quiet space, Ling Yin is sitting playing the zither. She was leisurely strumming a tune when someone approached and spoke up. "It's been 7 days. Don't you want to witness the end of that devil with your own eyes?" The person who spoke was Ye Hongyi. Ling Yin glanced back, warning, "Hongyi, you're my best sister, you should understand. Before I end my karma with Xinzun, I don't allow others to gossip about him." Hongyi walked over and sat down next to Ling Yin, cheerfully asking, "Alright, this sect leader, was wrong, okay? So you want to personally send off your Xinzun? That disgrace to the earth?" Ling Yin frowned sternly and replied, "No need." But in her heart she couldn't stop thinking, "He is my eternal night terror, also the cinnabar mole in my heart." Scene change. Zhao Chen is flying the Bloodlord on his sword, he exclaimed excitedly. "Dan Tai Ling Yin's Jade Talisman of Passage really works. Well, none of the gatekeeper disciples of Yula Palace questioned me." When he arrived, Zhao Chen immediately jumped down. Zhao Chen stood in front of the Bloodlord's door triumphantly. "Looks like it's heaven's will for me to complete this great deed." His expression became even more determined, thinking to himself, 10 years as a spy, tasting all the bitterness, for this day, plus the secret magic tool Shizun gave me. What does Zhao Chen have to fear? Suddenly Ginger walked over and called out, "Senior brother Xiao." Xiao Chen was overjoyed to see her and replied, "Junior sister Ginger." But immediately after, he noticed something different about Ginger, thinking to himself, "No way. She's been giving me the cold shoulder for so long, can't give her a good look right away." Then immediately put on an infatuated expression, walked towards her, scratching his head and exclaimed, "Junior sister Ginger, you're finally willing to talk to me? This senior brother of yours hasn't been eating or drinking lately because of you." Ginger pretended to smile and replied, "Senior brother Zhao has misunderstood. Recently Ginger has been secretly observing the movements of that devil. If the devil sees senior brother Zhao coming to find me, then the big things won't be good anymore." Xiao Chen was a little moved when he heard this. "So it turns out that junior sister Ginger is worried about me. I should have known. If the 7-day deadline arrives, we don't need to worry about anything anymore. Why don't we go in together and kill the devil Yang Ming Zhu?" Seeing Zhao Chen intending to hold her hand, Ginger dodged to the side, coquettishly said, "But Ginger is still afraid. That devil is a shadow in Sui Ginger's heart. She can't escape it for now." Xiao Chen immediately coaxed her, "I understand, but it's okay. Today, your senior brother will personally lead you to slay that devil and clear the shadows in your heart." He quickly drew his sword and pointed it forward. Sui Ginger also put on a very genuine look of grievance, begging, "I'm counting on you, senior brother Xiao." Xiao Chen was still naive at this time, thinking to himself, "She's so cute, she appeared here so early, definitely to cheer me on." But he didn't realize that her expression had changed right after that. The two stood in front of the Bloodlord's door, and the cold air from inside the cave poured out as soon as the door opened. The two of them slowly walked down the stairs. After walking for a while, Xiao Chen seemed to notice something strange. Are we going the right way? He touched himself, thinking, the mystical power that Master Yu Shu-zi gave me is being suppressed by an unknown force. If the suppression keeps increasing, this killing intent will only be able to unleash 10% of its power. Xiao Chen worriedly turned around and said, "Junior sister Sui Ginger, we can't go any further. Let's go back to the previous fork and choose another passage to go down." She pretended to be puzzled, What's wrong? Ginger has served the devil for so many years, there's absolutely no mistake. The passage to the third basement level where the devil lives. There is only this one path. Could it be that senior brother Zhao really doesn't trust Ginger? Hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately reassured her. No, how could that be? Don't be sad, I'll listen to you, let's keep going. Finally, the two reached the end of the stairs and arrived at a room. Zhao Chen looked ahead, his face surprised as he spoke. It's him. On the opposite side, there's someone who has been waiting for the two of them for a long time. The door behind him suddenly slammed shut. Qingling approached the two of them and greeted. Junior brother Zhao, nice to meet you for the first time. Seeing Qingling standing in front of him, Zhao Chen suddenly asked, Bye, Qingling. You're still not dead. Ginger, who was standing next to him, also turned on her acting mode, exclaiming in panic, Why doesn't he show any signs of being poisoned and near death? Could it be that he not only recovered his strength but even eliminated the poison pill? Zhao Chen quickly calmed her down. Don't panic, Ginger, look at his hands. Those are symptoms of the final stage of the void nether soul devouring powder. He's already at the terminal stage with no cure. Then he carefully observed the purplish-blue veins on Qingling's hand. Zhao Chen remembered Yue Long's image and laughed triumphantly. She really overthought it. This devil is just putting on a show, Qingling said in a gloomy tone. Zhao Chen, leave now. Ginger pretended to be innocent and asked, Senior brother Zhao, is he mumbling the incantation to activate the formation now? He definitely wants to use the control of the blood pool to gamble one last time. Suddenly, Zhao Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes lit up, and then he swung his sword, unleashing his attack. I won't let him achieve the Yin Nether Sword incantation. Qingling's face darkened as he trembled and begged, No, don't. But Zhao Chen didn't care. He rushed forward and shouted, It's too late to beg for mercy now, die. Then he slashed at Qingling. Zhao Chen exclaimed with joy, I did it. I finally did it. Rest in peace. I'll take care of your disciples for you. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. You, the one standing before Zhao Chen right now, isn't Qingling, but Xiao Yi, he said in an incredulous tone. What? You? You're not Bai Qingling? Looking at the person in front of him, he was utterly bewildered to realize it was his brother. Zhao Chen stood there dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Yi, lying motionless on the ground. He tremblingly called out, You're Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi suddenly woke up and said, Little brother. Zhao Chen frantically rushed to help him up, anxiously asking, Bro, what's going on? Why are you here? Why did you use that devil's appearance to meet me? Xiao Yi explained with difficulty. It's all that devil's scheme. He wanted to. But before Xiao Yi could finish, a beam of light suddenly shot from somewhere. It pierced through Xiao Yi, causing him to gradually dissolve into smoke. Watching Xiao Yi's figure turn to dust, Zhao Chen immediately glared in the direction of the light. At this moment, Qingling slowly approached, clicking his tongue mockingly. Using your ultimate move on your first reunion, you guys really are brothers in arms. This lord couldn't bear to see his pained expression, so I gave him a swift end. Shouldn't you thank me on his behalf? Zhao Chen seemed to realize who was standing before him, and angrily declared, It's you, you're the one who harmed him like this. You didn't even give him a chance to say two more words. Now Sui Ginger, standing nearby, also revealed her true colors. Dumbass, you only realize it now. It's all thanks to Master's incredible intellect. With that, she stepped towards Qingling. Zhao Chen was even more bewildered that the person he loved the most betrayed him. You call him Master? Ginger, you. Qingling domineeringly wrapped his arm around Ginger, asserting his ownership. This lord's disciple is naturally also this lord's slave. The rules of the demonic path. Does little Zhao only know them now? He said, while reaching out and touching her rosy lips. Zhao Chen was nearly devastated after learning the truth. Ginger, I, Zhao Chen, have tried a million ways to please you for years, and just now, when I merely touched your hand, you dodged it. Now you're taking the initiative to seduce that devil to touch you? He said, looking at Ginger standing still, letting Qingling touch her as he pleased. Zhao Chen seemed to have completely collapsed at this moment. No, you guys are deceiving me. Why, Ginger, why did you betray us? He shouted, questioning her. Hearing this, Ginger asked with a mocking tone. Betray. From beginning to end, Master has always treated me sincerely. I also willingly swore to be loyal to the death, giving everything for him. On the contrary, it's you. She slowly walked towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen deliberately sowed discord between us senior and junior sisters, framing, Master, I can't wait to flay your skin and pull out your tendons, making you wish you were dead. Suddenly, Zhao Chen realized something was off about Ginger's words. That's not right. Ginger would never say such things. That devil must be using puppet techniques to control her. Thinking this, he grabbed his sword and resolutely stood up. Zhao Chen looked ahead with determination and shouted, As long as I kill you, Bai Qingling, I can save my Ginger. Even if you weren't poisoned, how could you be a match for me? after having your cultivation burned away by Mu Xinlan. He immediately used the clone technique, rushing forward to attack Qingling. Meanwhile, Sui Ginger anxiously warned, "Master, watch out." Bai Qingling stood below, observing Xiao Chen's every move. Demonic eye. One gaze true lock. As he looked at the three true forms attacking him, he thought to himself, "The flow of the sword intent is still perfectly clear in my eyes." Right at this moment, Bai Qingling seized the opportunity, stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword. Xiao Chen was pointing at him. Bai Qingling pinched the tip of the sword controlled by the clone, surprising him. Xiao Chen panicked and questioned, "Is this golden core cultivation? Why do you still have golden core cultivation? No way, absolutely impossible." Bai Qingling answered coolly, "The battle power nephew Zhao can unleash at most is only equivalent to the golden core stage, right? This venerable one only fighting you with golden core can be considered showing you respect. If you can't conjure up your combined power." Then he immediately snapped the sword and flung it backward. This made Xiao Chen stumble backward with the force, as he thought to himself, "My Dao sword. The Dao sword personally crafted for me by Master Yu Shuzi." Sui Ginger's eyes also lit up brightly at the sight. Master's cultivation is still intact. That wicked woman Mu Xinlan really didn't burn away all of Master's cultivation. The peerless demonic venerable, feared by all, has returned. She excitedly observed Bai Qingling's ominous form. Bai Qingling gritted his teeth and spoke, "The warm-up act ends here. Now you should use your secret killer move, the 12-grade demon suppressing golden lotus." Xiao Chen was even more surprised after hearing this, questioning in return, "You? How do you know about this? Could it be that every step was within your calculations? At this point, I can only rely on Master to protect me. This is what you, demon, brought upon yourself. With the profound Heaven 8 Void Realm, I shall suppress all evil." Saying this, he took out a golden lotus and shouted loudly, "12-grade demon suppressing golden lotus. Rise." The lotus flew up into the sky and expanded. It emitted dazzling streams of light, illuminating the entire room. Bai Qingling, having achieved his goal, snapped his fingers and thought to himself, "Finally, I've waited for your trump card. This golden lotus is probably the final card that can harm a soul transformation stage Bai Qingling, and the golden core body I just reconstructed cannot withstand its torment." Luckily, I already knew the original plot. Two dragon heads placed in the corners of the room emitted a stream of purple Q. Two other dragon heads in the corners of the room also emitted a stream of purple Q. As long as they were set up beforehand, there was a way to resolve it. Four streams of purple light continuously shone toward Xiao Chen's golden lotus. Bai Qingling thought to himself, "Even the demon venerable emperor's seal cannot be underestimated." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and the lotus now shattered into dust. Xiao Chen looked up in shock. "This!" He was now almost going mad, shouting, "Mu Linlan, you wretch with only an empty reputation. I actually trusted you to assassinate this demon. Damn it, you've completely screwed me over." Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "Nephew Zhao." Bai Qingling affirmed with a hollow smile and vacant eyes, "Next, it's time for us to finish this." Xiao Chen looked at Qingling and Ginger, staring at him with murderous eyes, thinking to himself, "Am I going to die here today? If I had listened to that woman's advice, would things not be like this? I'm not resigned to this." With that thought, he trembled and retreated backward. Qingling stretched out her hand, practicing her skills, gathering power into her palm, thinking triumphantly, "I finally waited for this moment. As long as I crush this ant to death, I can get through the plot of the first part." Xiao Chen fell backward, screaming in fear, "Don't come over here." Suddenly, a masked woman appeared out of nowhere and stopped them. "Bai Dianzhu, wait." Hearing the voice, Ginger turned around warily. "Who is it?" Qingling also turned around instinctively and asked, "Who are you?" The girl, standing opposite, radiated streams of green light. "So it was Hua Yuerong, the Dianzhu of Dianyingqi of the Shangning sect." He glanced at her, thinking. The original game didn't have Qingling's perspective, nor did it ever describe or mention her, but I recognized her immediately through this body. Hua Yuerong was Bai Qingling's only junior sister whom he loved when he was in the Shi Yaoxi sect. Qingling suddenly raised his hand and touched his chest. He painfully clutched his chest, vaguely associating it with a flower, feeling a sudden heartache, yet he couldn't recall complete memories of the junior sister from the past, as if all human emotions were buried with the cultivation of demonic arts. In the storyline, only the withered Hua Yutan flower conveyed her feelings. Qingling clicked his tongue and said, "So the saintly maiden Zhu Mian has personally arrived. This venerable one's blood thrall is truly honored." Yuerong's eyes sharply looked at him. "Bai Dianzhu, it seems my disciple Zhao Chen has offended you. I wonder how Bai Dianzhu intends to deal with him." With that, she glanced at Xiao Chen sitting below. Qingling's face turned dark, and he laughed loudly. Although it's extremely rebellious, it's not a big deal to me. But the saintly maiden knows how this venerable one treats enemies. How can someone who offends me not die? He glared and questioned. Hearing this, Yue Rong leisurely replied. Judging from Bai Dianju's tone, it seems there's no room for negotiation. Seeing her, Xiao Chen said loudly, as if finding a lifeline. Shizun, don't be afraid of him. He's exhausted, now he's just putting on a show. In the demonic path, we have no taboos. Killing him now is the best opportunity to make a name for yourself. This opportunity is not to be missed, or it will be lost forever. But before he could finish speaking, a stream of power shot out from somewhere, striking Xiao Chen directly, and causing him to cry out in pain. Xiao Chen's eyes widened, filled with horror. He trembled and looked at Yue Rong, stammering, Shizun you. At this moment, she said indifferently, if you can't escape death, it's not a waste of our master-disciple relationship for you to die under this seat's sword. It's also a punishment for you disobeying master's orders. Xiao Chen had been sent to meet his ancestors by Yu Rong's move. Seeing this, Ginger angrily stepped forward and questioned, Hua Dianju, why are you interfering in what my master does? Hearing these words, Yue Rong unexpectedly asked back, What did you call him? Master. Then she scolded. Insolent, this is not a place for juniors to meddle. When this seat knew your master, you didn't even know where you were. The two people stared at each other at this time, like water and fire, with the pungent smell of gunpowder filling the air. Knowing what Hua Yuerong was up to, Qingling thought, how foolish, my little junior sister. That sword strike wasn't going to kill Xiao Chen in the first place. Next, Hua Yuerong wants to use the excuse of cleaning up the body to save his life. How laughable, I won't let Xiao Chen escape death in any way. But why does this body seem to want me not to expose little junior sister's evil scheme? Qingling clutches his chest in pain. He frowned. The information about Hua Yuerong in the original script is very mysterious. Is my action intercepting Hua Yuerong's hidden plotline? Could the benefits of the Hua Yuerong plotline be greater than killing Xiao Chen? As Qingling expected, Yuerong spoke up. This seat wants to give disciple Xiao Chen a proper burial. Surely, Bai Palace Master won't make things difficult for this seat with such a small request. He didn't allow her to fulfill her wish, and instead put forward a condition. If Holy Maiden needs something from this seat, you must promise me one thing. Yuerong asked coyly. How stingy. Speak, what promise? Qingling replied vaguely. The sect leader selection ceremony is in a month. I'll tell Holy Maiden then. She went to pick up Xiao Chen's body and replied coldly, This seat can only guarantee to try my best to fulfill it then. Please don't make any unrealistic requests. Bai Palace Master, I'll take the body first. Farewell. With that, Yuerong flew towards the exit with Xiao Chen. Ginger asked worriedly, Master, do you really want to do as that old woman wishes? But Qingling didn't answer, instead calling out to remind her, Junior sister, beneath Mount Juyi, the epiphyllum blooms forever. This senior brother has never dared to forget. Hearing these words, Yuerong's feet faltered slightly, and her face showed surprise. Yuerong glanced back silently. She thought of the flower that Qingling spoke of, then scoffed softly. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving a major crush, receiving 1,000 points. Current balance, 8,500 points. Qingling thought to himself, the decision to let Xiao Chen go is very risky, but I can't not take a risk for her. You absolutely must not disappoint me, little junior sister. In the Bloodpool dungeon, Ginger was lying next to Qingling. She happily fawned over him. Thank you for the reward, master. Meow ta-cha, ta-cha meow. A notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving a major act of kindness. You have continuously received bonus points, and Sui Ginger's favorability has reached the required level. Host can now initiate a loyalty check. Qingling looked up and ordered, Initiate loyalty check. The notification presented a series of information, truthfully revealing the side story of the Sui family village to Sui Ginger. After passing the check, Sui Ginger's eternal loyalty is rewarded. After learning this information, he thought to himself, the reward is eternal loyalty. I remember the plot of the Sui family village is. Suddenly, Qingling reached behind Ginger, startling her. Master? He looked at her grimly and said, This reward is over. Follow this master over here. Qingling recalled what had happened in the original novel. In the original novel, the great elder of the evil severing sect, Li Tianju, wreaked havoc on the world, causing both the righteous and demonic paths to jointly suppress him. After Bai Qingling died, the appearance of a sword seemed to prove that Bai Qingling was the culprit behind the Sui family village massacre. This caused Jin Ginger, as a member of the Sui family village, to be constantly shedding tears that would never cease. That plot point in the original novel was the protagonist's springboard for conquering Sui Ginger. If I die at the hands of Xiao Chen would have been the one to lead Ginger to expose the truth, which means that, even without the system this is a plot I have to face. The two of them eventually arrived at a mysterious room. Ginger carefully examined every item in the room. She wondered, "Master, isn't this where you store precious disciples? Even I'm not usually allowed in." "Why?" Xingling looked at the sword aura in front of him and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Sui Ginger suddenly realized it. "Wait, this is Uncle Murong." He held the sword in his hand and confirmed. "That's right, the Dao protector of Sui family village, Murong Tailanye's Dao sword. I know the Sui family village massacre is a deep wound to you. Your highly respected village protector, Murong Tai, his whereabouts are still unknown to this day." Everyone believes the culprit is Li Tianju of the evil extreme sect. Right after that, Bai Qingling recalled what happened and confessed to Sui Ginger, "Actually, I killed Murong Tai, and even used the living souls of the entire village to refine his Daoyo sword into a soul sword. This is the ultimate truth of the Sui family village massacre." She listened, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and tremblingly called out, "Master, I'm sorry, though I can't explain the reasons. The demonic Dao has always only cared about outcomes. To continue resisting Zhao Chen and Mu Xinlan, Bai Qingling cannot afford any more trust risks." Sui Ginger, "Will your reaction put me at ease? After this moment, will I still have a chance to trust you?" He felt uneasy after seeing Sui Ginger's expression. Unexpectedly, Sui Ginger took the sword in her hand, her face darkening. Sui Ginger, she finally understands. So it turns out their souls had already merged into one, forever inseparable. They've been living happily ever after. Saying so, she hugged the soul sword and caressed it. Even Bai Qingling was totally flabbergasted by her reaction. Sui Ginger showed an understanding expression. "Master, please understand Sui Ginger's feelings. The Sui family village matter was never brought up proactively, but Sui Ginger already knew everything because I couldn't help but investigate it long ago. Li Tianju of the evil extreme sect is a corpse arts master, a corpse art that affects people, making them neither human nor ghost. Li Tianju used corpse arts to infect Sui family village. This is the absolute truth I secretly investigated. It must be that Uncle Murong, the village protector, ran out of options and proactively offered his life core and Dao sword to Maester. Please, Maester, let everyone escape the torment of the malevolent aura, at least so they can reunite in the form of pure living souls." Saying so, she imagined Murong Tai personally offering the soul sword to him. Suddenly, she knelt before Bai Qingling. "Facing incurable corpse arts that had nothing to do with you, Master was willing to act and save everyone from being refined into evil. Master is truly the greatest benevolent one in this world." Master not only didn't pursue Sui Ginger's self-investigation, but also proactively told Sui Ginger the truth. To be Master's attendant in this life, Sui Ginger is truly, truly happy. After that, Sui Ginger offered the soul sword to him. Bai Qingling was utterly bewildered by this situation. Her deduction process was spot on, but what's up with her attitude? She's gone more demonic than even this demonic Dao Supreme, Bai Qingling. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host. Sui Ginger has passed the trust test." The host will forever gain Sui Ginger's loyalty. Bai Qingling felt this matter had gone far beyond his imagination. Clearly, a demonic venerable is doing shameless righteous deeds, yet being fanatically worshipped by such a pure maiden, I'm truly getting further and further down this twisted path. Bai Qingling returned to his room, thinking to himself, "Regardless, I've finally resolved Sui Ginger's last lingering issue." He suddenly thought of Yurei Rong and the blooming blossom in his heart, secretly pondering, how exactly should I utilize Shuihua and Yue Rong? Memories slowly emerged in Bai Qingling's mind. Recalling the memories from that year, it was cut off at the moment of parting with his junior sister. Only remembering her name was Rong Slayer, and she also shed tears, just like today. Then threw back a withered Udumbara flower. The memories before that seemed to have been sealed away by Bai Qingling, deemed an emotional weakness. Where could this memory fragment be? Could it open a path to deal with Zhao Chen? As he thought, he clutched his head in pain. An idea sparked in Bai Qingling's mind. "Oh right, I've accumulated 10,000 points today. I can directly draw Yang Baijin now." He touched a button on the interface, opened the prize draw interface, and activated the Yang Baijin draw. The system displayed a notification. "Activation successful. Point balance, 0. Please choose one of the 3 secret treasures below." Bai Qingling carefully considered his choice. A 7th grade GU worm is useless. I've already pulled out 13 types of 9th grade life-shedding GU. The Ruyi bewildering powder is just for gratification. Its use for breaking a situation is also very limited. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. As expected, power is still the most important. Bai Qingling imagined the immortal dream return bed of desire filled with beauties, secretly blushing. Strengthening physical endurance is still getting stronger, right? After that, he quickly chose the immortal dream return bed of desire. Immortal dream return bed of desire selected. Stored in inventory. Bai Qingling resolved when thinking of Ling Yin. As for the next action, it seems I'll have to go head-to-head with that second disciple, Ling Yin. Changing the scene, Yue Rong brought Xiao Chen home to heal him. She placed her hand on Xiao Chen's severed arm, while he kept groaning, "It hurts, Shizun, it hurts so much." That Bai Qingling is faking it. Shizun, you must avenge me. Yue Rong was still treating Xiao Chen's wounds at this time. She snorted lightly and rebuked. "Worthless trash, you dare to assassinate Bai Qingling? Bai Qingling knows you're not dead. He spared you out of respect for me." Suddenly, Yue Rong pinched Xiao Chen's chest lightly, causing him to ask in surprise, "Shizun, what are you doing?" She squeezed his chest hard and ordered, "Don't move. If you dare to act on your own again, I will personally clean up the sect. Understand?" Xiao Chen trembled and groaned in pain. "Understood, Shizun." Yue Rong gave the order. "After a month, there will be the sect leader selection ceremony. During this time, I don't want you to ruin the reputation of my Yingqi Hall's hallmaster." Hearing this, Xiao Chen was overjoyed and asked, "Shizun, have you finally decided to compete?" Yue Rong leisurely replied, "I want the secret key to the Yanmo Pagoda." Xiao Chen asked in confusion, "Why does the sect's forbidden ground, the Yanmo Pagoda, need that secret key?" She was silent for a long time without answering, then looked out the window. Then she explained, "That cruel guy buried some things in the Yanmo Pagoda. I have to find out what dirty secrets he's hiding." On the other side, Hong Yi was following Ling Yin. She called out to Ling Yin, "That devil is probably getting his karma now. If you ask me, we should set off firecrackers to celebrate." Hearing this, Ling Yin turned around and reprimanded, "Devil, Shizun must be dead. His sins have also vanished. Don't slander him." Hong Yi was surprised by her reprimand, but very quickly after that, she laughed loudly and put her arm around Ling Yin's shoulder, suggesting, "How about Sui Ginger and I build a grave for him?" Ling Yin quickly refused. "He wouldn't want to see me. Whether he was alive or dead, I am nothing in his heart." Hong Yi called out worriedly, "Ling Yin, second Shiji." Sui Ginger's voice appeared from somewhere. Hearing the call, Hong Yi turned her head and asked caringly, "Ginger, you're here. That devil, how's his corpse now?" Ginger answered in surprise, "Second Shiji. Shizun said he misses you." Both Hong Yi and Ling Yin were surprised by Ginger's words. She put her hands on the ground and bowed to the two of them. "Second Shiji, what needs to be said, Ginger has already said." Ling Yin then held her head and said, "He's not dead, and he perfectly coped with Xiao Chen's tricks." Seeing this, Ginger went over worriedly and called out, "Second Shiji, what's wrong?" And Hong Yi quickly supported her and scolded, "Ginger, you're confused. The Shiji were poisoned by that devil a long time ago." But before Hong Yi could finish speaking, Ling Yin shouted, "Shut up, Hong Yi, say no more." Ling Yin asked tremblingly, "Ginger, what does he want from me? He knows I'm the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. He wants me to die." She quickly explained, No, I didn't mention second Shiji to Shizun. Shizun just invited second Shiji back to the Yuluo Hall to have a meal, and also said he wanted second Shiji to taste his skills." Both Hong Yi and Ling Yin exclaimed in surprise, in unison, "What?" Immediately after that, Hong Yi immediately stopped her. "Ling Yin, don't go." But Ling Yin didn't listen. "No, I must go." Is Shizun planning to lure me like he lured little Shime? Then he's underestimating Ling Yin too much. From the moment I knew the truth about the GU poison in my body, I can never trust him again in this life. Absolutely impossible. Changing the scene, Sui Ginger and Ling Yin are standing in front of a room in Lingzhou. Sui Ginger urged, "Second senior sister, Shizun is waiting for you inside. I'm so jealous that you get to share a room with Shizun." Ling Yin slowly opened the door, a gloomy look on her face, thinking, "I can't back down now. I have a reason I must see him." She slowly stepped into the room where Bai Qingling was already waiting. Ling Yin respectfully knelt down. Tandai Ling Yin, left protector of the main branch, greets Hallmaster Bai. Seeing her, Bai Qingling spoke. "Hallmaster Bai, you truly sadden this master." Ling Yin, "This one knows you have a request. But do you not need this one's help? You've always drawn a line between us these past years, and now you come to seek an audience. You have no respect for this one. You're not even willing to call me Shizun," he angrily scolded. Ling Yin softly called out, "Shizun," Bai Qingling said grimly. "It's time to show your filial piety. Go bathe with this master." Ling Yin was shocked to hear these words from Bai Qingling. In the second basement level, the blood pool immortal pond, Ling Yin slowly walked towards Bai Qingling. Knowing Ling Yin was standing behind him, he warned in a dark tone, "Stepping into the pool will block all your magical powers. temporarily making you no different from a mortal. But it won't affect your body or innate constitution? With that, he glanced back with a teasing expression. Ling Yin thought to herself with dissatisfaction. Examining my body is something he has to do. For the red clothes, I'll temporarily comply with this devil. Suddenly, Bai Qingling grabbed Ling Yin's ankle, and her eyes widened in alarm. This isn't good. Could this demon want to? Before she could finish her thought, Ling Yin fell into the pool. Splash. The water in the pool had now become calm again. A gentle voice echoed. What? Bai Qingling teased, holding her in his arms. Shizun was being careful too. Seeing that her clothes were now wet and Bai Qingling's hand was on her shoulder, she fell into an unnatural state. Shizun, what are you worried about? She anxiously thought. Bai Qingling has always wanted to turn me into a puppet, it's just that the time for maturity hasn't come yet. He usually uses the spirit awareness artifact to check, so why is he directly touching my body today? Clearly he rescued me from the demonic territory of the evil extremity sect, giving me a home. But it was all a long-planned scheme, and finally he's come to claim me. Bai Qingling took the opportunity to whisper into her reddened ears. Ling Yin, Shizun will show you a treasure. Immediately, he submerged Ling Yin to the bottom of the pool. She was surprised by what she saw. It was. Ling Yin saw someone identical to her in a nude state. She asked angrily, May I ask Shizun, who is this woman? Why does she look exactly like me? Bai Qingling explained slowly. That year, this one rescued you from the demonic territory, thanks to sect leader Ji Taimi of the Joyful Union sect. That sect leader Ji, although speaking from the bear it is difficult to separate Feng Xi Mei, is a person who knows the righteousness. But sect leader Ji was willing to join forces with me to save you, but at most it was for profit. You have a very special physique, and Jitaimi wanted to make you a cauldron. Ling Yin responded with a sound, indicating that she understood. She looked at the girl in front of her and said, What you see now is a congenital Yi wood puppet sister. A wood essence puppet. It's a copy of you, costing 10 years to make, as compensation for cauldron Jitaimi. Bai Qingling also thought to himself. The original story is that Bai Qingling wanted to use Tandai Ling Yin to exchange secret treasures with Jitaimi. But as long as I don't give Ling Yin's original body away, as long as I change the excuse, there will be no loopholes. Ling Yin asked, So all those times in the past few years when Shizun checked my body, it was all to quickly make this puppet to give to Jin Taimi. He acted all high and mighty. I've wronged you, Ling Yin. Doing this was the only way to protect you, and not break my promise. Hearing this, she softened a little. Shizun, But quickly she tried to regain her senses. No, I can't believe it. I can't be tricked like little Shimei. What about the myriad insects devouring heart Jiu in my body, and the evil runes on Shiji's stomach? How do you explain that? Ling Yin said calmly. Shizun, Ling Yin, thanks you for telling me these things. But suddenly, Bai Qingling reached out. He grabbed Ling Yin's wrist and pinned it above her head, his other hand groping Ling Yin's body, causing her to beg incessantly, Shizun, no, please don't, I'm your disciple. If you do this kind of thing, Ling Yin will definitely hate you for life. But Bai Qingling didn't care about her words at all, his expression gradually losing its humanity. Ling Yin was now gradually enjoying the sensation Bai Qingling was creating. This feeling is so strange, Shizundaren. She kept moaning, No, don't. After a while, Ling Yin finally swam to the shore. Bai Qingling, standing behind her, suddenly explained. The myriad insects devouring heart Gu in you has already been expelled through poisonous blood. No, actually it's the myriad insects guarding heart Gu. This Gu has the effect of protecting your body and heart. If some guy eyes your physique, the Gu insect will use a harmless pain to remind you to avoid him. If you are truly violated, it will release divine power to protect you, he said, taking out the Gu insect. Bai Qingling looked aggrieved. I didn't expect you to be so close with Xiao Chen, completely misunderstanding my intentions, and even thinking I wanted to harm you, unable to distinguish who truly wants to harm you. Can't keep girls when they get older. Now, as you wish, you can leave without hesitation. With that, Bai Qingling turned and walked away. Ling Yin was so touched by his words that she started crying. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love and reaching the limit of level 99 through the practice of God-level massage technique. Bai Qingling was happy to receive the results. On this side, after Ling Yin left the room, Sui Ginger kept following behind, asking, Second Shiji, are you going back? Shizun got 2 mala fruits for you, saying you liked this the most when you were little. Shizun also said that during the sect leader election, no matter what your position is, Shizun will stand by your side. As she spoke, she handed over the 2 mala fruits. Ling Yin reached out and took them, while Sui Ginger kept wondering, how strange. Clearly, second Shiji was with Shizun for so long. Why did Shizun need me to pass on these words to you in the end? Ling Yin looked at the 2 mala fruits in her hand, thinking of the past, when she received mala fruit from Bai Qingling. At that time, she happily accepted it, and called him Shizun Darin. Ling Yin hugged them tightly, thinking that the secret she had kept for so many years was now all revealed. The timing was too coincidental. Ling Yin didn't understand, and couldn't fully believe it. But this wasn't Shizun's fault, it was Ling Yin's fault. Please give Ling Yin some more time. Ling Yin will eventually return to your side, like Ginger, to serve by your side. On this side, Bai Qingling kept receiving reward points. Congratulations to the host for successfully spreading great love, receiving 2,000 points. The current balance is 7,000 points. At the Shengming sect, He Yu, dressed in red, lay on the bed writhing and said, Bai Qingling, even though this hallmaster has never met you, you bully Ling Yin Jiji like that, you must be old, ugly, and disgusting. She muttered to herself, Ye Hong Yi and Tan Tai Ling Yin, we have no blood ties, but we have sisterly love. We formed the mirror flower seal. Our souls can share each other's feelings at all times. Hong Yi lightly touched her G-spot. Ling Yin just went to see that demon, and my body has become so strange. Ji Ling Yin, where are you now? What is that demon doing to you? Her face flushed red with anger. She shouted, Ye Hong Yi swears to tear Bai Qingling apart. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Hong Yi, are you there? Hong Yi jolted upright. This voice. She quickly threw on some clothes, stepped outside with a serious face, and called out happily, Old man. Hong Yi's eyes widened in shock. Standing in front of the room was old ancestor Ming, Ye Taiyuan. Seeing him, she cried out in surprise, Old man, what happened to you? Why are you so haggard? He patted her head and instructed, Hong Yi, listen carefully. I'm facing a great tribulation, and won't be able to protect you anymore. Hong Yi asked blankly. A great tribulation, Taiyuan said gravely. Are you ready, little Hong Yi? He slowly uttered, ready to take the position of sect leader. Seeing this, she suppressed her sorrow and said respectfully, Hong Yi, here's your teachings, Taiyuan said sternly. This time, we're holding a sect leader selection, not using my authority to directly pass the position to you. Because only when you personally secure the support of important factions within the sect can you truly control the entire Shengming sect. He asked with a hint of doubt. Tell me, which of the 4 great hall masters do you think is the easiest to win over? Hong Yi replied without much thought. Of course it's Ren Tianfan, the Asura hall master. He's my uncle. He'll definitely help me. Hearing this, Taiyuan said in a deep voice. Not necessarily, he analyzed. Hallmaster Ren is weak, indecisive, forgets righteousness for small gains, reluctant to sacrifice himself for great deeds, and his wife controls everything. One look from her and he wouldn't dare defy you. Hong Yi hesitated. Then what about Mad Tiger Taoist of Rakshasa Hall? What do you think? Taiyuan said calmly. The Rakshasa Hall has the strongest power, countless disciples, and is still growing stronger. He actively works for the sect and shows respect to the elders, but why? Hearing this, she became wary. This person is ambitious, he won't submit to me, Hong Yi said with suspicion. If that's the case, then all that's left is that mysterious holy maiden of the Yingul Hall. He immediately objected. Absolutely not, she can't help you. In my eyes, this Hallmaster Hua has other plans. You can't control her. Seeing this, Hong Yi was extremely panicked. 3 of the 4 great hall masters can't help me. Could it be that you mean? Taiyuan offered a plan. According to your father's will, you should form a Taoist couple with Bai Qingling, the hall master of the Yuluo Hall, so you can carry the sect together. Hearing the words Taoist couple, she couldn't help but exclaim, What? Hong Yi held her head and thought to herself, No way, absolutely not. This devil is Ling Yin's master. If I marry him, what should Ling Yin call me? Master, mother. She resolutely objected. No, Hong Yi will absolutely not marry him. At the same time, elsewhere, a female servant stepped forward respectfully. Reporting, Master, today when Sui Ginger brought Ling Yin back to the main camp. Seeing Qing Ling, Ginger asked suspiciously. Saw what? Ginger replied sternly. Ginger saw many stray demonic cultivators from the eastern region flying towards Rakshasa Hall, over 1,000 of them filling the sky. She added softly. Ginger also heard that the Yingul Hall, which has always been humble, is also summoning leaders of external forces. Ginger pursed her lips, thinking to herself. The Shengming sect is about to change. Master never liked to interfere in sect matters. What are you planning? Qingling showed a treacherous smile and said decisively, It's okay, I'll take action. Seeing this, Ginger was extremely adoring. Master. So domineering. He looked at her and mused. After the last test, Ginger is absolutely loyal to me. This kind of master-slave game is damaging Ginger's personality. I should stop at the right time. Qingling quickly made a decision. Ginger, from now on, let's restore our normal master-disciple relationship. No matter the situation, you will call me master. Sui Ginger was stunned by what she heard, and asked blankly, why? Being a slave is Ginger's special trait. Does master no longer love Ginger, no longer want to teach Ginger, and want to shun and criticize Ginger? Bai Qingling quickly explained. I, your master, am not denying your status. It's just that this kind of relationship should have some development and change. Ginger slowly took off her clothes and asked softly. In short, Ginger is still master's loyal slave, right? Master just wants to change the way we address each other. Ginger's name has the character Jing, and she's master's slave. How about? She quickly changed into a Japanese-style maid outfit and said in a charming voice, Jingnu, Jing NH. I made a seductive face, then shyly seduced. From now on, Ginger is Jingnu, helping master solve what needs to be done. At the forbidden area of True Sword's sect, Blackwater Mountain, the devil-suppressing formation, Li Shu calmly stepped in with her sword. The people inside were stunned and exclaimed, Feng Li Shu. The flamboyant man with a mustache sitting on the ground angrily shouted, So you're the mole of the demonic path, we shouldn't have trusted you, let you into the tower, your master is in cahoots with the sword saint, truly blind. He boldly challenged, Do you dare to remove the ancient poison from me? This old man will only use one finger to fight you, if you win I'll tell you everything. Seeing this, Li Shui mocked. The three elders have truly lived in vain to this age. Would people of the demonic path fight fairly with you? The silver-haired elder angrily yelled, Demonic woman, if you have the guts, kill us. The three of us are the elders of the forbidden area with the most mediocre talent. Even the headmaster. Not letting him finish, Li Shu directly slashed, killing him on the spot. The remaining two elders were horrified and screamed, Demonic woman, you're truly a cruel demonic woman. She put down a box and asked doubtfully, He's got his wish. What do you two think? Lin Shu pushed the box towards them and said sternly, The key to the celestial mystery box containing the holy relic Azure Dawn. Are you still not handing it over? The fat elder tremblingly said, If we give you the key, will you let us live? Li Shu took the key and replied with a smile, Wasn't it better to do this sooner? Suddenly, a red sword appeared. Li Shui decisively slashed across the elder's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. The last elder was terrified. Demonic woman, you'll be struck by heavenly lightning, you won't die peacefully. Then he also didn't escape the tragic fate like the two before him, Li Shu said arrogantly. Who do you think this young lady is? She tasted the blood on her fingertip, while speaking with a demonic air. I am the direct disciple of demonic venerable Bai Qingling. Li Shu suddenly widened her eyes in horror. She clutched her stomach, trembling and whispering, My stomach. Did that devil activate the demonic mark on me again? Li Shu gently touched her stomach and muttered, That's not right, the demonic mark isn't activated. Could it be that I've been poisoned? She walked to the side, picked up the box, and said to herself, Whatever. I'll bring what that devil needs back to Yuluo Palace first. The box suddenly opened, and a stream of purple spiritual energy quickly spread out. Lin Shu whispered, Before second junior sister eliminates him, I have no other choice. At the same time, in another place, a voice rang out, startling Bai Qingling. Master! Master! Sui Ginger knelt at his feet and asked softly, What is Master thinking about? Can you tell Ginger? Bai Qingling said with some annoyance, I've indulged you to sleep at my feet these past few days. This kind of thing won't happen again, especially during this time. Sui Ginger tilted her head, confused. Master, does this mean you're worried about the sect leader selection competition? He replied in a low voice, Maybe. She then jumped into Bai Qingling's arms, excitedly shouting, Ginger guessed Master's thoughts correctly. He frowned, muttering to himself, You can't do that, no way. Suddenly, the system announced, Due to your god-level massage technique being maxed out, this session will not yield any experience points. Bai Qingling blushed, internally scolding, What session? I'm correcting my disciple's character. I'll sue you for slander. System, you're slandering me. Sui Ginger said gently, Master, Ginger wants to show you a treasure. Hearing this, he was stunned, asking nervously, What treasure? Bai Qingling thought. Don't tell me you're going to pull out something that couldn't even pass censorship in the original story. She pulled out a token from her cleavage and said softly, Supreme Elder of the Blood Pill Hall, Luo Qingfeng's token. Bai Qingling asked in surprise, One of the Shangming sect's 10 Supreme Elders. How did you get your hands on his token? Sui Ginger explained, Elder Luo offered a reward for a 9th grade artificial heavenly heartgrass. It just so happened that Ginger knew how to make it, so I gathered the ingredients in the demon herb garden and finally made it last night, handing it over to Elder Luo. She wrapped her arms around his neck and continued gently, Ginger is only silly in front of Master. At other times, I'm very smart. Ginger always thinks about how to scheme for Master and for our Wan Xia. Bai Qingling mused. In the original story, Zhao Chen obtained this token by trading resources from his master, Yu Shu Zi. Afterwards, in the Ye Hongyi route, he gained a powerful supporter. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Never expected Ginger to snatch it from Zhao Chen. Is this a bonus for receiving Ginger's absolute loyalty? Bai Qingling hugged her and patted her back. You did very well this time. This is the reward you deserve, Sui Ginger exclaimed excitedly. Master! After a while, the system announced, Congratulations, host. You have successfully spread great love and received 3,000 points. Your current balance is 10,000 points. Bai Qingling gently placed Sui Ginger on the chair. Her clothes were already disheveled. He walked straight outside. Bai Qingling flashed a sinister smile and said in a deep voice, Follow this old one out of seclusion. Let's suppress everything. At the Shangming sect's main headquarters, Blood Pill Hall, Zhao Chen shouted in surprise. What? Supreme Elder Luo doesn't want my 9th grade heavenly heart grass. Why? Is my grass fake? The steward stepped forward to explain. Elder Luo's reward offer was real, and the herb in your hand is also real, but someone beat you to it. The event has already expired. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen was extremely distraught and anxiously asked, How could this be? Elder Luo's reward was only issued 10 days ago. Who found this thing before me? Please tell me, Elder. He thought for a moment and replied, It's fine for you to know. Bai Dian's third direct disciple, Yu Lama, brought this item on the 5th day of the reward. As for the reward she wanted, we don't know. Zhao Chen was stunned, thinking to himself, Ginger? Sui Ginger? Is this her own idea, or an instruction from that devil? He angrily roared, You dog and woman, one day I will definitely tear you apart. The steward laughed loudly upon seeing this. You're already in a hurry. Your Dabio heart is not yet sufficient. The young Zhao Chen walked into the forest, cursing in annoyance. Damn it, what should I do? Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Disciple Zhao Chen. A stone with a human face suddenly spoke. Has your master instructed you to refine the heavenly heart grass and deliver it to Luo Qingfeng? Upon seeing this, Zhao Chen sprayed gel and called out softly, Master Yu Shu Zi. He thought to himself, Can't the primordial spirit find a cleaner place to manifest? Zhu Zi flared up and asked, Why is it still in your hands? Could it be that someone snatched it first? I told you to deliver it long ago. What are you dawdling about? He scolded. What a useless thing. Zhao Chen couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. Enough already, he complained. Because the great emperor overthrew your demon lord, he told me to be a spy for 3 years. 3 years after 3 years. 3 years after 3 years. It's almost been 10 years, you old geezer. Shu Zi hesitated. Zhao Chen, protecting the common people, eliminating demons, and defending the Dao is the responsibility of my Kunlun Dao sect. You wouldn't want 10 years of being a spy to go to waste, would you? He emphasized in a low voice. As your teacher, I used spirit flags for divination last night and saw a big secret. Old ancestor Ye Taiyuan of the Shang Alliance has already passed away 7 days ago. Zhao Chen was extremely surprised to hear that. What? But that Ye Taiyuan went to the Black Moon Hall the other day and showed his face in front of his granddaughter Ye Hongyi and the others of the Ye family. Zhu Zi explained. That was his yin spirit, not his body. Today is the last day of Ye Taiyuan's remnant soul, he said with a meaningful tone. This matter concerns the secret of the Shangming sect's sacred artifact. Come closer, and I will tell you quietly. You have one last chance to gain trust. Support Yi Hongyi to ascend the throne, and turn her into your puppet. Zhao Chen looked at the lump of shit on his head with disdain, and muttered to himself, This stinky hard lump, no way, I don't want to go over there. At the same time, in another place, behind a thin curtain, a girl was lying neatly on the bed. Yue Rong's cheeks were already flushed. Sweat continuously flowed down her chest. Yu Rong recalled a memory from before, where a man teased her. Dongzhi's body is getting curvy. The two disciples continuously mocked. She's about to turn into a pig, a fat pig. Yue Rong had to grit her teeth and endure without retorting. Suddenly, a coat was gently draped over her shoulders. Yue Rong looked at Bai Qingling next to her, and shyly called out, Senior brother. Bai Qingling said softly, This cloak can cover the body and also conceal ignorant words. Yue Rong blushed and whispered, Senior brother. Scene changes to a different time. Yue Rong screamed in panic, Senior brother, no. She looked at the devastated battlefield, corpses lying everywhere, and said with a trembling voice, Why did Master harm us? There must be a misunderstanding. Senior brother admires him the most. Why would he slaughter innocent fellow disciples? Bai Qingling, his face covered in blood, turned to glance at her. Looking into his crimson pupils, Yue Rong was extremely surprised. Why have you become so cold and heartless? Back in reality, Yue Rong sat up abruptly, panting. She hugged her face and said annoyedly, "Damn it, I dreamed about that demon again." Suddenly, a servant's voice came from outside. Reporting, "Holy Maiden, all the vice lords of our Yingqi palace have arrived and are waiting in the main hall," she added softly. The Rakshasa Hall has also gathered nearly 2,000 demon cultivators, all holding protective talismans and magical artifacts. Yue Rong adjusted her clothes and said indifferently, "The old geezers can't sit still while the old ancestor is still alive, so what about the Yu Luo Palace?" The servant respectfully replied. Reporting, "Holy Maiden, we only found out that Palace Lord Bai just came out of seclusion from the Bloodlord and was holding hands with his little disciple Sui Ginger, laughing and talking like they were on a spring tour." Yue Rong asked suspiciously. "He was holding his little disciple's hand." The servant quickly knelt down and replied, "Please calm your anger, Holy Maiden. We didn't detect any specific purpose from Palace Lord Bai." She annoyedly scolded softly. "He's already so old and doesn't know how to restrain himself, holding his disciple's hand and strolling around in broad daylight." The servant heard that and said, "As for Palace Lord Bai's position and purpose." Before he could finish speaking, Yue Rong, fully dressed, stepped out. She angrily yelled, "What kind of demon lord even are you, Bai Qingling? You totally deserve to die." At the Kangming Mountain Range's main headquarters, Tianshu, Bai Qingling suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Ginger worriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" He mused thoughtfully. "I bet someone's secretly drawing circles to curse me. Who could it possibly be?" Ginger suddenly hugged him tightly, gently asking, "Master, does this help?" She rolled her eyes and said meaningfully, "Second senior sister once said that Ginger's body gets as hot as a furnace in winter, so can both masters come inside Ginger?" Bai Qingling reached out and touched her nape, then coldly said, "That's just how your physique is. It's compatible with yin cold aura, but body temperature fluctuation is a different matter," she cried out in surprise. "So cold?" Ginger looked at the icy, snow-covered surroundings and asked doubtfully, "Master, why did we come to this desolate back mountain when we're at the sect headquarters?" Bai Qingling flashed a sly grin, thinking to himself, "Of course, it's to snatch Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter. By the book, if I don't come here, it'll be too easy for Xiao Chen. If I want the thrill of openly snatching it, then I gotta go all the way." Then he replied cryptically, "Let the fortuitous encounter fly for a bit. It's probably about to land." Suddenly, a massive purple aura appeared above the mountain peak, and a figure gradually emerged from within that light. Ye Taiyuan approached with a solemn expression, asking in a deep voice, "Is the visitor Hallmaster Bai Qingling?" Bai Qingling clasped his hands respectfully and said, "It's an honor, old ancestor." Ginger also bowed slightly and softly replied, "Sui Ginger from the Nether Hall, greeting old ancestor," Taiyuan calmly stated. Exercising ghost spiritual body, naturally formed, formless and pure, Hallmaster Bai's blessings are not shallow. When do you plan to open this supreme grade, Xiao Hao? Hearing this, Bai Qingling pondered without answering. Ginger immediately answered on his behalf. "When my master wants to is his own business. No need for the old ancestor to worry." He frowned and asked again. "Huh?" Taiyuan chuckled, then sarcastically remarked, "Hallmaster Bai truly knows how to teach his subordinates. I have something to discuss with you, so if you're here, let's get to the main business." Bai Qingling quietly ordered. "Ginger, you may step back for now," he mused to himself. "The fortuitous encounter is here." The two of them sat in an open clearing, and Taiyuan began to beat around the bush, rambling endlessly about everything under the sun, from ancient times till now. He talked about when the primordial ancient demon gods created the world, when the Taoist mystical maiden Wu Xinlan appeared, and the third great righteous demonic war. Bai Qingling was exasperated, thinking to himself, "At this point, shouldn't Ye Taiyuan's spirit be about to dissipate according to the rules? This doesn't look like someone about to ascend. Where's the skip button? I'd even press the flag button to skip this." Taiyuan suddenly admonished in a serious tone, "Young friend Qingling, this old man doesn't have much time left." He took out a white jade ring and said, "This item is one of the two great sacred artifacts of my Kangming sect, the Kangming Soul Ring. Its owner is second only to the sect master, looked up to by 1,000,000 disciples." Taiyuan proposed, "I'll give you this item. Can you lend a hand to my granddaughter Yi Hongyi?" Bai Qingling quickly accepted it, then asked doubtfully, "Ye Hongyi, the hallmaster of the inner sect's Black Moon Hall, Is she the successor you've chosen? He sighed, seemingly helpless, and softly said, It seems Hallmaster Bai also has his own thoughts. Never mind. If my granddaughter Hongyi can be helped, then help her. If not, she can be replaced. Bai Qingling stared at the ring thoughtfully, musing to himself. Haven't I heard these words somewhere before? But if I can grasp the position of sect master, there's no reason for me to refuse. Taiyuan continued in a deep voice. This old man has two final matters. First, Ye Wudao, Hongyi's father, has passed away. He emphasized. Wudao's dying wish was for someone to become husband and wife with Hongyi, and together strengthen our Kangming sect. Bai Qingling froze, muttering to himself. Could the replace he mentioned earlier actually mean a substitute marriage? According to the plot, the original Bai Qingling already died, and there's also a hidden fiancé set up. He cleared his throat and softly replied, That's a small matter. I'll make my own judgment later. Hurry up and tell me the second thing. A wave of green light quickly enveloped Taiyuan, and he hastily asked, Second matter. The outside world rumored that you lost to the Taoist mystical maiden Mu Xinlan. Is this true? If even Hallmaster Bai is not her match, then isn't my demonic sovereign lineage about to perish? Bai Qingling's face darkened upon hearing this, and she remained silent. He slowly admitted, That's right, she defeated Bai Qingling. Taiyuan's body gradually dissipated, and he only managed to utter two words. This, Qingling interjected decisively. But she didn't defeat me. If she comes back, I will strike. At the same time, at the Shang Alliance headquarters, outside the mountain gate, a Shang Alliance disciple stepped out and calmly said, Xiao Shidi, please return. The old ancestor has been in seclusion for a long time and isn't seeing visitors. Xiao Chen pleaded earnestly. Please, senior brothers of the headquarters, believe me, I really need to see the old ancestor. Time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, I fear something will happen to the old ancestor. Suddenly, something flashed past him, accompanied by a voice. Fearing what? Xiao Chen was sent flying by a surge of sword energy, receiving a few extra spins in the air for good measure. Hong Yi arrived from somewhere, angrily shouting, If this Lord of the Hall hears you spreading rumors here again, I will definitely chop off your dog head. Get lost. Don't make this Hallmaster say it twice. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, resentfully thinking, You Shuzi, I did exactly as you said, and it still didn't work. What in the world is your divination even divining? At the Yu Luo Hall, the Hallmaster's palace, Qingling looked around and praised. The Yu Luo Hall's residence is so freaking cool, I should have come out of the blood pool to enjoy this sooner, he muttered to himself. The blood pool tribulation can be considered past. Next, I must retrieve Bai Qingling's original 5 viscera to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Qingling flashed a sinister smile, saying in a low voice, Among them, the original heart is in the Yan Demon Pagoda, and the key is with the 3 Grand Elders. Without the Sect Master's authority, I can't get it. Supporting Yi Hongyi to ascend to the Sect Master's position will both fulfill Yi Taiyuan's wish and align with my interests. He looked at the ring on his hand with great satisfaction. The Shang Alliance Soul Realm is already in my hands. Now I only lack the Shang Alliance Soul Sword. Li Shui, will you disappoint me? Qingling narrowed his eyes and said coldly, With little Li Shu's personality, she's probably the hardest to be moved by great affection. What method can I use to resolve the conflict in her heart? He suddenly remembered the mark on Hong Yi's body and murmured, That's right, the thing on her stomach. At Heavenly Water City, in the marketplace, Li Shu entered a tavern, and her beautiful appearance quickly attracted the gaze of every man. The waiter stepped forward and asked cautiously, This esteemed customer you are, she said in a low voice, giving an order. Tell the ghost leader Hong Dapang to come here. The Eastern Domain Yama King is looking for him. The waiter's face paled instantly, and he repeated in a trembling voice, The Eastern Domain Yama King. Li Shu entered an empty room. She was wearing a veil and sat leisurely on a chair, waiting for someone to arrive. A fat man entered and respectfully said, Lord Li Shu, I am Hong Tianfan, of the Yu Luo Hall's Scarlet Pig Guard. Ling Shu handed him a package and ordered, This is the demonic substance that the Hallmaster needs. You personally escort it and quickly return to the hall to report for duty. She gave Tianfan a blue pill and instructed, Also, take this. Seeing it, he panicked. The 7 severance dissolving pill. Lord Li Shu, I have always been diligent in my work and have never dared to slack off. Lin Jue didn't care and sternly threatened, Eat it or die. Tianfan fearfully took the pill, desperately swallowing it. Tianfan took the package, turned around, and left, muttering, This subordinate will set off immediately. Li Shu thought to herself, I hope this is the last thing I do for that demon, Ling Yin. Is your plan going smoothly? She looked out the window, expressing her thoughts. From a young age, I lived in the shadow of that demon. My heart has long been tainted into his shape. But little Shimei is still young. As older sisters, we must help her escape the sea of suffering from that demon as soon as possible." Her eyes snapped wide open in shock. Li Shu touched the mark on her belly, puzzled. "Why is it starting to hurt? That fiend's demonic script isn't even active, so am I poisoned?" Remembering the moment she opened the box, she instinctively blurted out, "Could it have been then?" Her face gradually turned ashen, the dark aura emanating from the mark growing thicker. Li Shu trembled as she said, "Oh no, I didn't bring any purifying detox pills for this toxic miasma. If this miasma infiltrates my meridians, won't it?" She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. "Never mind. If this is my heavenly mandate, being controlled by that demon lord is a life worse than death anyway. At least I can finally be free." Suddenly, Li Shu snapped her eyes open, revealing bloodshot pupils. Many tentacles started growing out from her belly, and Li Shu screamed in pain. They slowly coiled tightly around her body. She cried out loudly, "Master, honored master," Li Shu said in anguish. "Even now, you won't let me go." An invisible hand, belonging to the demon lord, was placed on her shoulder, accompanied by a voice, "Listen up. Don't move." Bai Qingling suddenly appeared, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Your body is afflicted with this poisonous miasma. In this world, only your master can save you." Her life force gradually drained away, and Li Shuai let out an extremely painful scream. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Qingling held her still and explained, "The poisonous miasma that flooded your dantian can all be purged. Only he has such an unconventional method, right?" The tentacles gradually snaked down to her lower body. They quickly coiled tightly around Li Shuai's entire body, making her flinch and shrieked, "No, honored master, no!" Bai Qingling leaned into Li Shu's ear again and whispered, "The poisonous miasma from that demon suppression pagoda is no ordinary stuff. Even your master would risk getting slightly injured if I tried to avoid it. So you must cooperate. We need to draw it all out in one go." She felt herself being tightly bound by the tentacles. With no escape, Li Shu, puzzled, thought to herself, "Something's off about this demon lord. I'm just a mere pawn, so why would he expend his divine power to detoxify me for free? Did Ling Yin and Sui Ginger do something to make him change his nature?" She remembered Bai Qingling's cold demeanor back then. It was like the birth of chilling notes for Liang Shui. Li Shu gritted her teeth and silently admonished herself. "No, what am I thinking? That's demon venerable Bai Qingling. He definitely just wants me to be grateful, so he can control my spirit even deeper." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the door, "Sister Li Shu, are you in there?" Li Shu opened her eyes and asked suspiciously, "This voice, Third Highness, why are you here?" The third prince replied, "It really is you, Li Shu. I heard you came to Heavenly Water City to train, so I asked around until I found this shop. After all, with your looks, Li Shu, you make a deep impression wherever you go. So, Li Shu, may I come in?" Bai Qingling smirked when he heard that. Feng Li Shui forced down the discomfort in her body, her voice trembling as she tried to stop the person outside. You can't come in." The man outside, like a lingering ghost, stubbornly stayed by the door and said, "The last time I saw you, Li Shu, I happened to hear you whimpering. You didn't pay attention to me then, but I've always been very worried about you," she said in a low voice, trying to get rid of him. "Thank you for your concern, third prince." Saying that, she suddenly cried out uncomfortably, her legs squeezed tightly together, her voice faltering. This young lady," Li Shu panted, trying to force her voice to sound normal. "This young lady is fine. You can leave now." The man outside had also noticed something was wrong and asked, "Li Shu, why are you breathing so heavily?" Li Shui gradually lost her patience and snapped, "I already said this young lady is fine. I want to rest now, please leave." The person outside was silent for a moment, then accepted and left. All right. The outside of the room had returned to its original quietness. At this moment, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and shouted, "Shifu, stop it! How long are you going to bully Li Shu?" Then she suddenly widened her eyes, realizing something. Oh! Li Shu felt her whole body relaxed, and the torment caused by the toxins earlier had completely dissipated. "It's over, he really is detoxifying me." Bai Qingling appeared, gently placing a caring hand on her shoulder, and said kindly, "Li Shui, you searched for the Azure Soul Sword for Shifu. Shifu is very happy, but you only worried about the mission and didn't care about your own life. Shifu doesn't like that at all. Remember, no next time." His figure also gradually disappeared. Feng Li Shui didn't say anything, but her cheeks had unknowingly turned red. At the same time, the system's voice sounded with a notification. "Congratulations, host, for successfully spreading great love. Received 9,000 points. Current balance is 19,000 points. Yang has been unlocked. Yang Diamond is worth 50,000 points. When the total points break 100,000, the Myriad Realms prop shop will be unlocked. Bai Qingling had already returned to his study, leisurely sitting on the chair with a smile. I didn't expect that just conveniently detoxifying Li Shu would double the points. Could it be that her hatred for me is the deepest, so when giving great love I get more points? Then he rested his chin on his hand, frowning in thought. But who was that outside the door? Li Shu called him Third Prince. Can only be the male lead in the second documentary, Clash of Dynasties, the third prince of the Great Chu dynasty, Lin Mo. Starting from this documentary, players can freely choose Zhao Chen's or Lin Mo's power, but the principle of interaction between Lin Mo and Li Chue shouldn't be happening at this time. The plot has clearly undergone unpredictable changes. This is the legendary butterfly effect. Will new storylines never seen in the original come up later? Throwing aside the chaotic thoughts running through his head, he stood up and gave a dangerous smile, muttering to himself, Forget it, Lin Mo doesn't pose a threat to me for now. Continuing to suppress Zhao Chen is the priority. The sect leader selection ceremony is approaching. It's time to inquire about that palace lord. Cut to Ye Hongyi's side. At this moment she was pacing back and forth in a panic, mumbling, I'm screwed, I'm screwed. Ye Hongyi calmed the tears still lingering on her eyelashes, her heart full of unease, questioning herself. Do I really want to tell Ling Yin that Grandpa's last wish was for me to marry Bai Qingling? I and she are sworn sisters, vowing to be together for life. If I really marry Bai Qingling and become Ling Yin's Xinyang I'm afraid she'll be so angry that she'll commit suicide. Saying this, she clenched her fists in resentment, cursing, Bai Qingling, you're really going to die. Finally, she decided to go find Ling Yin. No, I have to tell Ling Yin the truth and discuss countermeasures together. Sister Ling Yin is incredibly smart, she will definitely have a way. Suddenly, a girl opened the door and walked in. The person who came was Ling Yin, with a gloomy and dark expression. Seeing that she didn't look too good, Ye Hongyi became anxious and stammered, asking, Ling, Sister Ling Yin, what's wrong? Also that night, is Bloodlord okay? Ling Yin's face revealed exhaustion as she replied, It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. I'll borrow your chamber to rest for a bit, let's talk later. Okay, then we'll talk after you've rested. She slowly walked past Ye Hongyi, who was standing there stunned, into the resting room, approaching the large mirror in the room, gradually taking off all the clothes on her body, muttering as she undressed, constantly scolding herself. Humiliating, so humiliating. Dan Tai Ling Yin, you let him touch your body again, don't you feel sorry for Hongyi? After changing into a thin nightgown, she leaned helplessly on the table, looking fragile and weak, but also full of charm, still regretting and questioning herself. When that man hugged me tightly, I could have chosen to cut off my heart meridian to maintain my purity. Why didn't you? I hate you now. Saying this, her face flushed red, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. In Ling Yin's mind, she recalled the shameful scenes from that time she was lying snugly in Bai Qingling's arms. Thoughts ran rampant, and even more frightening was that she was subconsciously replaying the details of being hugged. The more she tried not to think about it, the more her body was flooded with emotions. At that moment, Tan Tai Ling Yin was lying on the bed, completely covered in a blanket, sobbing and murmuring, Hongyi, I'm sorry. After a while, she peeked her head out from under the blanket, as if she had thought of something, and thought to herself, No, I still have a last chance. The sect leader selection ceremony. Help Hongyi ascend to the position of sect leader. Only in this way can I use the power of the main branch to escape him. Ling Yin's face was flushed, with a few drops of tears still on her eyelashes. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists and made up her mind. At the Azure Cloud sect, in the Asura Palace, a man in jade-green robes was pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back, sighing with annoyance. That person was the palace lord of the Asura Palace, Ren Tianfan. At this moment he frowned and said, The ancestor told me to fully support Hongyi in the sect leader ceremony, but that mad tiger Taoist wants me to ally with him, giving me benefits to help him ascend to the seat. Ren Tianfan wrung his hands anxiously, seeking the opinion of the woman sitting on the highest platform opposite. My wife, what should we do? The beautiful and charming girl, sitting leisurely on the chair, crossing her legs, calmly holding a pen, was none other than Ren Tianfan's wife, Han Jinyang. She glanced at him indifferently and asked, You already have a plan in your heart, don't you? Ren Tianfan smiled flatteringly and said softly, Yes, not hiding it from my wife. In my heart I lean towards supporting Mad Tiger Taoist of the Rakshasa Palace. After all, the Rakshasa Palace is very powerful now. Wife, what do you think? Han Jinyang stood up. Her first sentence was gentle, but the next sentence started to increase in volume, scolding like a machine gun, so fast that he couldn't even smooth his face. What do I think? I think you are both stupid and ugly, truly the trash among trash. She slammed her hand down and continued to shout. That mad tiger Taoist is vicious and arrogant, using any means to expand his power. What makes you think that after he succeeds he will share a piece of the pie with you, instead of directly eating the entire Asura palace? Ren Tianfan immediately shrank back like a turtle, bowing and coaxing sweetly. Wife is wise. Then according to your opinion, we should support Hong Yi. Although she is young, she is still my biological granddaughter. Acting now is helping someone in need. Han Jinyang's patience had already surpassed even Beach Ban's limits. Furious, she kicked her husband and cursed. Idiot. He groaned in pain, stumbling backwards and falling. Jinyang, annoyed, casually explained to her clueless husband. In this chaotic situation, the Shura Palace should remain neutral so everyone will want to win us over. Remember this, the bigger the storm, the more fish you catch. Ren Tianfan finally had an epiphany and chimed in, got it. But what if Bai Qingling from the Netherworld Palace interferes? Won't things get out of control? Han Jinyang immediately denied it. No way, you don't understand him. Her face showed clear admiration as she continued. With your shallow understanding you could never imagine how extraordinary he is. What he seeks is the ultimate great Dao, something both of us can barely glimpse. These worldly affairs are completely beneath him. Then her phoenix-like eyes narrowed as she glanced at her husband. Instead, she aimed perfectly and flung her high heels straight at Ren Tianfan, hitting him with a thwack. Angrily. You're the kind of guy who can't do anything, even when your wife is openly mocking you to your face. The once majestic palace master Ren now humbly knelt, bowing his head in apology. That's right, I'm a good-for-nothing. He picked up the high heel that had just been thrown, lowered himself to kowtow, and respectfully continued before the tip of the shoe, Wife, I don't deserve you. Just then, a servant's voice from outside the door interrupted. Reporting. Palace Master Bai from the Netherworld Palace has come to visit. Ren Tianfan's expression immediately changed. His eyes burning with anger, he glared at the door and asked, Bai Qingling, what does he want with me? Meanwhile, Han Jinyang's face flushed crimson, a strange, shy expression appearing. The servant replied, Palace Master Bai said he wishes to discuss something with the madam. He also asks you to have someone guard outside, so no external enemies can probe for details. He glared, his eyes wide, and bellowed, What? He enters my territory and tells me to guard the door. This is outrageous. His face fierce, he drew his sword while speaking, stomping towards the main entrance. He took a battle stance, blocking the doorway, and grandly declared, If that Bai Qingling really dares to barge in, he'll get a taste of what's coming to him. Ren Tianfan turned his head in surprise, uttering a puzzled, Huh. Han Jinyang's face was still bright red. She unconsciously hugged her arms and legs tightly, reminding him, He's already in. Right at the entrance stood Bai Qingling, his face fierce, a cool aura of demonic energy emanating from him as he stepped in, making Palace Master Ren freeze stiff as a board. He glanced at him, secretly appraising, Haven't seen this guy in ages. He truly has the bearing of a demonic venerable looking down on the world. No wonder Jinyang's face is always full of admiration whenever she mentions him. To be honest, his innate formless demonic body is incredibly powerful. If I imagine an R-rated scene with him, I'd totally blank out, like a soulless dummy. How could Jinyang ever handle that? She might just break. Immediately, Ren Tianfan snapped back to reality, stood defensively in front of Bai Qingling, and roared, Bai Qingling, when did you get in here? Why didn't this palace master sense you? Han Jinyang sat up, praising him. Palace Master Bai, your primordial breath concealment art truly lives up to its reputation as the top concealment divine ability in the mortal realm. Even with the cultivation of us two, husband and wife, we couldn't detect you. Bai Qingling chuckled faintly and replied, As expected of Jinyang, you truly are knowledgeable. Far more than someone else. She covered her crimson face, stammering, You. What did you just call me? Seeing her look so flustered, Ren Tianfan quickly interjected, scolding angrily. You bastard, how dare you be so rude? This venerable warns you not to get too arrogant. Back when this venerable swept across the eastern lands and became a demonic venerable, you punk were still in diapers. Bai Qingling completely ignored that giant light bulb and slowly walked past to ask her, Madam, this venerable has something to discuss with you. May we speak inside? Ren Tianfan's eyes were bloodshot, burning hotter than a chili pepper, as he shrieked, Bai Qingling, you already have a Dao partner. Han Jinyang slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair and furiously snapped, You idiot! Are you asking to die? She waved her hand at the shoe, and using her spiritual energy, the shoe levitated and shot straight towards Ren Tianfan's stomach, sending him flying out of the room. Bai Qingling, a bit sweat-beaded, gently reassured the woman, Jinyang, why the anger? Your husband was just worried someone might bully you. Han Jinyang stepped down, scoffing. Who needs that good-for-nothing to meddle in my business? Facing her, Bai Qingling said with a seductive ambiguity, "Now that there's no one to bother us, can Palace Master Bo tell me what brings you to my Asura palace so late at night?" Bai Qingling smirked, replying, "Since Madam is being so frank, then I shall get straight to the point." He stepped closer, pressing in front of Han Jinyang, and continued, "In half a month, they'll be choosing the sect leader. I want you to stand by my side." She shyly avoided his gaze, asking, "Palace Master Bai, what makes you think I'd agree to your proposal?" He waved his hand, catching the high heel, and gave an ambiguous answer. "I'll give Madam a reason you can't refuse." Bai Qingling sat down, gently supporting her foot. Han Jinyang was flustered, thinking, What is he doing? He sat below, secretly calculating with a smirk. "Before coming, I specifically exchanged for a card, fully supplementing the side character plot details, costing 2,000 merit points. Using this card will reveal a hidden backstory of the designated side character never revealed in the main branch. I'm not some kind of devil. But who told fate to set you up like this?" He attentively slipped the high heel back onto Han Jinyang's foot, saying, "Madam, surely you don't want your husband to lose his position as palace master, do you?" Han Jinyang stammered embarrassedly, "Palace Master Bai, you're going too far." He put the other shoe on her other foot and continued, "I have one more story that's even more dramatic to tell you." The protagonist of the story is called Yun Jinnihair. 20 years ago, the head of the Yun family carelessly healed the great Zhao's Yuantai emperor to death. Other than Yun Jinnihair, over 300 members of the Yun family were beheaded. At that time, the Heihuan sect's holy son Ji Taimi took a fancy to Yun Jinnihair's divine phoenix true spirit body. He had the Heihuan sect take in Yun Jinnihair as a holy maiden, but in reality he wanted to groom her as a cauldron. Unexpectedly, Yun Jinnihair seized the only chance to escape in her life, and she even got acquainted with Ren Tianfan, a pillar of the demonic path, during her escape. However, Ren Tianfan clung to Yun Jinnihair, which made people dislike him, although Ren Tianfan was even a eunuch by birth. Hearing this, Han Jinyang clenched her teeth and clutched her chest, revealing clear unease. He continued without paying attention. But to escape Jinni Taimi's pursuit, Yun Jinnihair still married him, becoming a virgin wife. Bai Qingling leaned close to Han Jinyang's ear and whispered, "If I were to say, just if, that Ren Palace Master's unspeakable secret were to be known, once Ren Palace Master loses his position and is even expelled from the Azure Alliance, how do you think Jin Taimi would act?" She frowned uncomfortably. "Palace Master Bai, this action is a bit too low," he reminded with a sneer. "Is there anything that I, Qingling Demon Sovereign, wouldn't do?" "Madam, you probably know what to do, right?" Han Jinyang was furious, her emotions mixed. "Bai Qingling, I hate you," she said before trying to kick him. His hand quickly grabbed her leg. Locking Han Jinyang in his arms, he laughed. "Don't blame me, blame your useless husband." She pushed him away, struggling. "Let me go. Bai Qingling is so self-righteous you don't know anything at all. That escape from the Heihuan sect wasn't my only chance, the other was you." Bai Qingling was also surprised by this situation, thinking, when did this kind of thing happen? Why don't I remember? He let go of her, then said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you feel that this venerable one has wronged you, that's your problem." Han Jinyang pounced and hugged Bai Qingling, forcibly kissing him in surprise. A moment later, they both let go of each other, panting. Han Jinyang turned her face away, shyly asking, "Zhu Feng, in this life, you've defeated geniuses and been invincible. Have you ever been forcibly kissed by a woman?" Bai Qingling recalled the little girl Sui Ginger, and replied with a calm face, "Never." She dared to turn her head back to look at him and say, "Very good. Then you will remember me for the rest of your life. This is retribution for you being so forgetful." After saying that, she covered her face, her mind in a mess. Heavens, what am I saying? I'm a woman who's already married. At this time, the system screen displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully resolved a major crush. Received 12,000 points. Current balance, 29,000 points." Bai Qingling smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "Still not clear on the principle of earning points from major crushes, but let's just keep accumulating them. To deal with the final opponent, Mu Xinlan, no matter how many points I have, it's not enough." Scene changes to the next morning. On top of a rocky mountain, Ye Hongyi is swinging her sword in practice. She adopts a stance, focusing her strength into the sword, and says to herself, "Believe me, Sister Ling Yin, Hongyi will absolutely not betray you. I am determined to spare no effort to win the position of sect leader, to help you escape that devil." Then she unleashes a powerful palm strike, causing rocks to explode and dust to fly everywhere. "Zhu Feng, that disgusting old man, I would rather die than marry you." Suddenly, Faint applause rang out from somewhere. A figure of a man slowly revealed himself from the smoke and dust, praising. As expected of the Yi family's most perfect ice crystal jade saint physique, this sword technique is commendable. It's a pity that relying on just this one sword is still not enough to injure this venerable one. Bai Qingling slowly walked towards the girl. Ye Hongyi assessed in shock. This demonic aura is definitely not what ordinary demonic cultivators have. Bai Qingling smiled without really smiling, greeting. Hallmaster Ye, first time meeting. Ye Hongyi gripped her hands tightly, stammering, Bai, Hallmaster Bai. What brings you to my humble Black Moon Hall? Bai Qingling flashed a meaningful smile, extending an invitation. Hallmaster Ye, do you want the position of sect leader? She asked back in confusion. What do you mean? In Ye Hongyi's mind at this moment, she secretly pondered Bai Qingling's words. An arrogant cultivator like Meng Hu doesn't even dare to say he's confident of getting the position of sect leader. But this man can say it so casually. As if, as long as I open my mouth, he can help me overwhelm the crowd. Finally, she asked an unrelated question. Hallmaster Bai, answer me one question first. Has the old ancestor met with you recently? He readily admitted. Yes. Ye Hongyi trembled with anger, saying loudly. Okay, this Hallmaster understands. Don't even dream about it. This Hallmaster will not marry you. This Hallmaster has already promised her heart to someone else. You and I are impossible. Then suddenly in a low voice, with her hands clasped together shyly. At least, not possible for the time being. Bai Qingling sneered, correcting. Hallmaster Ye thinks this is something this venerable one wants. Fame and fortune, painted skins, were never in the eyes of this venerable one. But you lost your parents at a young age, and the old ancestor also doesn't have time to be with you. You're lonely and helpless, which makes this venerable one feel sorry for you. He extended his hand towards Ye Hongyi, inviting, so if Hallmaster Yi doesn't mind, become my daughter. Saying that, he gently grasped Ye Hongyi's hand. She was shocked, temporarily freezing, thinking of some future daughter going from husband to father. Just how perverted is this devil? Bai Qingling turned it around for her to see. Inside was an exquisite blue ring, confirming, Hallmaster Ye, this venerable one is serious. Ye Hongyi stared at the ring, and said in a deep voice, So, you really gave the Soul Merchant Alliance ring to someone else. If it's his last wish, I, as the Hallmaster, will naturally not go against it. Now we are officially joining forces. If I rise to the position of sect leader, I will definitely not mistreat you. He frowned and said, No, I want Hallmaster Ye's promise now. She was embarrassed, and asked, through gritted teeth, Bai Dianju, do you want to be my father? His face turned somber, emphasizing, Godfather. The Soul Merchant sect is mostly referred to as the Soul Merchant Church by people. There was once a compliment that the young sect leader revered his godfather. Later, you are the sect leader, and I am the godfather. We can join forces to make the Soul Merchant sect great again. She still felt a bit uneasy, so she whispered, But there's a marriage agreement already. How can my future husband pay respects? From afar, a male disciple's voice reported, Hallmaster, Zhao Chen, the personal disciple of the Yin Hall, requests an audience. Ye Hongyi craned her neck to look in the direction of the voice. He thought with satisfaction, Xiao Chen still came as the original plot described. Luckily, I came one step earlier, otherwise this ant would have used the benefits he received earlier to open up a romantic route with Ye Hongyi. Ye Hongyi stroked her chin, recalling, Ask Xiao Chen, the one who trespassed into the main camp before, spouting boastful words. Bai Qingling's voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Hongyi, what's wrong with meeting him? She asked, puzzled. He smiled slyly, suggesting, After all, our new relationship is missing a fair witness. Already planning in his head, if I choose to snatch her halfway, then I will carry it through to the end. Outside the Black Moon Hall of the Soul Merchant sect, Xiao Chen was pacing back and forth anxiously. From somewhere, a gentle female voice called out to him, Zhao Chen. He turned around happily to greet her. Hallmaster Ye, Bai Qingling, hugging Ye Hongyi's shoulders, walked over, grinning. Isn't this the chief disciple of Hallmaster Hua? What a coincidence. Xiao Chen asked in shock, pressing him. Bai Qingling, why is it you? What are you doing? Bai Qingling hugged Ye Hongyi, teasing triumphantly. As you can see, I am having a close exchange with Hallmaster Ye. Isn't the relationship between her and me very normal at this level? She had to bite her lip and close her eyes, cooperating awkwardly. It's not unreasonable, right? Thinking in her heart, is it my husband's position or my father's position? After all, Xiao Chen's eyes widened in horror. He questioned angrily. You guys, what's your relationship? When did this happen? Bai Qingling glared warningly. Zhao Chen, who gave you the right to question me? This gaze, along with the power of demonic energy, directly defeated Xiao Chen. His whole body went limp, and he fell backward. He continued to provoke Xiao Chen. To be honest, last time I only got one of your hands. I still feel like I lost out. Don't force me to take more. His face darkened, and he muttered to himself, Why? Why is it like this? I clearly felt that Bai Qingling would die in my hands. Why have I suddenly been retreating step by step after him? My strength, my reputation, my woman, everything that belongs to me is gone. Now I feel like I'm living in that man's shadow. Bai Qingling walked away from here, casually passing by Xiao Chen, who was originally the protagonist but was now sitting there like a soulless corpse. At this moment, Bai Qingling felt really refreshed in his heart. As expected, losing the player's vision means losing the protagonist's luck. Although the changes in the plot are no longer enough to kill people immediately, but later, I will only more ruthlessly overwhelm your destiny's position. Then he hugged Ye Hongyi and leisurely left. Late at night, in a room of the Black Moon Hall of the Soul Merchant sect, at this moment, Tantai Lingyin and Yi Hongyi were sitting opposite each other, meditating and cultivating, each with their own unspeakable thoughts. Ye Hongyi closed her eyes, thinking about the recent events. This Bai Qingling, that devil, is indeed skilled in scheming, controlling the spirits of others. What's with the godfather thing? If we get married later, does he want me to pay respects to him as my father? Her head was filled with fantasies of her and Bai Qingling having fun. Ling Yin was also lost in her own wandering thoughts. That night at the Kanxian pool, why didn't I resist? And why did my body have such strange reactions? Just thinking about playing in the water with Hong Yi, with a man joining in. Why am I thinking about this kind of thing? Did I get hit by some kind of GU poison? The more she thought about it, the more her face unconsciously flushed red. Both of them slowly opened their eyes. Their eyes met. Both were startled, and turned their faces away at the same time, coughing awkwardly to hide their embarrassment. Both of them were struck by the same question. From now on, can I still be honest with her? Scene change. At this moment, Bai Qingling was leisurely drinking wine, talking to himself. The preparations are almost complete. He raised his glass in celebration. The sect leader selection, Shu Feng versus Manhua Daoren. It's going to be epic to see the main boss fight the branch boss. I remember Manhua Daoren failing to seize the sect leader position and having a storyline where he endures and returns. But even if something goes wrong, I still have the peak trial card and 13-9 rank Tuaming GU. The system screen suddenly popped up a notification. Congratulations, host. You have received a new main quest. Quest objective: eliminate Manhua Daoren. Grant him mercy and liberation. Quest reward: Yama's 10 absolute slashes, a high-grade killing-type pseudo-immortal weapon. Bai Qingling chuckled. Do you really have to chase down and kill an old man who's hundreds of years old? System, you have the nerve to call elimination great love, but this is the first time a main quest has appeared, and it's a bit different from the original plot. What stance is the system taking, guiding the original plot towards a new direction? Sui Ginger entered the main hall and bowed respectfully. Ginger greets Master. The matter Master instructed has been completed. When the 3 secret letters from Master reached the hands of the 3 elders, they immediately showed their willingness to follow Master's arrangements. She flashed a dangerous smile, and Ginger also happened to inquire about Manhua Daoren's fascinating expression when he heard the news. She ominously continued. At the Rakshasa Hall, the man with a sly face sitting and holding a teacup was none other than the hall master of the Rakshasa Hall, Manhua Daoren. He asked the person standing opposite him, Supreme Nangwang, how is the progress of drawing in the other Supremes? Nangwang Feng, one of the 10 Supreme Elders of the Shangming sect and the sect leader of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, reported. The situation is not right. First of all, Luo Qingfeng, Supreme Luo, seems to be leaning towards the Yang Palace. The 3 Supremes who previously accepted our benefits suddenly avoided meeting us. Elder Niai of the Sect Affairs Hall, Elder Ouyang of the Enforcement Hall, and Elder Tai of the Beast Taming Hall. Their attitudes are also unclear. Manhua Daoren angrily smashed the teacup in his hand, roaring, These bastards! They thank me for the benefits but turn their backs on me at a crucial moment. They really think I'm a pushover? At that time, I will personally gather all the disciples to change the dynasty and create a new Shangming sect. He laughed maniacally, lost in his own dreams. Nangwang Feng couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him, Manhu, be reasonable. Manhua Daoren angrily asked back, Reasonable? How do you want me to be reasonable? At least now, among the 10 Supreme Elders plus you, Supreme Nangwang, there are still 4 people supporting me. The advantage in this battle is on my side. The position of sect leader, I'm definitely getting it, I'm telling you. Shu Feng listened to Ginger's report and laughed heartily, saying with satisfaction, Heaven wants to destroy a person, it must first make him crazy. The 3 secret letters were just a small trick. Hallmaster Manhua is too flustered. Ginger, aren't you curious about the contents of the letters? Sui Ginger obediently replied. Everything is determined by whether Master says it or not. Why should Ginger be curious? Moreover, compared to the secret letters, Ginger is more curious about. She rushed over and hugged Xu Feng, who was sitting on the throne, and asked, how will Master reward Ginger? At the same time, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she knocked over the wine glass in his hand, wetting his entire crotch area. Sui Ginger frantically apologized. It's all Ginger's fault, please forgive me, Master. Ginger will clean it for Master. With that, she quickly knelt down and began wiping the wet spot on his crotch. Bai Qingling also blushed with embarrassment at this action, thinking to himself, oh God, this little girl is really pushing it more and more. I can hardly tell if she's doing it on purpose or not anymore. Scene change to the Yunggong floating mist lake, mysterious ice holy land. At a sparkling, mystical ice lake, 4 figures sat there, in a neat, semicircular formation. These female disciples were all sitting cross-legged in dignified meditation, and the surface of the ice lake suddenly began to tremble more and more violently. The ice lake cracked open, spewing forth a surge of turbulent water. The female disciples excitedly discussed, is the holy maiden coming out of seclusion early? Why is that? The battle with the Qingling Devil Lord just ended not long ago. Why so soon? At the end of the dissipating water surge, the figure of an absolutely beautiful girl gradually appeared. That girl moved her lips and said, that man, he's still alive. That's right, she is the Xuanmen Dao chief, Mu Xinlan. At this moment she sternly commanded, tell the Dao chiefs of the 4 great sects to come see me immediately. At the main headquarters of the Wangxiang Palace, the people were as numerous as ants, the atmosphere chaotic and bustling. Everyone shouted, I support Lord Menghu of the Hall of Fierce Tigers. We want to take over the Central Plains and capture Mushinlan alive. Support Lord Ye of the Hall. Support the Bloodline Ye family. Loud and small arguments were raging everywhere. They disagreed with each other, grabbing each other's collars and arguing, supporting Lord Ye of the Hall is not as good as supporting Lord Ren of the Hall. That's still not as good as supporting Ren Fei Ren, because she's got the bigger assets. A young man stepped forward and spoke. Amidst the struggle, am I the only one supporting Lord Bai of the Hall? Those who were fighting stopped and turned to look. They were in an uproar. Qingling Devil Lord you dare to support. Brothers, he's a werewolf. Reward him with a nice seat at the bottom of the blood pool. A vehicle came from above, spewing out a stream of purple flames, attracting the attention of everyone around. Xiao Chen shouted, the Hua Hall Lord of the Yingkui Hall is here. He was sitting in the vehicle, controlling it. The purple flames erupted from the demon head of the vehicle, spreading around, adding even more danger and mystery. Xiao Chen lowered the car to the ground, pointed at the people, and arrogantly ordered, everyone shut up for me now, make way. He stepped out of the car, humbled himself, and extended his hand respectfully. Master, we've arrived. Yuan Rong didn't care. She got out of the car, elegantly ignoring Xiao Chen's words, making him freeze in place as she coldly questioned, where is Lord Yu of the Hall right now? Xiao Chen's expression crumpled, and he said embarrassedly, reporting to Master, all 10 of the main headquarters elders and Supreme Elder Nangong are coming, and she ignored my outstretched hand in front of tens of thousands of people. Yuan Rong didn't reply, her expression disdainful. Nangong Feng, it seems that lowly black tiger is preparing quite a bit. An announcing voice rang out, Hall Lord Ren of the Shura Hall, Madame Ren has arrived. Xiao Chen turned around to look. Yuan Rong only glanced at the person. 2 birds spread their wings and flew through the sky, pulling Madame Ren's vehicle, looking grand just by looking at it. The vehicle landed, kicking up a light cloud of dust. Jin Niang sat cross-legged, her imposing aura looking ahead. Tian Farron turned his head back, looking apprehensive as he said to her, Madam, no matter what, I am the Lord of the Shura Hall, but I'm being treated like a menial disciple, personally driving the car. Isn't that a bit too much? Jin Niang maintained her composure, her expression unwavering, somewhat evaluating. You're already bored with just this? It's just the right time, so why don't you scram down to hell? Tian Fan was frightened, his face panicked as he looked at Jin Niang. Aren't you going to give your husband some face and prestige at all? Jin Niang's eyes narrowed, looking at him with a deadly gaze, cursing. You good for nothing, your head is full of nothing but fame and face. You're really not even a little bit as good as that person. Think about it, who exactly is our Shura Hall? Supporting you, ghost or no ghost? After hearing this, Tian Fan quickly got out of the car, bowed his head, and knelt down. Jin Niang haughtily stepped on him and got down. Her sharp heels looked painful enough to make anyone wince just by looking. She stepped down, radiating an aura, her eyes fixed on something ahead. Under her foot, Ren Tianfan let out a pained groan. he softly cried out. Turns out Jin Yang was looking at Yue Rong, sizing up Hua Yue Rong, thinking, this woman arrived so fast. Suddenly, Jin Yang's gaze paused, as if she was thinking about something. She glanced at an empty seat and muttered, that jerk? Jin Yang put a hand to her lips. Her face flushed with a hint of shyness as she wondered. He's not here yet. Yu Rong gave Jin Yang a subtle glance, just grunting softly from her throat. Jin Yang met Yu Rong's eyes arrogantly, her gaze full of schemes and calculations. Jin Yang approached the seating area, mocking as she walked. Oh, Saintess. Checking out people, huh? You're practically glued to Palace Master Bai's seat? What, you got some secret arrangement going on? Yue Rong retorted, not giving an inch. Madame Ren is only fit to handle someone like Ren Tianfan. You have no right to meddle in this master's affairs. Jin Yang scoffed. Oh, so this guy's business has nothing to do with the Saintess either. Yue Rong frowned, annoyed and angry. What do you mean? Jin Yang leaned closer, a sly look on her face, and whispered into Yu Rong's ear. After a deeply intimate exchange, this Madam and Palace Master Bai have formed a very close alliance. Today, we're going all out to help him seize his position, you see. Hearing Jin Yang's words, Yu Rong was stunned, her face showing surprise. She furrowed her brows, glaring angrily at Jin Yang, and growled. What did you say? Ren Tianfan clasped his hands together, looking at her with puppy-dog eyes, secretly delighted. My madam is using Bai Qingling as a pretext, confronting Palace Master Hua for my sake. I'm still in my madam's heart. Yue Rong stood up, facing Jin Yang, a laugh escaping her lips. But her expression was anything but amused. Ren Tianfan could only sigh at this scene, thinking wearily, when can I actually sit down here? Inside the room, Bai Qingling was taking off his shirt, revealing his broad, Pacific Ocean shoulders and solid back. Sui Ginger entered the room, her face flushed as she asked, Masters, are you changing? Looking at Bai Qingling's physique, she gazed at him devotedly, her infatuated eyes screaming in her heart, Master's body is so perfect, so beautiful. If only it belonged to Ginger, how wonderful that would be. Regaining her composure, Ginger shyly coughed, then spoke bashfully, Master, Ginger just heard the bell from the main hall. The grand selection has begun. Are you going there now? Bai Qingling snapped his fingers, grinning mischievously as he looked at her, calmly replying, No rush. We're still missing one decisive card. He tossed a small orb into the air, which emitted a red glow. The orb projected an image of Ren Tianfan, fleeing with items in his arms. The two of them looked up at the projection. Ginger softly inquired, This is Ren Tianfan of the Crimson Boar Guard. Under Senior Sister. What he's rushing back is the Azure Gloom Soul Sword. Bai Qingling turned his back, calmly explaining, Exactly. When those two sacred artifacts are in my hands, that's when this venerable sword will truly be unsheathed. One strike. He snapped his fingers again, baring his teeth with a playful, teasing smirk. It'll be super dashing. Yue Rong was furious, glaring at Jin Yang with hatred. What did you tell Bai Qingling? He would absolutely never easily ally with any other. Rong Nulo. Jin Yang twirled a strand of her hair, scoffing. Oh, look at Palace Master Hua. You sound like you know Palace Master Bai so well. Could it be there's some secret affair between you two that no one knows about? A laugh suddenly rang out from somewhere, a man roaring with excited laughter. Everyone below looked up curiously, wondering who the sound came from. He loudly declared, What are you two ladies doing? Yu Rong and Jin Yang, drawn by the laughter, looked back with curious expressions. Turns out it was Meng Hu. He strode forward arrogantly, casually joking, Today's a good day, isn't it? Talking about such petty things doesn't seem quite right. Jin Yang and Yue Rong stared intently at him, their eyes narrowed in scrutiny, both secretly evaluating. Taoist Meng Hu, he's the real big trouble today. The courteous host of the Grand Assembly announced, It's time, esteemed guests. Please take your seats. The stands erupted. The selection for the new sect leader officially begins. Everyone, focus your eyes forward. The announcement echoed across the platform. As per tradition, Dame Zuo Hufa will announce the participants. Ling Yin, holding a scroll, slowly stepped forward. She unrolled the scroll with deliberation, her voice ringing out. Black Moon Hall's Ye Hongyi, Hall Master Ye. The crowd below stirred with indignation and gossip. A mere Hall Master dares to vie for sect leader. Even if she's from the Yeg family, it's not her turn. Hongyi, seated below, anxiously gazed at the empty seat above. She clenched her fists in her lap, her eyes deep with anticipation. Will Bai Qingling show up? Why am I even hoping for him? The engagement, the godfather, you better stand me up so I can hate you in peace. Ling Yin continued reading from the scroll. Yin Kui Hall's Hua Yue Rong, Hall Master Hua. She read aloud, but internally grumbled. Where is he? Didn't he say he'd stand by me? He made me lose it that night? Was it all just a tease? Ling Yin, face blank, announced in a high-pitched voice. Rakshasa's wild tiger Daozhang. The crowd below jumped and cheered. Our Wu Shima is destined to be the wild tiger. Wild tiger Daozhang's magic is unparalleled. The sect leader position is definitely his. The man nodded in satisfaction, eyes closed. Excellent. Rakshasa Hallmaster has the aura of a hegemon. Wild tiger smirked, thinking to himself, see? The entire place is filled with my people. What can you possibly do against me? He swaggered forward, showing off his superior power. Esteemed Daozhangs. Why don't we wrap things up quickly today, how about it? Standing before Ling Yin, he sneered with arrogance and disdain. Get rid of those who don't matter, so this master and Hallmaster Hua can quickly settle things. Ling Yin, face impassive, coldly warned, Wild Tiger Daozhang, I, as left protector, remind you that this is against the rules. Wild Tiger narrowed one eye, his voice dangerous, and his sneer widening. Rules? How did you get your position of protector? You know best. It seems that no one can care for you anymore. He stepped closer to Ling Yin, looking down on her with a cunning and disdainful expression, including that pig-dog trash of a Shifu. Ling Yin's emerald eyes widened as if struck in the heart. She angrily drew her sword, her gaze fixed on Wild Tiger with gritted teeth and charging towards him. Wild Tiger squinted, glancing at Ling Yin with a deathly gaze of contempt. Brat, you dare disrespect your elders. He twirled his whisk, unleashing a torrent of red magic. Ling Yin planted her feet and thrust her sword at Wild Tiger. I hate your condescending look. She wrapped her sword around the whisk to block it. The power radiating from him felt immense. His eyes blazing red, he glared at her, his face contorted with rage, and commanded, kneel before me. Ling Yin struggled to control her sword, her teeth clenched, exerting all her strength to resist him. One eye squeezed shut as she fought against the pressure, sweat trickling down her cheek. She stubbornly thought, I absolutely cannot kneel. It will disappoint him. Yuan Rong, seated on his throne, coldly watched the battle, secretly channeling a bit of magic. Sending magic to Ling Yin, the power surged into Ling Yin, momentarily stunning her with surprise. Empowered, Ling Yin's eyes glowed with newfound strength, and in one strike she shattered the whisk that held her in check. He stared at his broken whisk in anguish, his voice filled with bitterness. My precious Buddha whisk, Hua Yue Rong, you're dead to me. Ling Yin eyed him warily. Yuan Rong strolled over, calmly saying, Wild Tiger, your opponent is this master. What kind of skill is it to bully a mere junior? He chuckled with amusement. Behind Meng Hu stood a treacherous-looking figure. It was Luo Fenghuo, the Hallmaster of the Spirit Beast Hall, known for his cunning. Since Hallmaster Hua has spoken, this humble Hallmaster will play along and gladly accept guidance. An empty chair suggested someone had just left. The owner of the chair spoke up. You dare bully Ling Yin, Vice Protector Tantai. Hong Yi stepped forward, her eyes challenging, looking down at the indignant face with a sarcastic smirk. Looks like there are too many demonic tigers prowling around these parts. She joined the fray, taunting as she moved. Still better for this sect master to weed out the rejects. Jin Niang watched the people on the floor about to start a verbal brawl. Her face turned serious as she assessed the situation. No, this isn't right. If the next selection doesn't produce a suitable servant, we'll fall for Meng Hu's trap. Tian Fan bowed obsequiously. How about I try to persuade him? Meng Hu will surely give me some face. Before he could finish, he was punched in the face. Jin Niang, annoyed, kicked him away, snapping, You bum, get out of the way. The old man in the chair turned to the man beside him, apprehensive. Supreme Elder Nangong, this. The man raised his hand, signaling him to stop. He said, It's fine, isn't this just like our demonic sect's style? He looked down, a dangerous delight on his face. So this is the kind of strength needed to become the sect master. Suddenly, Hong Yi became anxious. She looked around, fear in her eyes, her teeth clenched, her hands curled into fists, muttering to herself, I'm doomed, I was too rash. Even if I win, Hallmaster Luo will bring out other Hallmasters to support Taoist Meng Hu. The sinister man looked at her slyly, baring his teeth arrogantly. Hallmaster Ye, what are you waiting for? Don't you realize that the great momentum is not on your side? He spread his arms wide, excitedly continuing. Even if you could wait for Bai Qingling to arrive, it would be useless, because Taoist Meng Hu is the elder. Sui Ginger, leading the way for Qingling, shouted, The master of Yuluo Palace has arrived. The selection now begins. The two of them stood before the steps. Sui Ginger bowed respectfully, inviting Qingling. Master, please ascend the platform. Qingling, imposing, carrying the black sword, leisurely and elegantly stepped up. The crowd below all looked up at his figure, some with obvious excitement. others frowning in shock. Ling Yin below looked up, her mind full of thoughts, thinking to herself, "In the end, he still came." Ling Yin murmured to herself, "Qingling, the demon lord." Qingling stood on the platform, exuding domineering aura and overwhelming majesty. Ling Yin's face was gloomy, worriedly thinking, "Now, Sui Ginger is stubbornly deluded, and eldest sister is also possessed by demonic writings. I must make a firm decision. I absolutely cannot falter again." Ling Yin was startled when she saw Ye Hongyi talking to Qingling. Hongyi's cheeks were flushed red, stammering, "Bai, Hallmaster Bai, you've arrived." Qingling glanced at Hongyi, smiling approvingly. "Hallmaster Ye, you've done well." Then, he turned around, clasping his hands behind his back. "Leave the rest to this lord." Ling Yin approached Qingling, calling out gracefully, "Bai Dian." She clenched her hands as if she had suffered many grievances. Ling Yin corrected her previous statement, saying gently, "Master." Qingling seemed to realize something. He turned and said, "Ling Yin, I've noticed everything that just happened. It seems the Shangming sect has forgotten a very clear fact." His pupils shone with a blood-red light, his sharp eyes radiating killing intent. He glanced at someone, his voice deep and threatening. "My disciples of Yuluo Palace are not to be humiliated." Taoist Meng Hu, standing in the distance, remained silent, his eyes showing ill intent. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully showing great love and care, triggering a critical effect." Ling Yin's cheeks were now flushed red, full of shyness. The system voice continued. "Gain 20,000 accumulation points. Current balance, 45,000 points." Rewinding time a little. Before departing from the blood pool, Qingling scrolled through the system panel, saying, "Taoist Meng Hu at this time is a genuine transformation stage expert. To complete the system's mission of killing him, I need some props." He glanced through the system, examining the features for a moment, then said, "My great love accumulation points weren't earned by luck. Does the system have any recommendations?" The system immediately analyzed and responded. "Random recommendation generated. GU fruit pouch discounted by 20%, requiring 4,000 accumulation points, can randomly obtain 3 types of extremely rare GU worms." Qingling, hearing this, happily laughed heartily. "It just so happens that I reviewed GU techniques with his Zhao Chen garage. Before, he clicked on the system's recommendation. It's this one. An image of an ancient insect slowly appears, and Qingling thinks, the first GU insect of the system's treasure bag, Chengfeng Zai Rui Lang, can store the power of a sword below the transformation god stage, silently flying in front of the enemy. Qingling recalls what happened just now. Just now, this GU insect secretly appeared and instantly took away Luo Feng, the Firehall master. Outsiders who saw this can only think it's a miraculous technique from someone above the transformation god stage. His eyes gradually turn sharp, and his face reveals clear scheming. I need to make sure everyone believes that I have returned to the peak of the transformation god stage. The elders out there must all look up to Bai Qingling on the platform. Bai Qingling creates a stream of purple light radiating black qi, slowly moving forward, continuing to think. Only this play can continue according to my script. A small cocoon gradually appears from the palm of his hand. The second GU insect of the system's treasure bag, Jinglei Huangying Chun, takes the momentum of lightning tribulations to transform and move. Bai Qingling exudes an immense pressure, the entire evil aura enveloping him, causing his opponents to be terrified. An onlooker can't help but shrink back, secretly thinking in fear, what kind of movement technique is this? Even at Bai Qingling's peak, I've never seen anything like it. Bai Qingling looks towards them, smirking arrogantly. This lord doesn't like wasting time. Let's just flip the table, Nangong Grand Elder. Let the high-level vote on choosing the sect master. You other scrubs just stand aside. Meng Hu Daoran clenches his fists in anger, bitterly beyond words. What do you mean, scrubs? This is clearly aimed at me, Meng Hu. The purple-haired man smiles sinisterly, but with ill intentions. Ha ha! The candidates for sect master need to be more cautious, especially since Hallmaster Hua hasn't spoken up yet. Meng Hu Daoran clenches his fists and smiles smugly. Well done. Let these two dogs bite each other first. Who told you to destroy my precious whisk? Bai Qingling glances at the person stepping forward, smiling softly. Shimei, you understand. No one can bully Bai Qingling's Shimei. Hua Yuerong angrily mutters. Who's your Shimei? She's already dead. The person standing in front of you is divine-faced Saint Hua Yuerong. Behind the veil is extreme annoyance. She grits her teeth and sneers, her face darkening. Hua Yuerong continues. This one agrees with Bai Hall Master's suggestion. Furthermore, this one will withdraw from the sect master selection. Han Jinyang stands watching with her arms crossed, feeling amused. Interesting. Interesting. I want to see what tricks you all have up your sleeves. The person next to her also expresses surprise, saying, aren't they supposed to be fighting each other? Why is Madam frowning? Jinyang angrily and unhappily raises her hand and punches him. I won't waste words on an idiot. Are you dodging? You dare dodge again. Bai Qingling walks towards a chair, looking at it thoughtfully. He remains silent, saying nothing, his eyes full of contemplation. He still looks in that direction, thinking Xiao Chen is nowhere to be seen beside Hua Yuerong anymore. It seems he also knows that this play has no part for him. Bai Qingling looks up towards the arena, smiling slyly, smugly thinking. The only opponent in the arena, Meng Hu Daoren, appears in his line of sight. He seems confident of victory, continuing to think, is just that sick cat? Seeing Bai Qingling looking towards him, Meng Hu Daoren immediately shouts loudly, Bai Qingling, we have always kept to ourselves. Why are you blocking my path? Bai Qingling puts his hands behind his back, sneering, his eyes revealing coldness. Kept to ourselves. Which mongrel like Luo Fenghua relied on, whose power to insult me in front of everyone? Meng Hu Daoren laughs wickedly, every vein on his face revealing anger. Good! Good! You want to play with me, then I'll play to the end. Having said that, his body emitted a huge source of power, as if he wanted to devour even Qingling. Didn't you say to let the top level of the sect vote? I agree now. Bai Qingling waved his hand, smiled faintly, his eyes containing mockery. If we're playing, don't you need to look presentable? He laughs triumphantly, saying loudly, you will regret this, Bai Qingling. You simply don't know whose Shangming sect it is now. Bai Qingling still obviously replies mockingly, really, I hope you still have as much chi to pressure people with later. He smirked, then took out the ancient GU worm cocoons from his palm. Mighty Tiger, you came here for the position of sect leader, but the worst outcome you imagined was just splitting the gang and setting up your own mountain, huh? Bai Qingling started releasing the GU worms, thinking, what a pity, what a pity. Xingling's GU worms began to spread their wings and fly towards him. He continued his train of thought. From the very beginning, I'd been wanting to take your life. Ling Yin, holding the result board, announced loudly. Voting is over. According to seniority and status, the votes of the 10 Grand Elders will be announced first. Hong Yi calmly heard Ling Yin say. 6 support Hallmaster Ye. Mighty Tiger Taoist listened very attentively, seriously hearing his results. 4 support Palace Master Mighty Tiger. After hearing this, Mighty Tiger Taoist sneered. 5 of the Grand Elders are from the Ye family. This round of voting is not surprising at all. Don't be too happy yet. Hong Yi was restless and worried, thinking to herself, could it really be possible to ascend to the position of sect leader through this method? Do I have to get married as promised? Can Lian Yin accept a stepmother like me? Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting Hong Yi's train of thought. Hallmaster Ye doesn't need to be nervous, Qingling continued. Today is your home game. You will definitely be able to become the next term's sect leader. Show your momentum. Don't let down this lord's expectations. Ling Yin above continued to read loudly. 23 General Altar Elders, 13 support Hallmaster Ye, 10 support Palace Master Mighty Tiger. After hearing this, Mighty Tiger Taoist seemed shocked, not believing the result, and suddenly shouted, what did you say? He was furious, filled with murderous intent, thinking, this round was originally expected to have a 7-vote advantage, but 5 elders betrayed at the last minute. According to the weighted voting calculations, even if all the remaining Hallmasters voted for me, it wouldn't be able to save this bad situation. Mighty Tiger Taoist glanced at Qingling, who was smiling slyly, and continued to think to himself, Bai Qingling, you actually manipulated the voting choices. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and a person's voice rang out. Wait a minute, Xiantai Ling Yin. You've missed the voting of the Palace Master level, he continued. Although this selection has an additional Palace Master, automatically considered to have no voting rights, we can't miss a person who has voting rights, he said loudly and seriously. Palace Master Nan of the Asura Palace casts a vote for Palace Master Mighty Tiger. The people below were constantly discussing. A young woman said, what's going on? Isn't Asura Palace Master Juju Hall Master Ye's blood relative? Several other brothers spoke up, thinking about the rights of others, not worrying about family. Is this the image of recommending talents to deal with relatives? One brother rubbed his chin. Palace Master Mighty Tiger is mighty. There's a chance to reverse the situation this time. Hong Yi was equally surprised. She panicked, and asked herself, Juju, what are you doing? Qingling Devil Sovereign, who has no family or relatives with me, is willing to accept grandfather's entrustment and try to help me. Ran Tianfan, who was watching, was also sweating profusely. Hong Yi continued thinking. Why would you? While she was thinking randomly, Tianfan was kicked by his wife in anger. Qin Niang, while stepping on her husband, covered her mouth and smiled brightly. Everyone, please forgive me, my husband just voted wrong. Jin Niang smiled happily and continued. Publicly and privately, the person he supports is Hall Master Ye of the Black Moon Hall. After speaking, she asked her husband again. Right, my husband. Tianfan lay on the ground, squinting, and struggling to say, I just wanted to go against Bai Qingling. As soon as she heard this, Jin Yang darkly stomped on her husband again. At this point, all I want to add is that the relationship between husband and wife is really sweet, brothers. Jin Yang smiled, but without any real smile, and asked her husband again. Right, my husband? The husband, with his face pressed to the ground, had to comply with his wife and said, Yes, that's exactly it. Grandelder Nangong must have misunderstood. Please correct it. Jin Niang smiled happily and winked at Qingling. Qingling smiled jokingly in response. Oh my, Madame Ran is really... Then, his eyes became serious, and he said, What a sense of the situation. He chuckled, looking towards Taoist Meng Hu, who was seething with anger, who couldn't take it anymore, and gritted his teeth, saying, This seat is done. He pointed at the others, angrily shouting, Meng Hu has done so much for the sect over the years, given you so many benefits. Each of you spoke so nicely when you got the benefits, but at the crucial moment you stab me in the back and betray me. None of you are worthy of sitting in those positions. The purple-haired guy frowned. Meng Hu, you can't just say you're done and be done with it. Are you trying to make things difficult for us? He laughed like a madman, shouting, Difficult! If it's difficult, then don't do it anymore. Taoist Meng Hu laughed insanely. If Ye Hongyi can be the sect master, so can I. I will be the sect master, Bai Qingling said with a mocking smile. Clown. He looked at him and continued, You want to split the Kangming sect and ruin the foundation of the sect? Saying these words, you won't be able to leave the Wangxiang Palace. Bai Qingling said tauntingly. Look at the expression of Supreme Elder Nangong. Maybe even he won't stand on your side. Hearing this, the purple-haired guy didn't dare to say anything, his face only covered in sweat as he remained silent. Taoist Meng Hu angrily pointed at Bai Qingling, shouting, Bai Qingling, you are shameless and despicable. He used all his demonic energy and power, roaring, I'll take you with me even if I die. Great compassion, soul-snatching demonic art. Those around were extremely worried. Hua Yuerong stood in front, saying, Hurry and leave. This demonic art is not something that juniors like you can deal with. Once activated, it will snatch the celestial soul, devouring flesh and blood for miles. Bai Qingling still calmly said, No need to be tense, it's just a corpse talking. Taoist Meng Hu, full of demonic energy, rushed over with insane laughter. Bai Qingling, you're arrogant enough. This seat's demonic art will arrive in an instant, you just wait to die. Bai Qingling calmly summoned a GU worm, asking, Have you heard of the Thousand Autumn's Myriad Tribulations heart-shattering GU? A type of GU worm that is not dazzling, even harmless to ordinary people. Taoist Meng Hu immediately stopped, surprised as Bai Qingling continued to explain. It doesn't eat flesh and blood, it specializes in eating external demonic arts. With that, a swarm of GU worms immediately surrounded Taoist Meng Hu. In his shock, Bai Qingling said, The stronger the demonic art, the more it likes to eat. The more it eats, the greater its power. Bai Qingling recalled when he just bought the system gacha, thinking, The image and power of a GU worm from the system gacha have a huge gap. Luckily, I haven't cultivated external demonic arts yet, otherwise the unlucky one would be me. The system panel showed the name and function of the GU worm. Thousand Autumn's Myriad Tribulations heart-shattering GU specializes in eating external demonic arts, effective below the peak of transformation divinity. Bai Qingling clenched his fist, smiling with calculation. Let's bet whether your demonic art is stronger, or your peak transformation divinity body is stronger. Bai Qingling clenched his hand. Immediately, an extremely huge power rushed over, attacking Taoist Meng Hu, the move constantly exploding on his chest. He praised with a narrowed eye, smiling triumphantly, then glanced at him and said, You have to endure for a while so that everyone can still bet. At the same time, he began to unleash his move, an extremely large red power surrounding his body, Even if we can only bet one judgment, bet how many breaths you can live after you are injured. Taoist Meng Hu was furious upon hearing this, constantly shouting, and at the same time, a huge hole appeared on his chest due to his move. This is impossible. The most despicable Gu Dao. How can it kill a peak transformation divinity half-step Dao integration powerhouse like me? Unwilling to yield, he immediately pointed his finger, unleashing power. An extremely huge energy emanated from his body. The body is just decoration. Ants like you will never understand. Han Jinyang, standing nearby, exclaimed in horror. Meng Hu is still using his own body to nurture the demonic art. What is he doing? Taoist Meng Hu is slowly transforming. Great compassion, soul snatching, demon born from thoughts. Great compassion, demonic soul body. After successfully nurturing the demonic art, his body immediately changed. Sharp nails gradually emerged, and his body became taller. Witnessing this scene, the people below looked at him with extreme admiration, exclaiming, "Demon ancestor! This is the demon ancestor! The demon ancestor has manifested!" After his transformation, fierce tiger Taoist grinned smugly. He spread his arms towards the crowd, beginning to absorb their souls. What the heck is some soul-devouring Gu art? This venerable one's demonic soul body is invincible. Devouring souls and spirits, none can stop me. Immediately after, everyone around instantly froze, turning towards him, their souls slowly escaping their bodies. Fierce Tiger Taoist opened his mouth, leisurely savoring the crowd's souls. Nearby, Ye Hongyi and a few others witnessed the scene, expressing their worry one after another. Its residual power alone can shake our minds. If it came at us directly, we'd have no strength to resist. Nearby, a man with shoulder-length short hair chimed in. To openly slaughter our sect members here, this is truly outrageous. Fierce Tiger Taoist narrowed his eyes slightly, a smug smile on his face as he declared, "Your turn now, Bai Qingling, you empty reputation." Bai Qingling gently closed his eyes, slowly sensing. Then he suddenly snapped his eyes open, looking towards him with a savage grin. "Ginger, bring forth the sword talisman." The moment he finished speaking, Sui Ginger clutched a talisman in her hand and declared, "Yes, master." Then she instantly flung the talisman towards him. Upon seeing the sword talisman, fierce Tiger Taoist showed no fear. He even scoffed disdainfully. "Bai Qingling's sword talisman? You want to kill me with sword intent? Useless, utterly useless. Just a puny weapon. It's useless against a demonic soul. Body, surrender. Bai Qingling, no ordinary sword will work." He unleashed his power, stomping and extending his hand towards him. Bai Qingling held the sword, shrouded in dark energy, before him, looking at him with a smile as he asked, "What about this one then?" But upon seeing the sword, fierce Tiger Taoist was slightly startled. He recalled a past memory and mused, "He brought this sword when he arrived. It's not flashy. Could there be a hidden secret?" Talismans descended from above onto his sword. Immediately after, the sword emanated an immensely powerful and ferocious energy. Bai Qingling spread his hand out sideways, looking at him as he stated, "I'm afraid your ultimate demonic soul body won't hold up, let alone your physical form." His eyes suddenly blazed, and he immediately leapt high, swinging the sword towards him. Facing the sword's immense power, fierce Tiger Taoist couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in horror, "No way!" A colossal dark power enveloped his body, simultaneously surging powerfully upwards. Enveloped by that vast power, his body was continuously compressed, causing him to panic and exclaim, "How can there be a power specifically for countering demonic soul bodies? Could that sword be?" Bai Qingling pointed the sword. Before he could finish his sentence, he was obliterated by Bai Qingling's power. Bai Qingling smiled, looking straight ahead, disdainfully stating, "This move was specially prepared for you. You found out too late." He held the sword before him, simultaneously thinking, as expected of the Kangming soul sword, especially with the corresponding growth talismans, Feng Li Shui's risky trip wasn't in vain. This is the true trump card of this game. Immediately after, he turned around, looked down, and shouted, "As you can all see, the fierce Tiger Taoist Temple has acknowledged the results of the selection and is overjoyed to have ascended. Hall Master Ye is the next sect master. She's destined by heaven." Bai Qingling's words left Ye Hongyi utterly astonished. Her face darkened. She slightly bowed and blurted out, "Wait." Hearing this, he immediately spun back around to look at her. Unexpectedly, Ye Hongyi knelt before him and declared, "Ye Hongyi, sect master of Kangming sect, greets Lord Godfather." Seeing this scene, Sui Ginger, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Godfather." Tantai Lingyin, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Hongyi, why would you?" At the same time, she thought to herself, What kind of mind-altering poison did Bai Qingling give her? This demon is definitely asking for it. Faced with Ye Hongyi's suggestion, Bai Qingling asked with some suspicion. Looks like you've thought this through. Sui Ginger replied without hesitation. That's right. Everything is according to the last wishes of my grandfather. Hongyi treats Palace Master Bai like her own father. Hearing this, he looked at her seriously and said, Such an obedient little thing. Before he could finish, Yi Hongyi, still kneeling, continued, What belonged to your grandfather will naturally be returned to you. Seeing this scene, the purple-haired man standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The Azure Union Soul Ring. Isn't that a symbol of authority for the sect leader? Why is it in Bai Qingling's hands? Could this all be old sect leader Ye's scheme? Turning back to his side, Bai Qingling took her hand, and as he held the ring, preparing to put it on her finger, he said, This master is just fulfilling a promise. Congratulations, sect leader Ye. Hearing his words, Ye Hongyi glanced over, her expression full of joy. Bai Qingling knelt down, respectfully paying respects to Ye Hongyi. If that's the case, then you are the real, genuine master of the Azure Union sect. His words made her overjoyed. Looking at him shyly, she stood up. Then Ye Hongyi took his hand. Raising his hand high, she stood up and announced, From now on, Hongyi is the master of the Azure Union, and you are the godfather. You and I will join hands to make the Azure Union sect great again. Her heroic declaration caused a stir among the crowd below, who began to whisper among themselves. Bai Qingling glanced around with boredom and indifference, thinking to himself, Putting on a ring like a Western wedding. Ye Hongyi just opened her mouth. Conversely is like Western-style politics. As if seeing something, his gaze suddenly stopped there. It's Sui Ginger. She was standing in a corner, and as soon as he saw her, he exclaimed, Ginger. Sui Ginger was biting her nails at this moment, her expression extremely anxious, her face a little pale, and she muttered unwillingly, Why is she taking advantage? Why isn't I the one standing next to Master? At this moment, Elder Nangong slowly stepped forward and said to stop her. How absurd! This old man does not agree. He frowned, turning his head to glance at the old man, his expression not very happy, thinking to himself, Nangong Taishang, this old geezer has finally stepped into the arena. Taoist Manhua is just a clown on stage. This guy is the real representative of the villains. Nangong Taishang stepped forward, speaking as he walked. Hall Master Ye, today is the goal that everyone is aiming for. Using overwhelming advantage to ascend to the seat of sect leader, this old man has no objection. Then, pointing at him, he angrily shouted, But this person must not monopolize power, being a godfather or something. In the thousands of years of our sect, there has only been one person who could be called a godfather. What does he rely on to dare to call himself a godfather? Seeing this, Bai Qingling turned to look at Ye Hongyi and asked, Sect leader, what do you think? His title caught her off guard. Sect leader. Ye Hongyi raised her hand to her mouth and coughed softly, then waved her hand, angrily looking at him and asking, If there is a precedent, why not? Or is Nangong Taishang also trying to help Manhua test Palace Master Bai's character? Nangong Taishang still didn't want to agree, uncomfortably looking at her and retorting, Bai Qingling has wantonly slaughtered and killed Luo Fenghuo and Manhua, two high-ranking members of the Azure Union. If this behavior is not punished, there will definitely be great chaos. The sect leader needs to give an explanation to the entire sect. Hearing this made her hesitate, turning her head to look at him and saying, This, Bai Qingling smiled contemptuously. Then he immediately pointed his sword straight at him and said, This master doesn't bother giving you an explanation. You're not worthy to listen. My authority, heaven and earth can bear witness. Seeing his sword planted in the ground made him panic slightly. Nangong Taishang stepped forward, intending to pick up his sword. Is this the sword you used just now? Could this be the Azure Union soul sword of our sect? Lost for a long time. The instructions of the Azure Union founder, the person holding the two great holy artifacts together, can act arbitrarily and kill evil spirits. If this is the real thing, Bai Qingling really has this authority. Seeing that he had finished his examination, Bai Qingling stepped forward and angrily questioned, You wouldn't dare call this artifact a fake, would you? Isn't the power it displayed against that mighty tiger enough for you to personally experience? Just then, Sui Ginger quickly rushed to his side and spoke up in his defense. Grand Elder Nangong, how dare you insult my Shifu? This matter cannot be overlooked. Bai Qingling, upon hearing this, turned and gently pinched her cheek. Don't say too much. Turning to Grand Elder Nangong, Understood. This place is done, let's go. Then he immediately turned to leave. And before leaving, she didn't forget to look back at him and stick her tongue out teasingly. Ye Hongyi and a few others standing beside them silently watched their figures depart. Tan Tai Lingyin watched his figure, silently thinking, Why is Ginger so close to him? There must be some kind of conspiracy. Why isn't he close to me and senior sister Li Shu? Sure enough, I should get rid of him for senior sister Li Shu's sake. Han Jinyang glanced at Tan Tai Ling Yin, thinking to herself. This Bai Qingling. His methods of toying with women's hearts are still the same as before. Han Jinyang leaned towards her sisters, smiled, and said, "It seems that in the future, the Yuluo Hall will have to replace the Rakshasa Hall as the #1 force in the trade alliance, because our Asura Hall can only make up for each other with that Hallmaster Bai in the future." Ren Tianfan stood beside her, forcing a smile and replying, "What do you mean, make up for each other?" The system continuously announced, "Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Shock and kill mighty tiger. Reward, Netherworld 10 absolute slashes. Accumulated points earned, 30 points. Current accumulated point balance, 48,000 points." At the Asura Hall, in the star-picking pavilion, Han Jinyang leaned languidly on a couch, sighing in boredom. Ren Tianfan stood beside her, looking at her body, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself, "My wife is truly a treasure of the 9 provinces. Mu Xinlan isn't worthy to compare to my wife. As the saying goes, women dress up for the one they like. Could it be that my wife wants to be with me tonight?" Bai Qingling suddenly appeared outside, calling out, "A 100-foot-tall building. Hands can pluck the stars. Ren's madam is feeling romantic." This shocked both of them. Ren Tianfan called out from inside, "Bai Qingling, why is he here?" Han Jinyang immediately ordered, "Ren Tianfan, go help Hallmaster Bai come in." Hearing this, he couldn't believe his ears, and looked at her, questioning her repeatedly, tears streaming down both sides of his cheeks. "What? She's calling Bai Qingling in and wants me, her husband, to help." Bai Qingling slowly stepped through the door, saying as he walked, "Thank you for madam's kindness, but the restrictions of this star-picking pavilion can't stop me." After entering, he looked at him and explained, "Just like Hallmaster Ren, you are binding yourself so much you can rest assured and go out." This venerable one accepted the invitation to find your madam. "I have something important to discuss." Ren Tianfan looked at Bai Qingling, so angry that his face turned red, and angrily shouted, "Bai Qingling, you are bullying people too much. If I don't show my power, do you really think I, the master of Asura, am just for decoration? Today I will use your dog's head to test my sword, to wash away my hatred." Immediately after, he drew his sword. Hearing him say that, Han Jinyang, who was sitting on the chair, immediately stood up, blocking in front of him, and angrily shouted, "Ren Tianfan, do you want to die?" Faced with her anger, Ren Tianfan immediately knelt down, anxiously explaining, "Madam, it's this little thief's fault. I, your husband, just wanted to—" Han Jinyang didn't want to listen to his explanation at all, and immediately shouted, "Get out! No matter what sound happens later, you are not allowed to come in here, understand?" Seeing that she was chasing him out made him panic, and his face turned pale as he blurted out, "Madam." After being chased out, he still refused to leave, leaning over and putting his hand close to the door to eavesdrop. Inside, Han Jinyang, with a very shy expression, carefully offered tea. "Hallmaster Bai, please." Facing her politeness, Ren Tianfan slowly sat down and replied, "Madam is too kind." Bai Qingling sipped the tea while looking at her, thinking to himself, "I remember this plot." Initially, Han Jinyang escaped from Ji Taimi of the Joyful Union sect, but she didn't escape, and Ji Taimi planted the love flower desire Ji in her body. Tonight is the time for the almost last outbreak of the love poison in her body. The original author is worthy of having experience in love games. It's this kind of plot again. Han Jinyang twirled a strand of her hair while swaying towards him and said, "The taste of the beast nectar from the pet garden isn't bad, is it? It is an honor for my humble family that the Qingling Demon Lord is willing to taste it." Speaking of which, Hallmaster Bai, you are not young anymore, but you still haven't married a wife. If you have a wife, wouldn't it be great if she could cook well and make delicious tea? As she finished, she watched him intently. Bai Qingling seemed to see Sui Ginger holding a bowl of tea and pouring it on him, inviting him, "Master, please eat." This made him very shy. Immediately after, he turned away, raised his hand to his mouth and pretended to cough, and asked, "Madam should just speak frankly. What exactly did you invite me here for this time?" Her expression made her extremely happy. Han Jinyang gently licked her lips and muttered to herself, "He's embarrassed. Is he moved by me?" Suddenly, she looked at him, slowly put her leg on his thigh and asked, "Between this humble one and Palace Master Hua, who is more beautiful?" This action of hers immediately darkened Bai Qingling's eyes, and he asked, "Why mention Palace Master Hua?" Faced with his question, she immediately pulled her leg back and continued, "Bai Dianju really knows but still asks, or is this also a trick you use to win over women? Do you know the origin of these stockings on my legs?" Then she slowly caressed his thigh. Han Jinyang gently pulled on the stockings on her leg. Bai Qingling followed the shape of her leg and replied indifferently. Made from heavenly silk, with the effect of warding off assassins, that little disciple of mine must also like to wear them, but she prefers white. Han Jinyang immediately climbed onto him, hugged Bai Qingling's shoulders and neck, and asked charmingly, "Then do you like it?" Bai Qingling's eyes darkened, and he thought to himself, "Want Bai Feng to say I don't like it? Then I would definitely be lying to you. But the body of this original owner is another matter. If it were Bai Qingling himself, he would feel that pleasing Han Jinyang was still a long way off." Then he suddenly smiled, baring his teeth with extremely sinister eyes. Seeing that he didn't remember anything, Han Jinyang immediately asked, "Bai Qingling, you still haven't remembered." Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh? What?" Han Jinyang quickly grabbed Bai Qingling's hand, then took his hand and placed it on her thigh. Han Jinyang looked at him and shouted, repeating, "This heavenly silk is what you gave me." Recalling the old memories, Jitaimi looked at Bai Qingling and asked, "Bai Qingling, does refining the Ling Yin canary into a joy toy puppet require consuming living souls? You can choose any holy maiden of my Joyful Union sect. Of course they don't know, they just think I gave them to you as maids." The girl with red hair and a very hot body looked at him with extremely seductive eyes and invited, "Lord Bai, choose this humble one. As long as I am in your sight, I will always make you happy." Beside her, a girl with her hair in a bun glanced at him flirtatiously with an equally seductive look. "Lord Bai, I am very good at keeping secrets. They all praise me for having a very tight mouth." Next to her, a girl readily lay down, looked up at him and whimpered, I want it, choose me, I know how to do everything, I can do everything." Looking at the appearance of these girls, Bai Qingling did not react at all, silently looking at them. Bai Qingling averted his eyes slightly, wanting to avoid them. Finally, there was Yun Jinhe, who was timid and submissive, unable to say a word. Jitaimi suddenly stepped forward behind her, gently caressing her face and asking, "The eyes aren't bad either. This Yun Jin here possesses the undying divine emperor body, truly a very good material." "Choose her," Bai Qingling replied coldly. Not only did he recall some boring things, on the other side, Bai Qingling gave Han Jinyang a coat. Then he looked at her and said, "This scarf is for you. Take good care of yourself." Han Jinyang took the outfit, her eyes filled with emotion, full of gratitude. Returning to reality, she crawled towards him and said, "You bad man, you made me miss you for so many years. I want you to take responsibility for me." Han Jinyang sat on Bai Qingling's lap, constantly complaining, "That day there were so many holy maiden candidates, your eyes were always on me. But in the end you didn't choose me, I ask you why." After hearing her words, Bai Qingling lowered his head and said, "Madam Ren, your poison has begun to take effect. Passionate flower jade bone, the Joyful Union sect's strange poison. You escaped from the Joyful Union sect, but you can't escape from it." When she felt his hand caressing her, Han Jinyang felt as if she had been touched in a sensitive place, sensitive to every inch of flesh, and shuddered and cried out. Unable to control herself, Han Jinyang immediately hugged him tightly, then trembled and bit Bai Qingling's shoulder. His eyes did not waver. He looked at her from behind and said, "That year, choosing the Holy Maiden was really choosing sacrificial offerings, consuming materials. Although you were the most suitable, it reminded me of my own situation a few years ago. To think someone with such a unique physique would get tricked by baddies and end up as a living elixir. Pitying you is just me pitying my own past self. As for helping you become the sect leader, I owed you one, so consider this detox my way of paying you back." Hearing him say that, Han Jinyang's cheeks flushed, and she softly called out his name. Bai Qingling, Ren Tianfan, was right outside, glued to the door, eavesdropping intently, even though there wasn't a peep coming from inside. Still, he couldn't hide his worry, asking, "What in the world is going on in there? What are they doing?" Suddenly, the door bursts open, sending him tumbling backward. Seeing Zhu Feng standing there, Ren Tianfan immediately grilled him. "Zhu Feng, what have you done to my wife? Why are you the only one coming out? Where is she?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, spotting the pink goo on his hand, leaving Ren Tianfan stunned. "What's on your hand? Could it be?" Seeing his shocked face, Zhu Feng held up his pink-stained hand and said, "Obviously poisoned. Didn't you know your wife was poisoned? If you weren't so useless and incompetent, would I have had to step in? Act like the Asura Palace Lord that you are. Don't be too flattering. Put on your flattering Asura Palace Lord face. Don't overdo it." While he was still reeling, Zhu Feng immediately turned and left. As he walked away, he thought, "I guess that makes up for some of what I owe Han Jinyang, but I can't make a move on her. Me and junior sister Rongaire clearly have some games and secrets from the past that haven't been revealed. Even the original Zhu Feng of this body can't remember. because he scattered his essence to preserve himself. The relevant memories are probably hidden in the heart of my original body, which is currently being kept inside the Yanma Pagoda. Next, I need to take a trip to the Yanma Pagoda to get the memories and reclaim the peak power of a demon lord. Over on the mountainside, Xiao Chen stood by a cliff, shouting names: La Het, Han Jinyang, Tan Tai Ling Yin, Sui Ginger, Ye Hong Yi. After calling out their names, he kept yelling, "Curse you all, you short-sighted women, the day will come when I make you pay. I'll show you what a real son of destiny is." On the ground, a talking painting said, "Disciple, why so bitter? Things will turn around." Xiao Chen turned to look at the talking painting on the ground, his face twisted, thinking, "That cheap master, Yu Shuzi, is tripping again, going off on another weird tangent." The talking painting continued. Ye Hongyi ascends to the position of sect leader. Xu Feng becomes the godfather of the trade alliance. Although your assassinations and manipulations haven't succeeded, Mu Shengnu's miscalculation wasn't about you, Mu Shengnu said. The third Qing's Han Tuma mission must succeed. There's currently an opportunity to kill Xu Feng's original body, and we need a chosen one like you to do it. Hearing that, Zhao Chen asked curiously, "What does that woman mean? How am I supposed to kill Xu Feng?" The painting began to change shape, showing him, and continued. One of the trade alliance's 4 great forbidden zones of demonic origin, the Yanma Pagoda, holds a piece of Xu Feng's original body. He scoffed. HMPH. That old hag Mu still wants to use me as a pawn. Why would Xu Feng take apart his perfect Wuxiang demon body? Spare me the drama. The talking painting on the ground replied. When Mu Shengnu fought Xu Feng that day, she discovered that his Wuxiang demon body wasn't complete. Xu Feng ultimately relied on his original body hidden elsewhere to guide his soul to escape danger. At the time, Xu Feng's soul was very weak. Mu Shengnu invaded his sea of consciousness and saw his inner weakness. Xu Feng's weakness is an ancient pagoda and a girl. The identity of the girl can be distinguished, but the sign of that ancient pagoda is the Yanma Pagoda. After hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel amused and excited, saying, "So that's how it is. The Yanma Pagoda must hold Xu Feng's important original organs. The secret keys of the Yanma Pagoda are in the hands of the Trade Alliance sect leader and the Supreme Elder, which is why he supported a sect leader." But right after that, he slumped back down, lamenting, "What good is knowing all this if we can't even enter the Fiend Flame Tower?" His actions left the Tolkien portrait helpless. The portrait suggested, "Don't forget, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bai Qingling is helping Ye Hongyi become the leader of the sect. Within the Azure Alliance sect, who's the most unhappy about that?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Are you implying it's the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Nan Gungfang?" On Tan Tai Lingyin's side, she handed Ye Hongyi a stack of papers, reminding her, "Hongyi, starting today, you are the sect leader of the Azure Alliance sect. I'm officially transferring these secret records to you as the guardian." Ye Hongyi took the papers, happily asking, "Ling Yinji, you know I hate these things. Can't we just do things like before? You handle the small stuff, and we'll discuss the big things together, okay?" Ling Yin's face darkened before replying, "Ling Yin wouldn't dare overstep her authority, or you can find the godfather to handle things together." Hearing this, Ye Hongyi became worried. She grabbed Tan Tai Ling Yin's hand and asked, "Ling Yin, are you mad at me? Are you mad that I allied with Bai Qingling, right? It was grandfather's last wish before he passed away, instructing me to obey it." This made Tan Tai Ling Yin ask in confusion, "What did the ancestor say?" Hearing this, Ye Hongyi clutched her face in panic and exclaimed, "Grandfather told me that Bai Qingling and I must become Dao partners." At this moment, Tan Tai Ling Yin felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She supported her forehead, slowly leaning backward. Ye Hongyi kept talking, unfazed. "Ling Yinji, don't worry. I've thought it all through. If, and I mean if, I really marry that guy, it definitely won't affect our relationship. We might have differences, but I'll still call you Ling Yinji, and you'll call me." But when Ye Hongyi saw her slowly falling, she panicked and yelled, "Ling Yinji, Ling Yin." Flashing back to the past, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong were kneeling before a statue. Her cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head and said, "First bow to heaven and earth." Seeing Bai Qingling not bowing beside her, she asked, confused, "Senior apprentice brother, why aren't you bowing?" He nonchalantly replied, "It's just a game, junior apprentice sister. Why so serious?" These words made Hua Yuerong feel wronged, and she started to cry. "Why isn't it serious? You said you'd listen to Yuerong." Seeing this, he panicked and immediately tried to comfort her. "Don't cry, we'll do whatever you want, okay?" But right after receiving his promise, she happily smiled and agreed. "Okay, Yunshuang knows. Senior apprentice brother loves Yunshuang the most." Immediately after that, Both of them bowed their heads and said in unison, "Second bow to the demon ancestor." After standing up, Hua Yuerong reached out and took his hand. This made Bai Qingling feel a little embarrassed. Hua Yuerong held his hand, smiled radiantly, and said face to face, "Husband and wife bow to each other." After saying that, she laughed very happily. When they both bowed their heads again, they accidentally bumped heads. Back to reality, Bai Qingling was awakened from his dream. He put his hand on his forehead and exclaimed in panic, "What happened to my head? Did someone try to assassinate me?" Unexpectedly, Sui Ginger's voice sounded from beside him, startling him. "Master, Ginger wants to be Master's little puppy. Woof 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 woof." Hearing those words, he immediately called out to Sui Ginger. Bai Qingling sat up straight, leaning against the headboard. His eyes darkened and he said with an unhappy tone, "Who gave you permission to climb on top of this venerable one's head? You're really getting greedier by the minute." Seeing his unhappy expression, she became flustered and stammered, "I'm sorry, Ginger knows she was wrong." Sui Ginger sat up straight, put her hand on her head, and stuck out her tongue slightly. She said with a cute expression, "Actually, Zan Taishiji is here to see you, but Shizun wasn't awake yet. Ginger was waiting and fell asleep by accident." Bai Qingling lowered his head slightly and repeated Ling Yin's name. "I understand. I'll go out to meet her." In the tent set up in the middle of the lake, Tantai Ling Yin looked towards him and bowed respectfully. Ling Yin greets Shizun. In the distance, Yi Hongyi secretly hid behind a nearby rock. Observing the two of them, she thought to herself, "Ling Yin, she still can't accept this, can she? Did she go to challenge that man for me? Or has she completely lost hope in me? Does she want to go back under her Shizun's command? What a fool. Why did I have to push her this far? So what are they talking about? I can't quite hear it." Back to the two of them, Tantai Ling Yin said to him, "Shizun, please stop controlling Hongyi's mind. I know that the purpose of my existence is to become a sacrificial vessel. I am willing to sacrifice myself in exchange for Shizun sparing Hongyi. If there's anything, just aim it at me, Ling Yin. There's no need to have pity on me just because I'm your disciple." After that, she hugged herself and prepared to undress. But before she could do anything, a voice came from behind her. "Ling Yin." It was Yi Hongyi. She looked at the two of them, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with panic as she exclaimed, "You guys, this is..." Ye Hongyi's appearance made Tantai Ling Yin extremely flustered and she blurted out, "Hongyi." After that, she immediately went in front of Ye Hongyi and tried to explain, "You have to listen to my explanation first. It's not what you think. It seems this sect master has come at a bad time." But as soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qingling immediately spoke up from behind her to retort, "No, you've come at a very good time." He walked over and stood between the two of them, happily saying, "You two are this venerable one's disciple and goddaughter, a big warm family. We're a family, so we should join forces to conquer the demonic path, take over the central realm, and make the Shangming sect great once again." Hearing this, Yi Hongyi was a little confused and asked, "Goddaughter, a big family?" Tantai Ling Yin, who was next to her, also chimed in, "A warm disciple." Seeing that they seemed to not understand, Bai Qingling immediately turned his head to look at Ye Hongyi and asked, "Sect Master Ye, this venerable one would like to ask for the key to the fiery demon pagoda. Do you have a response?" At the same time, he thought to himself, according to the plot of the original work, after helping the sect master ascend, it should be very easy to get the key from the Grand Elders. Ye Hongyi looked at him and replied, "Ah, I've already told the Grand Elders about this matter, but Grand Elder Nanggong rejected it. He suggested opening the fiery demon pagoda as a trial ground for many disciples to suppress the demonic beasts and evil spirits that are restoring their power within." Hearing this, Bai Qingling looked at them with sharp eyes and continued to ask, Well, Nanggong Fang, so you want to play this game with me? He wants to bully me, who only has 3 direct disciples, and use the hands of tens of thousands of fellow disciples to suppress the Yulu Hall." Tantai Ling Yin frowned and looked at him, replying, "Now Big Senior Sister isn't here. Ginger is afraid that she doesn't have the magical power to suppress the other disciples, and just relying on Zhao Chen from the Yingqi Hall, who is only at the half-step core formation peak, I'm afraid." But as soon as she finished speaking, he immediately narrowed his eyes and said with a murderous expression, "Zhan Tai Protector, are you not a person of my Yuluo Hall," I'm talking about the Yuluo Hall, "and you yourself choose to side with others?" It was as if he had hit a raw nerve, making her a little flustered and speechless. In the end, Bai Qingling didn't want to argue with the two of them anymore. He immediately turned and left. I understand, Zantai Fairy, your bloodline is noble, and your aspirations are lofty. You're not like the silly girl Ginger, who is willing to give up everything for her Shizun. The two of them silently watched his retreating figure. After walking a certain distance, Bai Qingling secretly turned his head to look at the two of them. With a flustered expression, he thought to himself, this counts as resolving the Shura field just now, right? I must maintain the propagation of the great love strategy without any damage. Back with the two of them, Tantai Lingyin looked at his retreating figure, her expression filled with panic. Tantai Lingyin covered her face with her hands and said in despair, did he have expectations for me just now? I could have clearly responded to his expectations. Why? Seeing her senior sister's sadness, Ye Hongyi approached, constantly comforting senior sister Lingyin. After all, he is your master. Your hesitant look just now probably broke his heart. Tantai Lingyin asked, weeping, Hongyi, I'm truly disappointed in you. At first, you and I made the Jinghua vow. Now, look at what you're doing. You're taking that guy's side and scolding your sister who always trusted you. Hearing this, Ye Hongyi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Sister Lingyin. But immediately after, she became furious, yelling at Tantai Lingyin. We once swore no man would ever touch us, but just now, when I walked in, what were you doing, senior sister Lingyin? You're clearly the one who broke the Jinghua vow first. After saying that, she immediately turned and left without a word. Seeing this, Tantai Lingyin asked, Hongyi, where are you going? Hearing that, she turned her head back and replied, if senior sister Lingyin has betrayed the vow like that, then don't blame me, this sect master, for not holding back and going to find my fiancé. Tonight, we'll consummate our marriage in Yuluo Palace. Hearing Ye Hongyi's words, Tantai Lingyin felt like she was struck by lightning, exclaiming in panic, you're already in such a hurry to become the mistress of Yuluo Palace. Tantai Lingyin, seemingly unwilling to accept it, yelled furiously out of jealousy. Even if someone's gonna get mad, I should be the one getting mad first. Turning back to Bai Qingling, Sui Ginger stood below and respectfully reported, if one has entered the path of Yellow Springs, they must obey the laws of the underworld. After that, she began to activate her Ghost General summoning technique. Following this, a pink energy emanated, and a small flask appeared in midair. She continued to command, heed my command. From within the flask a purple energy shall emanate. Immediately after, a massive, hairy monster appeared before her eyes. Seeing that she had successfully summoned it, Sui Ginger exclaimed in delight, this demon beast is perfect for my ghost-controlling spiritual physique. There's absolutely no flaw. To be able to summon this kind of ghost general, it's truly amazing. Next, she moved closer to his chair, leaning in, her body swaying as she spoke. Master, why did you suddenly personally teach Ginger a combat art today? Ginger actually doesn't want this kind of reward. Even so, his gaze remained expressionless, as he coldly stated, isn't it because of your senior sister? Seriously, daughters eventually leave the nest? Besides, for the upcoming Fiend Flame Tower trial and the final enemy, the entire Yuluo Palace needs to upgrade its strength, but you need to know. After saying that, he moved closer to the monster Sui Ginger had just created. Bai Qingling held the sword in his hand and said, power knows no bounds. As he finished speaking, he immediately raised the sword high. A scorching red dark energy illuminated the sword from above. Sui Ginger's face flushed crimson. She shyly approached him and said slowly, Master is so strong, you destroyed it in one strike. Bai Qingling paid little attention to her words. He focused on the sword in his hand and thought to himself, this is the reward for slaying Menghu Taoist at the sect master's assembly. The 10 absolute blaze fiend slash. No wonder it's a rare treasure in the original work. A product of the system. Even the first slash, with the weakest power, already has such might. Running away from Lingyin and Hongyi. Ah no, after finally having some free time to calm down, I get it now. The plot of the Fiend Flame Tower has deviated from the original principle. It can only be a scheme between Xiao Chen and Nan Gongfeng, these two enemies. Suddenly, he turned around, his eyes full of smugness, and exclaimed, why do you guys always treat me with such malice? You clearly lack great love. At the Fiend Flame Tower Plaza, in front of the Fiend Flame Tower, Nan Gongfeng stood beside Tantai Lingyin and said, today, the Fiend Flame Tower opens. As the trial ground within the tower, whether it's demonic energy or unholy soul treasures, the first place winner will claim them all. Down below, the crowd placed an image of Menghu Taoist in the center of the seats, continuously yelling towards them. Conquer the Fiend Flame Tower trial. Rebuild the great Rakshasa Palace, our Rakshasa Palace. Stop yelling. Choose a new palace master first. Senior brother Zhao Chen is the strongest. Nearby, Hua Yuerong sat on a chair, legs crossed, casually watching them. Hua Yuerong asked Zhao Chen next to her, Zhao Chen, do you remember the sworn pledge? Zhao Chen, frowning, replied, yes, this disciple will certainly claim the top spot in this trial. If I fail, I'll chop off an arm. At his reply, Hua Yuerong slightly frowned and reminded him, you missed a line. Any strange items beyond heavenly and earthly treasures must be handed over to the senior for inspection, and not opened without permission. Hearing her reminder, Zhao Chen immediately bowed respectfully and replied, yeah, noted, outwardly, that is, but inwardly, he was seething and gleeful, thinking, Hua Yuerong and Bai Qingling, you guys just wait for my surprise? Ren Tianfan, sitting nearby, asked, Ni Zheng. All set. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl with purple hair stepped forward, raised her hand in a respectful greeting. I will definitely not fail the name of the Asura Hall's top disciple. This one is Ni Zheng, the top disciple of Asura Hall. Han Jinang, sitting nearby watching this scene, couldn't help but be amused. She raised her hand, gently stroked her hair, and thought, what can be expected from the junior disciple of my husband, Shan Meng? Last time when I left, Bai Qingling and I already agreed on this conspiracy. We'll definitely get a bigger harvest than the Grand Elder of the Trial Sect. After that, she glanced at Bai Qingling and blew him a kiss. Faced with her action, Bai Qingling, sitting opposite her, propped his hand on his face, chuckled, and thought, Han Jinang, you're getting bolder and bolder. Looks like your road is getting wider. As if sensing someone was watching him, he immediately glanced to the side. It was Hua Yuerong and Zhao Chen looking at him with unfriendly eyes full of killing intent. This gaze made him a little embarrassed, and he wondered, is the pressure from the underworld palace targeting me like this? To avoid the awkward atmosphere, he immediately turned to look at his people and ordered, Ginger, this is the trump card that your teacher has prepared for you. Sui Ginger, hearing this, immediately held out her hand and replied, the ancient shadow clone. Just activate it at a critical moment, and your disciple can naturally lend you a hand. Thank you, Master. Because of Master's reward, Ginger will work hard this time. Then she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck. But after she did this, it seemed like there was another unfriendly gaze from Han Jinang looking at him. Bai Qingling panicked a bit and thought, it seems like there's another source of pressure. At this time, Tan Tai Lingyin stepped forward and announced, it's time. As usual for the sect's trials, use the results of the candle-blowing competition to decide the order of entry into the tower. Candle-blowing competition. A row of 20 eternal candles containing spiritual power. Forbidden to use spells or magical artifacts. Use externalized true energy. The person who blows out the most candles at once gets priority into the tower. Sui Ginger, hearing this, immediately stepped forward and said, Netherhall's Sui Ginger requests to compete. Her intention surprised Tan Tai Lingyin, and she blurted out, Junior sister. But Ren Tianfan, standing next to her, didn't stop her at all, and agreed. Good. We disciples of the demonic path should be like this. We must have the courage to be the first to stick our necks out. Immediately after hearing the approval, Sui Ginger strode confidently to the table. At the same time, she unleashed her spiritual power and ordered, Ghost dumbass, lend me your strength. Her eyes widened, focusing all her attention on the candles on the table. Then, she announced, extinguish. As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind from her spiritual power blew towards the candles like a whirlwind. With just a basic source of spiritual power, half of the candles on the table were completely extinguished. Immediately after that, a voice announced beside her, Netherhall's Sui Ginger extinguished 15 candles. Nan Gongfang, seeing this scene nearby, couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, impressive. These spiritual candles aren't easy to extinguish. Hopefully, that Zhao Chen won't disappoint me like a paper tiger. Zhao Chen, holding his sword from behind, walked forward and sneered, Is that all? Zhao Chen of the Underworld Hall requests to perform? His eyes were full of arrogance as he thought, HMPH, a stuck-up bitch, a poorly taught slave. You will regret missing the love of this son of destiny. Zhao Chen stepped up to the table. He raised his sword, unleashed his spiritual power in a battle-ready stance, and ordered, True energy, rise, hate me. Swinging his sword created an extremely large gust of wind. The wind gradually extinguished the candles placed on the table. Looking at the number of candles he extinguished on the table, Nan Gongfang was very pleased and said, One sword extinguished 17 candles. Very good, very good. Now the leading disciple in the history under the sect leader of Chongming's sect, it seems the first person to enter the arena has been decided. Does anyone have any objections? Faced with his question, he slowly put his sword away behind his back and replied, I yield. Sui Ginger knew she had lost. She shyly approached him and apologized. Master, I lost to that guy again. Bai Qingling comforted her without any blame. It's okay, it's okay. Tan Tai Lingyin stood in the back observing, her eyes frowning, silently. Then, she recalled what Yi Hongyi had said to her. I get it, Tan Tai Fairy. You have a noble bloodline and lofty ambitions, not like that stupid girl Ginger, who is willing to give up everything for her Shizun. If you, Lingyin, have broken your previous oath, then don't blame Hongyi for not holding back. This sect master is going to find my fiancé. Tonight, we'll consummate our marriage in the Yuluo Hall. Right after that, she suddenly exclaimed, Great, Ula Halls, Tantai Lingyin, would like to try blowing out the candles. Tantai Lingyin's announcement caused the crowd below to discuss non-stop. Isn't Protector Tantai lowering herself? Shouldn't she distance herself from Ula Hall to avoid suspicion? Nangong Feng looked at her sternly and asked, Protector Tantai, you hold the position of protector of the sect and are also one of the people in charge of this trial. Isn't you going down to the field yourself disrupting the rules? Nearby, Bai Qingling rested her hand on her chin, silently looking at her, thinking, This is really unexpected. Could it be that Lingyin still harbors resentment towards me and wants to deliberately support someone to kill me? She looked over here. That's right, that look was mostly that intention. Tantai Lingyin looked at him with some discomfort. Yi Hongyi sat high above, looking down at Tantai Lingyin, thinking, Senior Sister Lingyin, are you willing to play the clown in front of everyone for that man again? That day you were honest with the master who raised you, is it really what I thought? Forget it, the respect between us doesn't need to be maintained anymore. From now on we'll go our separate ways, you go live with your master. After thinking, she suddenly stood up straight, looked down, and announced loudly, Protector Tantai is both a protector of this sect and a disciple of Ula Hall, receiving the kindness of the Godfather. This speech and action is an act of respecting the teacher and valuing the Tao. Even if it is the demonic path, I have no reason to blame. This made Tantai Lingyin turn her head in surprise and exclaim, Hongyi! She stared at Ye Hongyi, thinking, calling Godfather so casually, and even wanted to consummate with him before. Even you have followed Sui Ginger's path, being seduced by that man. Nangong Feng then pointed forward and made a gesture of invitation, saying, Since the sect leader has spoken, then let's see Protector Tantai's divine skill. At this moment, seeing Tantai Lingyin preparing to fight, Zhao Chen angrily pointed at her and shouted, HMPH, Tantai Lingyin, facing me is your greatest sorrow. Cutting down 17 candles with one sword is already the limit. I want to see how you can win against me. And Sui Ginger in the distance cheered enthusiastically. Second senior sister, go for it. Don't let that bastard Zhao Chen look down on you. Before her worried gaze, he smiled softly next to her and reminded, Ginger, you don't need to be nervous. The reason for the candle-blowing trial, your eldest senior sister may not have been able to surpass her. There is no reason for Qingling Demon Lord's personal disciple to be looked down upon. Tantai Lingyin silently didn't answer. She focused intently and began to unleash her spiritual power. She reached out towards the row of candles. From her hand, a very strong gust of wind blew in, instantly extinguishing all the candles on the table. Seeing this made the people around exclaim in surprise, Oh my god, that's too strong. Extinguishing 20 candles with one palm. This is creating history. Are the disciples of Ula Hall all monsters? Before the praise of everyone around, Tantai Lingyin left the position very proudly. She went to Nangong Feng and said, Nangong Elder, I, on behalf of Ula Hall, have received the priority key to enter the field. Before Zhao Chen's shock that she could surpass him, he was unwilling and angrily thought, Just a normal Zhang Feng, how could she extinguish 20 candles? Clearly I was first. The key to the blazing demon tower should be mine. On Bai Qingling's side, Sui Ginger looked at him and announced, Master, her second senior sister. He smiled and replied, The path of formations is second senior sister's forte. At this time, it looks like using a palm wind to blow out the candles. But it is actually destroying the return path of the formation inside this spirit bamboo trial. To Lingyin, it's just a small game. Returning to Tantai Lingyin, she presented the sword in her hand to Bai Qingling and said, Tantai Lingyin is fortunate not to disgrace the mission, and won the key for my Ula Hall. I ask for your permission, Lord, to allow Lingyin to lead the team into the Blazing Demon Tower. A loud voice announced, Today, the Blazing Demon Tower trial officially begins. All of them stood together in front of the tower door. Nangong Feng waved his hand and announced, Extreme Eye Water Mirror, rise. As soon as he finished speaking, a large blue energy appeared on the tower, forming a circle as if engulfing everything around it. Bai Qingling observed all of them through the spiritual power, thinking. The elders outside the tower watched the projected images of the disciples in the tower, similar to the original noob. The initial intention must be to show off the holiness of the male lead Zhao Chen in front of everyone. It's a pity that the famous scene that should have belonged to him has been snatched away, Ginger, don't disappoint this teacher. On Tantai Lingyin's side, she sighed dejectedly, looking at the people in front of her, thinking, I've already been so honest, yet Master still let Ginger lead the team. Have I really disappointed him that much? At that moment, Sui Ginger turned her head and analyzed the situation, looking at the group behind her. Judging by the structure of this stone chamber, we're probably in the northern area of the first level. This seems to be where the strongest monsters hang out, closest to the next sky stairway. Suddenly, they were surrounded by a dark spiritual energy. This caused Tantai Lingyin to panic and exclaim, This aura! It must be an awakened demonic beast. The first level trial is about to begin. She then stretched out her arms and warned, Everyone, be vigilant. Activate the Yuan Demon Defense Formation. Seeing Sui Ginger still standing there without moving, she became very worried and reminded her, Ginger, what are you spacing out for? Get into the formation. Contrary to her expectations, Sui Ginger didn't feel any fear towards the spiritual energy in front of her. Instead, she was extremely excited and exclaimed, The demonic aura is so thick. A few skinny hands with terrifying sharp claws crawled out, followed by some very strange monsters with robot-like bodies. They slowly crawled towards them, making somewhat eerie sounds as they approached. Behind the small monsters was a huge monster with a massive body, and seeing it made her exclaim in surprise, This is a Golden Core stage demon, the Scarlet Demon Abomination. Scarlet Demon Abomination, got it, it's on the list. Sui Ginger started to open her scroll and examine it. Seeing the dangerous situation, Tantai Lingyin became very worried and reached out to her, advising, Sui Ginger, what are you doing? Each of these demons is powerful. Sui Ginger spread out her hands and calmly replied, It's okay. Master has prepared a unique incantation for me. Seeing that Sui Ginger wasn't afraid at all and was instead approaching him, the Scarlet Demon Abomination was very puzzled and asked, Hey, not only are you not running away, but you're actively coming towards this great one. She smiled and looked at him, replying, If I don't get a little closer, how can I whisper to you? Hearing her words, it immediately opened its mouth wide and approached her, saying, Brave, this great one will enjoy and devour your fresh blood and flesh. Sui Ginger raised her hands in front of her face and slowly opened her mouth to take a breath. Then she shouted out loud, proclaiming her identity, We are the direct disciples of Bai Qingling, the demonic venerable. Upon hearing her identity, it immediately became extremely frightened and scared. The Scarlet Demon Abomination suddenly knelt down, kowtowing in front of her and saying, Please spare me. Don't hit me. This lowly one has eyes but cannot see. This lowly one will return to the earth and continue to sleep. After that, not only did it not attack them, but it also helped them pass the level. You guys, quickly take these distinguished guests down to the next level and offer them to the immortal. Seeing this scene, Tantai Lingyin couldn't help but ask in surprise, Ginger, what did you say to him? What exactly is going on? Hearing this, Sui Ginger turned her head and smiled meaningfully, replying, How should I put it? This is the result of my divine angel protecting me. Outside the tower, Nan Gungfeng, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim indignantly, This is not normal. The Scarlet Demon Abomination, as the tower's evil demon, not only yielded but also helped people pass the level through the test. The Ula Palace is cheating. This old man suggests depriving the Ula Palace of their trial qualification. Bai Qingling ignored him, smiling smugly and thinking to himself, Cheating. I've been through this flaming demon tower a few times. Any evil demon with a bit of strength has experienced my methods. Giving them a chance to lead the way is this venerable one's reward. Where does this talk of cheating come from? Suddenly, Han Jinyang came from behind and asked, Is our demonic venerable Qingling being made difficult by old man Nangung again? If you agree to the second half of that day, my Asura Palace can give you support closer by an inch. Not only did she stop there, but she also leaned forward, sitting on the armrest of the chair, gently stroking his face. Bai Qingling's face remained unchanged. He glanced at her sitting next to him and thought to himself, What, that day? What, your Asura Palace? What, closer by an inch? Is this woman messing with me? That day I clearly drew a line with Han Jinyang, ending things by eliminating the love flower poison. But her marriage is still a forced situation, looking like a useless guy, tormented by the poison for many years, and unable to release. I understand now. This woman is just like that by nature. If she can't get what she desires, she won't give up. Understanding the root of the problem, Bai Qingling suddenly smiled slyly and said, Madam Ren, your courage is admirable. Not only are you standing in front of Ren Palace Master, but also in front of the Supreme Sect. Are you forcing this venerable one to respond to your provocation? He then also actively placed his hand on her thigh, causing Han Jinyang to be extremely surprised, but even his light touch made her react. Her face flushed red. Han Jinyang tilted her head back and moaned softly. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongfang was outraged and pointed at him, complaining, "Sect leader, Bai Qingling seems to be looking down on this supreme elder. I implore the sect leader to punish the Ula Hall." Ye Hongyi didn't pay much attention to what he said. She looked over at their group through her spirit energy and puffed out her cheeks, thinking unhappily, "Is Bai Qingling using this trick to spoil Lian Yin? No way, I can't lose this exclusive favor." Ye Hongyi sat up straight, looking down below and saying, "This sect leader thinks the Supreme Elder's words are a bit off. The Ula Hall uses tricks to subdue people, and can still display our demonic style. Does passing a trial require fighting fair and square, Nan Gongfang? Your thinking seems to be getting more and more like those hypocritical righteous pricks." Hearing this, Nan Gongfang didn't dare to retort. He raised his hand in front of his face and bowed respectfully. "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely no such intention." As if remembering something, Yi Hongyi smiled slyly and thought to herself, "That's right. As the sect leader of the cult, I should do this, cult master. Can you feel it?" Nan Gongfang, still unwilling, turned his head to look at them, secretly calculating, "Xiao Chen, your final harvest. If you can't compensate for the humiliation I suffered today, I will never forgive you." At the second level of the Inferno Pagoda, looking at the bronze statue, Tan Tai Lingyin frowned slightly and said, "That bronze statue is called the Extinguishing Love Mad Hook, transformed from the spirit essence of the founding ancestors' mount. Its duty is to examine whether the disciples' demonic hearts have been purified by worldly love and desire. Once you step onto the platform, the demonic heart trial will begin. As long as one person meets the standard, the entire team can pass." Outside, unbeknownst to her, Ye Hongyi was very interested and praised. Worthy of being the Lian Zihan Terrace protector, she understands the Inferno Pagoda trials very well. At the same time, she thought to herself, she knows the ultimate sight mirror can see inside the pagoda from the outside. Is she deliberately showing off to the cult master? Nan Gongfang below glanced over with an unhappy look. He gritted his teeth, muttering uncomfortably, "Damn it, the Ula Hall, which is the most heartless in the Shang Alliance. This trial is basically a free pass for them." Back to their side, Tan Tai Lingyin clenched her fist, her eyes full of hesitation, wondering, "If I go up on the platform and accept the trial, will the extinguishing star Mad Hook reveal my feelings for Hongyi?" Sui Ginger disbelievingly touched her face and wondered, "I have such embarrassing thoughts about Master. Will this bronze statue just blurt things out?" Then the two of them looked at each other simultaneously. Sure enough, afterwards they smiled together and said in unison, "Second senior sister, junior sister. Why don't you go first?" Tan Tai Lingyin and Sui Ginger silently looked at each other. Ni Jiang stepped forward from nearby, looked at the two of them, and said, "Two senior sisters from the Ula Hall, how about I go first? Shifu instructed us, the Ula Hall are friends, not enemies. Rest assured about the people from my Shura Hall." At his suggestion, Tan Tai Lingyin forced a smile, and cleverly replied, "All right, looking forward to seeing Junior Brother's performance." As soon as she finished speaking, Ni Jiang immediately jumped towards the bronze statue. Ni Jiang spread his arms and looked up at the bronze statue, saying, "Direct disciple of the Shura Hall, Ni Jiang, requests to undergo the trial." The bronze statue began to come to life, squirming as it looked down below, then spoke, "Allow them to cross the sea. Pure heart, not yet caught in the net of love. You may pass." Outside, the surrounding people observed them through the spiritual energy projected from the pagoda. They discussed animatedly, "Wow, this senior brother Ni is so suave, but unexpectedly he's a newbie. Could it be that senior brother Ni doesn't like women? I heard he was castrated by his Shifu. Is that true or a joke? That's too twisted." Han Jinyang wasn't very amused. She crossed her arms and huffed unhappily. Ren Tianfan's face darkened, and he said uncomfortably, "My lady, don't be angry. Initially I was worried that Ni Jiang would have designs on you, so I cruelly castrated him. But I never expected that in the end, the one seducing you would be that Ula Hall next door." Hearing her husband say this, she recalled the scene from before and asked, "Why didn't you take action when that man touched me earlier? If you gave it your all, Bei Qingling might not have been able to suppress you without using GU. You useless man, you just endure it. Are you actually enjoying the feeling of someone else taking your wife?" After saying this, Han Jinyang immediately turned to lift his chin to face her directly. Faced with her overbearing action, his cheeks flushed red like a young girl, and he flusteredly explained, "My lady, I didn't. You're talking nonsense." Inside the pagoda, Ni Jiang bowed respectfully and said, "Excuse me, Niji will go ahead. Watching the group of people clear the level fairly quickly, Xiao Chen, observing from afar, exclaimed, "These are just small fries from the Netherworld Hall and Asura Hall. Didn't expect the Asura Hall to pass the trial already." Then he turned his head to look at the people behind him and announced, asking, "Fellow disciples, who's willing to take on this trial and earn great merit for the Dark Yin Hall?" But before he could finish his words, everyone behind him hesitated, glancing at each other and thinking, won't our private lives be exposed? Only one person needs to pass the level for each group. Is it even our turn? Seeing their expressions, he was displeased and muttered to himself, "As expected, demonic cultivators are just a rabble, already cowardly at the first sign of trouble. Even though I live a carefree life, with the Tranquil Heart Jade Clarity art taught by Jade Voidmaster, I'll definitely overcome the challenge." On Tantai Ling Yin's side, she raised her hand in front of her respectfully and said, "Disciple of the Netherworld Hall, Tantai Ling Yin, is here to accept the trial." Seeing her position being snatched, Xiao Chen was extremely annoyed, and he grumbled in his heart, "She took it first. This woman is always cold to everyone. She'll probably pass the level easily." Sui Ginger was a little surprised when she saw this, and thought to herself, "Senior sister is too hasty. I still wanted to find an opportunity to unleash Master's joyful illusion clone GU, so I can pass the trial steadily." The stone statue looked down at them, its eyes narrowing as it scrutinized them. The statue probed Tantai Ling Yin's past. In her childhood memories, she and Bai Qingling were playing together happily. The scene changes to her standing meekly beside him. Then it shifts to her meeting with Ye Hongyi. At this moment, a realization flashed in her mind. As expected, deep in my heart, there is only Hongyi. What? It's that person. Why is it that person? The GU worm has been eliminated. After probing, the stone statue immediately announced, "A demonic cultivator with feelings is sinful. Fail, outside." Hearing this, the crowd behind couldn't help but riot and shout, "No way! Didn't expect Fairy Tantai to already like someone else. It hurts so much, my goddess is gone. Who is the bastard who made my goddess suffer from demonic disturbance? Kill him." Ye Hongyi was silent. She clenched her hand, rubbing it against her thigh, and thought to herself, "It's come to this, it's not me, but that man, huh? In the end, our feelings are only those of good sisters." Nearby, Bai Qingling frowned, propped her hand on her chin and pondered. "No one understands character setups better than I do. It must be Ye Hongyi. It can only be Ye Hongyi." This time, the Flame Demon Trial Tower, she's forcing her way to the front, definitely to build momentum for Ye Hongyi. Compassionate conversion must start from letting go. Back inside the tower, Sui Ginger turned around, thinking to herself, in the previous plan to kill Master, second senior sister was the most heavily deceived. You can harm second senior sister to this extent. It's Xiao Chen. It really is Xiao Chen. Sui Ginger looked at Xiao Chen with extremely resentful eyes. Sensing something was wrong, he panicked and muttered to himself, "What's going on? There's a kind of malice like a hot potato, exploding as soon as it reaches my hand." Seeing herself fail, Tantai Ling Yin couldn't help but anticipate it, as if her soul had left her body, and exclaimed, "I failed." In an instant, Tantai Ling Yin turned to Sui Ginger, her eyes determined as she grabbed her shoulder and said, "This time, the Netherworld Hall cannot lose this trial. Here, little sister's love is the purest, and the love between a man and a woman is the most innocent. Next, you lead the team to pass the level." Before her impetuosity, Sui Ginger raised her hand in front of her and affirmed, "I'm still not going." At the same time, she thought to herself, "Absolutely not. Who knows what that stone statue will say?" Sui Ginger tilted her head back and looked at the man standing nearby and ordered, "Someone, you go." Following her order, the man slowly stepped forward, towards the stone statue. Seeing this, Tantai Ling Yin couldn't help but wonder and ask, "Who is this?" Sui Ginger immediately replied, Newly recruited. Our Netherworld Hall has researched and decided to let him challenge this trial." The man stood in front of the stone statue, and after careful examination, the stone statue announced, "Pass. A heart as hard as stone, not falling into the net of love, pass." Seeing that he could pass the illusion so easily, Sui Ginger was extremely happy. Nice. At the same time, she muttered to herself, "The clone of the illusion realm GU is indeed easy to use. The demonic puppet summon has no flaws, and perfectly captures humanity." Sui Ginger immediately grabbed Tantai Ling Yin's hand, pulled her along, pointed forward cheerfully, and said, let's go down to the next floor." Contrary to her optimism, she was extremely worried and stopped her. "Wait, do you know that the third floor of the Flame Demon Tower is called the Avicii Soul Prison?" Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Tantai Ling Yin frowned and explained seriously, The Avicii Soul Prison is full of evil beasts and demons that have been stained with the blood of countless humans, not the kind that can be subdued by pressure like those on the first floor. They're all disasters that won't quit until they're dead. But even so, contrary to her worries, Sui Ginger casually raised her hand and said, "But Master said not to worry. Everything's been arranged. He even said we'll know when we get to the third level." This made Tantai Lingyin, after hearing this, couldn't help but wonder, and blurted out, "What does that mean?" At the Blazing Demon Tower, the third level, the Avicii Soul Prison, as soon as she stepped into the third level, Tantai Lingyin immediately became alert. She turned to remind her subordinates, her spirit energy soaring. As expected, something's wrong. Before setting up the formation, don't act rashly. The group of them responded in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, when she saw the figures of a group of people in front of her, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "That's Ni Zheng, you guys. The power? These are the monsters that were killed a long time ago." They lay scattered on the floor, the stench of blood constantly spreading throughout the space. Tantai Lingyin asked with some surprise, "Did you guys kill all of these?" Lingyin is very impressed. Faced with her admiration, Ni Zheng looked ahead and denied, "No, we from the Asura Hall just arrived too and saw this scene. Besides, they've been dead for a long time. The bloody smell is locked in by the Blazing Demon Tower." As soon as she finished speaking, back outside the tower, the people watching outside exclaimed in shock, "They're all dead? How is that possible? When did this happen? There's no information at all. Who has the ability to kill through the third level of the Blazing Demon Tower?" The previous sectmaster, Ye Hongyi, who was watching, also became restless. She stood up straight, looked ahead, and shouted, "It's him now! Throughout the Chengming sect, only he can do it." On the opposite side, Bai Qingling still didn't react. He propped his head up with his hand and looked at her, thinking to himself, "It really wasn't me. It was the original Bai Qingling." Although Bai Qingling broke into the Blazing Demon Tower on his own back then, and casually killed on the third level, it has nothing to do with me. But now I'm embarking on the path of rebuilding against fate. This experience can still be used. System. Spend 2,000 points to exchange for props. Bai Qingling opened the system and prepared to click. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Current balance, 46,000 points." After Bai Qingling clicked, he touched the center of his forehead with his finger to stimulate his memory. Touching the scene of affection. Usage count once. When encountering old images related to oneself, one can relive the corresponding experience. The first time I noticed this item, I thought it was a ribald joke. After all, the original me knows everything, so why bother touching the scene of affection for 3,200 points? Recalling the past, the original Bai Qingling swaggered to the third level, but the original owner's combat experience is ultimately my own. Being able to relive this battle of Bai Qingling will definitely lead to progress. He stood in the middle of the monsters without fear, looking at them with eyes full of murderous intent, declaring in a heroic voice, "Now Bai Feng, I am Bai Qingling. Die, all of you, so this venerable one can get some strange species to eat." As he spoke, he rushed forward to attack the monsters. "Only when you die will I feel at ease." And in just a moment, the monsters had been completely annihilated and lay scattered on the floor. The strong smell of blood rose up. Bai Qingling licked his tongue slightly and then licked his hand, saying, "The harvest is great. It can definitely be used for the next time." Returning to reality, Bai Qingling raised his head, his expression extremely nervous and satisfied. That was so refreshing. Observing the scene from a distance, Hua Yuerong thought to herself with some haste, could it be that senior brother would also be so nervous that he sweats? The thing you hid in the Blazing Demon Tower is so important. I'll soon be able to expose you. The dirty, ugly, evil nature that you hid on the fourth level of the Blazing Demon Tower. Tantai Lingyin looked at the scene in front of her, and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect the most dangerous third level to be like this. Ginger, quickly go to the fourth level and retrieve the thing that Master wants." Suddenly, Sui Ginger grabbed her hand and made a request. "Senior sister, let's go together. Let's complete this matter for Master together. He will definitely be very happy. Master once said that the three of us sisters are forever the treasures he loves the most." But before her request, Tantai Lingyin smiled gently, her eyes filled with melancholy as she spoke. "Sui Ginger, don't you understand? He doesn't have any expectations for me anymore. Hurry and fulfill his wish. I only hope he's sincere and doesn't let you down." A few seconds later, tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this immediately made Sui Ginger feel extremely awkward. Okay, second senior sister, don't cry, I'll go up there right away." After Sui Ginger finished speaking, Tantai Lingyin tilted her head and glanced at Ni Zheng, then said, As for the others, I'll be responsible for holding them back. As if understanding her implied meaning, Ni Zheng turned his head and glanced back, saying, Senior Sister Zhan Tai doesn't need to be so tense. Shimu has already reached an agreement with your Shizun. We're only taking the spoils from the 3rd level. The items on the top floor aren't Tuluo Palace's target, it's Yinkui Palace instead. They are our real competitors. Following her gaze, Tan Tai Lingyin continued without objection. Very good, I think so too. Then, she looked at her subordinates, wondering inwardly, where is that Zhao Chen? Why isn't he among the disciples of Yinkui Palace? Something seems off, but as long as we guard this path, Zhao Chen will definitely not bother Ginger. On the 4th floor, the top floor of the Tower of Fiend Flames, before them was an enormous cabinet, surrounded by flames that seemed to burn eternally. Sui Ginger stepped forward, her eyes wide with surprise as she exclaimed, That's the shrine dedicated to the Black Flame Demon God? You guys step back a bit, don't get roasted. The wood yang with the aura of fire virtue surrounding it in the shrine is what the master needs. In the middle of the cabinet was a small box containing the item everyone wanted, radiating an incredibly intense heat. Suddenly, resentment from Bai Qingling emerged from the box. He looked at her and asked, Who are you? Disturbing my peace. Seeing Bai Qingling like this delighted her, Sui Ginger cupped her face, her eyes sparkling as she looked forward. Ah, it's Master, and he even has a bit of his old self, that domineering disdain for everything, as if everything in the world could be crushed by his large hands. Ginger wants him to crush me too. Hearing these words, Bai Qingling's resentful spirit smiled with great interest and asked, Oh, you've come to retrieve my origin for Bai Qingling. But in an instant, his eyes became filled with fury. Dream on, I want Bai Qingling to die. Get lost, all of you. Facing this expression, Sui Ginger lost interest. Her face scrunched up in displeasure, and she said, Your master's inner demon of resentment, the enemy? Just like Shifu predicted, it's totally impossible to avoid all the fighting in the Fiend Flame Tower trial. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands and began to unleash her spiritual power. From her spiritual power emerged an extremely ferocious demon. Sui Ginger commanded, You little demon brat, bite him to death. Immediately, the demon pounced forward, got close to Bai Qingling's resentment body, and took a bite. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, smiled, and asked, Biting to your heart's content, little disciple, what abilities do you have? As if I don't know you inside and out. Everything Sui Ginger possesses is just material and nutrients. For me, Bai Qingling. Resentment Bai Qingling reached out and touched the demon's head. Immediately after, he grabbed the demon's head and tossed it aside. Have you ever seen anyone get bitten to death by the bread on their plate? Outside the tower, Bai Qingling observed the situation inside and exclaimed with worry, Crap. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, It's not strange that my origin is surrounded by heart demons of resentment and slaughter, and it doesn't affect the origin itself, but it can know all the information of the origin and perfectly impersonate it. This is extremely dangerous. What Ginger is facing now is the true inner self of Bai Qingling. If Ginger's trust in me collapses after learning that Bai Qingling personally admitted his inner thoughts back then, it will be terrible. Back inside the tower, Sui Ginger's eyes darkened, and she looked at him unhappily and replied, So, I really misunderstood. You're not a heart demon of resentment, but a happy-go-lucky spirit who likes to tease people, right? Resentment Bai Qingling couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the extremely powerful spiritual power radiating from her body. You possess the spirit of demon control. From behind her, a new, larger demon appeared. Sui Ginger curled her lips and laughed madly. Just how much does my master love me? I've personally experienced it with him in bed. Your lies are full of holes. Other than pissing me off, they're basically meaningless. Seeing the demon before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in panic, Wrathful separation, devouring demon control. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon immediately pounced forward and tore at him. Seeing himself gradually disappearing, resentment Bai Qingling exclaimed in panic, What? Ugly immortal demon? You guys, even if right, impossible. After the resentment completely disappeared, Sui Ginger easily obtained the box. After obtaining it and holding it in her hand, Sui Ginger couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, Give it here, Shifu's divine fox. I'm not a stupid dog anymore. I really did it for Master. Be good in my hands. Don't cause any trouble. At this moment, a girl nearby pointed at her hand and reminded, Third senior sister, quickly heal your hand. Sui Ginger didn't care much and wasn't on guard at all, hugging the box and caressing it affectionately. It's okay, a small wound is nothing. And behind her, that girl slowly approached. Villain mode activated. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and in a moment of carelessness, the box was snatched away by that girl. Seeing this, Sui Ginger shouted angrily, "How dare you? Who are you? Aren't you a disciple of my nether hall?" The girl's figure immediately disappeared, replaced by Zhao Chen. He held the box in his hand, looked at her smugly, and said, "Duh. Of course it's me. Bai Qingling's weakness is finally in my hands." Seeing this move immediately made her exclaim in shock and ask, "Zhao Chen, disguise technique. Could it be you snuck in during the second trial?" Immediately after, without any hesitation, she immediately summoned a demon, directed it to point at him, and ordered, "Severing demon jar demon brat, bite him to death for me." Seeing that she wants to attack me, immediately take out the box as a shield and say, "You've come at the perfect time. You open this filthy box with your own hands." Sui Ginger's demon rushes forward, attacking the box, which accidentally causes the box to pop open. Immediately after, the box falls to the ground. From the smoke in the box, a picture of Bai Qingling when he was young appears, showing his extremely battered appearance. As soon as Zhao Chen sees this picture, he excitedly shouts, "I got it without any effort." The ugly and evil memories that Bai Qingling wants to hide are revealed just like that. Then, he immediately stretches out his hand, holding a jade green ball, preparing to throw it towards the painting. To humiliate this son of destiny, killing him would be too easy. I want to reveal Bai Qingling's most shameless and cruel secret. To make gods and men furious, the 9 provinces to punish him together, and be scolded for 10,000 generations. Ling Long treasure mirror. Open. Then, without hesitation, he throws the jade green ball into the sky. From the ball emits a series of extremely large lights, shining directly on his memory picture. As soon as he finishes speaking, the painting gradually becomes larger, reaching out of the tower, appearing clearly in the sky. Ye Hongyi on the outside, witnessing this scene, exclaims in shock, "The extreme eye-water mirror's viewing of the image in the tower has shattered." Nan Gungfeng next to her also continues, "But a new, larger mirror face has unfolded in the sky. That is someone's memory fragment." Bai Qingling cannot help but be shocked when he sees this. He panics. His left hand clutches his chest, his eyes full of vigilance as he thinks to himself, "Memories are synchronized. I remember now. What kind of person I am. Why does junior sister hate me? I understand everything. Now I can't stop these memories from being revealed. I must retreat first. I can't let the people in the demonic path see my disheveled appearance now." After thinking it through, he immediately stands up in a ready-to-leave posture. Inside the tower, Sui Ginger cannot help but exclaim in shock when she sees that painting. The person on the screen is Master, clearly still in the tower, yet it's like seeing through, being able to see the scene in the sky. Zhao Chen is very pleased after seeing his hidden secret. He stretches out his hand, looks at the painting, and laughs loudly. The Ling Long treasure mirror is not cheap stuff like the extreme eye water mirror. The former suppressing the latter is nothing. Bai Qingling's true ugly image is the sharp sword to kill his demonic path heart. Sui Ginger's cheeks blush slightly, and she intently looks up at the painting, following his past. Looking at the beautiful scenes replayed through the painting, she cannot help but exclaim in surprise. This heavenly tomb is Master's memory? The recollection is Bai Qingling's old memories. Under the chilly winter snow, imagine the long blood-stained trails, painting the road red. Bai Qingling sits next to his mother, who is covered in extremely serious wounds. His hand trembles as he touches her hand, worriedly asking, "Mother, what's wrong with you?" She tries to turn her head to look at him. "Son, I'm not going to make it. The road ahead, you have to run it yourself." He is extremely panicked by what his mother says. "Mother, I won't go. I want to go with you." Seeing Bai Qingling cry, she immediately props herself up, then looks straight into his tear-streaked face, and scolds, "Don't cry. You were born with the innate, formless demon physique. Joining a powerful demonic sect, they will not dare to hunt you down again. Remember your father, Bai Tianlin, the chief of the Zhenwu sword sect, was besieged to death by the hypocrites of the 3 great righteous sects. Your mother, Lin Yanran, the eldest princess of the great Zhou dynasty, was assassinated by her imperial brother through poisoning and ambush. She slowly approaches him and carefully instructs, "And my son, you are the true chief priest of destiny in this world. You must live on at all costs. Promise me, live on." On the outside, Han Jinyang touches her chest, she observes, and asks, "Bai family descendant, the innate formless demon physique teenager in this painting is that scumbag?" Hua Yurarong nearby secretly glances towards him and asks, "Bai Qingling just ran away like that. Looks like someone deliberately wants to see your joke." Forget it. If he is blamed for 10,000 generations, it is also the punishment he deserves. Return to Bai Qingling's memory stream. After carefully burying his mother Zhu Quan, he takes out a strange pill from his pocket, then slowly puts it in his mouth. Bai Qingling barely managed to swallow it down, before immediately turning and leaving without looking back. At the Beast Blood Valley, as soon as Bai Qingling stepped in, he was greeted by an enormous beast, ready to attack. Without a shred of fear, he immediately swung his sword towards the beast. With just one simple move, its head and body were instantly separated. Behind it, two demonic panthers were preparing to attack him, but the scene before their eyes made them instantly wary. They watched his retreating figure and whimpered softly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Kid, why are you alone here?" Bai Qingling, without any fear, turned to look at the man before him and declared loudly, "I want to go to Wuyang City to join the demonic cultivators and fulfill my mother's wish." Faced with his determination, Shi Yaoshi narrowed his eyes with interest and said, "Demonic cultivators? Then there's no need to go far. My evil medicine sect needs talents like you." Suddenly, a little girl appeared from behind him. She shyly hid behind him, looked at Bai Qingling, and asked, "Yaoshi Daren, who are you talking to?" Seeing Bai Qingling appear made her surprised and curious, silently gazing at. Bai Qingling was also very surprised, his eyes following the little girl. Cut to another scene. Fresh blood splattering right in front of him made Bai Qingling utterly stunned. Shi Yaoshi, holding the blood-stained knife in his hand, looked at him and asked, how strange. Why is the blood of a Xiantian Wuxiang demonic physique just normal fresh blood? Your master bestowed upon you the Dao named Qingling, granted you demonic cultivation techniques, and created a new life for you, yet you cannot contribute your demonic blood to your master." As he spoke, he held the knife close to Bai Qingling's face. Then, he suddenly put the knife away and raised his hand to gently pat Bai Qingling's head. "Forget it. I'll raise you for another 3 years, and see if your value is still limited to a medicinal catalyst." After finishing, he immediately turned around, flung the door open, and left. At night, moonlight streamed through the cracks in the door, illuminating the entire room. Bai Qingling's eyes gradually darkened, and he spoke. "Giant whale demonic prison, what a joke. If the demonic blood in my body didn't completely obey my will, I'd probably have turned into dregs long ago, right?" Then he raised his arm, where he had been cut by the knife, and examined it closely. Back in reality, Sui Ginger, after seeing his past, was deeply moved and began to cry. While crying, she said with pity, "Master went through such an ordeal. How pitiful, I had no idea." Tan Tai Lingyin, standing beside her, constantly comforted her. "Who projected this scene? Where did that Xiao Chen run off to?" Outside, Ye Hongyi, as if sensing something unusual, immediately stood up and looked ahead, exclaiming, "Why does Shi Yaoshi look so much like Meng Hu Daoren? What's the relationship between them?" She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "This matter is closely related to my Shangming sect. I must investigate it thoroughly." Ren Tianfan, seeing Han Jinyang in tears, asked with great concern, "Madam, why are you crying?" His concern immediately stopped her tears, and Han Jinyang then raised her foot and kicked Ren Tianfan hard in the face. "None of your business. Too much talking. Scram to the side." Hua Yuerong sat nearby with her arms crossed, her eyes full of suspicion as she muttered, "Why is this the memory he hid?" Then the next image. Could it be going back to the hidden memory of him? After Shi Yaoshi left, a little girl slowly walked in from behind the door. As she walked, she asked, "Yaoshi Daren, is Yaoshi Daren here?" Hearing a tender voice, Bai Qingling immediately turned his head. Upon seeing him, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, it's you." The little girl brushed her hair behind her ear, smiling at Bai Qingling. "You're the new senior brother that Grandmaster Yaoshi accepted." Hearing this, Bai Qingling turned his head, looked up, and blurted out, "You are." Without hesitation, the little girl rushed over, tightly grasped his hand, and secretly slipped something into Bai Qingling's palm, smiling gleefully. Take it, don't be shy." He looked at her with surprise, and exclaimed, "What's this?" Bai Qingling looked at the pill in his hand, while the little girl's voice continued, "This is the Jade Beauty Pill, a specialty of Zhongju. Every senior brother and sister gets one." His eyes were still a bit stunned, and he thought to himself, "Aside from my parents, this is the first time someone has given me a gift." Bai Qingling clenched the pill in his hand, then looked at the little girl and asked, "May I ask your name, miss?" Before his question, the little girl put her hand on her chin, hesitating slightly. "Father doesn't allow me to reveal my name." But in an instant she smiled brightly at him and replied, "But you can call me Ronger. What about you? What's your name?" The little girl's bright smile made Bai Qingling a little shy, and he turned his head away, stammering, Bai Qingling, future Qingling demonic lord." At the same time, Bai Qingling extended his other hand in front of the little girl. In his hand was an ancient medicine pill, which he used to reciprocate her gift, and then he said, "Rongser Junior Sister, this is the first ancient medicine pill that I refined, the blood-activating golden cicada. I give it to you as a gift, in return for the jade beauty pill." Faced with his gift, Ronger immediately accepted it, hugged it to her chest, and praised happily, "Really? Then I'll take it. This is the debut work of the future Qingling demonic lord. It can be sold for a sky-high price later." But then, seeing the gift he gave her, made her a little curious, and she asked, "But such a commemorative Dan medicine, why not give it to a more important family member?" Her question seemed to inadvertently touch his pain. Bai Qingling tilted his head away, secretly avoiding her gaze, and replied, "There are no more important people like that, so I hope you don't mind." As if understanding his story, the little girl forced a smile, thanked him, hugged the ancient medicine pill tighter, looked at Bai Qingling, and confided, "I see, my mother died young, and my father is plagued by a strange illness. We're really in the same boat." After hearing the little girl's story, his determination seemed to be fueled by a flame. Making it even higher, Bai Qingling looked at Ronghaber and declared, "If that's the case, I, Bai Qingling, will one day definitely refine the 9 Revolutions Peerless Divine GU, and at that time, I will cure your father's illness." Before his words, she was very moved. Rongbrier smiled and replied, "Okay, I will be the first witness to your Peerless Divine GU or whatever. I'm so honored." Back to reality. Xiao Chen, witnessing the memories that Bai Qingling hid, was very uncomfortable and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Where is the evidence of crimes that enrage gods and men?" The result is a lovey-dovey scene with little kids. If you don't show something useful, how can I get that old man Nangong Fang to continue protecting me after this? On Hua Yuerong's side, she remained silent, not uttering a word. Her hand clenched slightly, and she said uncomfortably, "Why are these scenes? What's the point of remembering these old stories? Could it be that that man guessed this day would come, so he deliberately used it to humiliate me?" Even though she said that on the outside, her face was already flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes carried an invisible expectation, and she thought to herself, "Impossible, he wouldn't bother to guard against me. But why are most of the memories he buried deep down about me? I don't believe that the Qingling demonic lord's Dao heart won't be trapped by these scenes. I must continue watching, until I see his disgust." Back to Bai Qingling's memories, he knelt before the evil Yaoshi and respectfully announced, "Master, Qingling has something to ask for guidance." The evil Yaoshi held the knife covered in blood in his hand, smiled, turned his head to look at him, and asked, "What is it?" Under the ground there is a boy in extreme pain, covered in blood, groaning incessantly. Looking at the miserable appearance of the boy, he asked with some trepidation, "Master, is the person Master is dissecting Qi's senior brother?" He raised the knife high, then glanced at him with a somewhat tyrannical look and said, "Ha, senior brother, my ass. Disobeying your master makes you nothing but a test subject." As he spoke, he repeatedly slashed the knife across the boy's body. Seeing this action, his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression full of resentment. "Master, if Ronger Shime doesn't listen to you, will you also—" He didn't finish his sentence. The evil alchemist immediately turned his head and asked, "You care about her a lot, huh? I bet you came to ask about that girl and her father, right? In half a year, at the sect's competition, if you rely on your strength to win first place, I'll tell you. In the meantime, she has stepped out. It's rare for Xiangzang to come to Dongtu once, and you're making so much noise that Pindao can't sleep." The evil alchemist looked at him with an unfriendly gaze and said, "You want to kill him? Not yet, my cruel deity, fierce tiger Taoist." Fierce tiger Taoist smiled cruelly at him. Half a year later, everyone was gathered to watch a competition. 2 people in the arena were fighting back and forth. One person was knocked down and sent flying far away. Bai Qingling tiredly panted as he looked at the opponent he had defeated. A voice shouted, "You've won, Bai Qingling." The man with long hair, elegant demeanor, and hands clasped behind his back, who had been observing the match from the beginning, praised. Bai Qingling's skill suppresses the heroes. Receiving the final victory, this represents the identity of the chief senior disciple. He approached Qingling, held out his hand, intending to take it. He unhappily withdrew his hand, ignored him, and immediately turned around and walked away quickly, not caring about the person looking behind him. He closed his eyes, laughed out loud, his face full of pampering. Qingling heard the laughter, turned around and looked, confused. Yue Rong stepped forward, her hands clenched tightly, her lovely face a little flushed, aggrieved. A gentle voice asked, "Ronger, why are you here?" Her eyes sparkled, a little wronged. she coquettishly called. Qingling Shixiong. Yue Rong ran over and hugged Qingling, bursting into tears, sobbing. My father is gone. He stood still, taken aback by her actions. After receiving the information, Qingling hugged Yue Rong, his face darkened, slightly gloomy, and comforted. It's okay, Rongjier, I'm here. The two entered a room, silently observing the person lying on the bed. Qingling looked down, examined him carefully, and concluded that it was dried corpse GU, a type of GU poison that thickens into the body until death, lasting from a few years to 20 years. Yu Rong covered her face with both hands. Her surprised eyes widened, she exclaimed in confusion. Impossible. In recent years it has been the great alchemist who has been treating my father. How could he not see it sooner and cure it? Unless. Qingling turned around to look at Yu Rong, his eyes thoughtful, as if he had figured something out. He walked while instructing her to quickly leave the evil medicine sect and return to Zhongju. She watched Qingling, not understanding what was happening, and softly called, Shixiong. Qingling walked straight to the door, his voice deep as he reminded, Promise me, never set foot in Dongtu again. He went to the person from earlier, who spread his arms wide in a warm welcome as if he knew this would happen. You've arrived, Qingling seriously asked. Master, shouldn't you give me an explanation? He replied with a calm yet mysterious demeanor, explaining, You're talking about that rich guy who got hit by the corpse-rotting GU? I didn't plant the poison. It's not like I'm the only one who can cultivate GU of that level. He continued with a nonchalant smugness. I just wanted to take his life to earn some medicine money. Who knew he'd suddenly kick the bucket, but just when his assets were all used up. I'm advising that girl to officially join my inner sect. Bai Qingling stood in stunned silence, watching him look up at the sky, licking his lips. Very pleased with his plan, his voice gradually became dangerous. Taking care of her family, raising her, arranging for the rest of her life. After she officially joins the sect, she'll definitely be grateful to me, right? Qingling's eyes suddenly flickered, widening, as if she had just remembered something important. He turned and ran out as fast as he could. He watched him go, his sinister face having everything under control, muttering, Bai Qingling, your weakness has been revealed. Can this weakness help me quickly obtain the treasure in your body? At the evil medicine sect mountain gate, sunlight shines down on the rows of trees, giving the place an extra sense of peace. Yu Rong's lonely figure is thinking about something in the large campus. She was standing pensively when a voice gently called from behind, Rongkoyer. Qingling stood behind her and questioned, If master lures you to stay, you won't leave. Yue Rong's face darkened slightly, and she said aggrievedly, Relatives, wealth, I have nothing left. Staying or leaving, what's the difference? She turned her head and smiled sweetly, but a deep sadness appeared in her eyes, and her voice was soft. At least I still have seen your brother here, Qingling shouted angrily. That person is taking advantage of you, can't you see it? Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone in the evil medicine sect. Yue Rong turned around completely, her hands behind her back, her face slightly lowered, smiling. Can't I even trust senior brother? He was stunned by those words, his eyes twitching as he looked at her. Qingling recalled his mother's instructions, remembering that Bai Tianlin, the chief of the Zhenwu sword sect, was killed by the hypocrites of the three great righteous sects. My mother, Lin Yanran, the eldest princess of the great Zhao dynasty, was ambushed, poisoned and ambushed by my imperial brother. His face darkened, and he reminded in a deep voice, That's right, anyone may betray you. The only person you can trust in this world is yourself. She shouted indignantly in rebuttal. I don't believe it. Yue Rong's long hair flew high, showing that she was running away quickly. She ran quickly to Qingling, and suddenly kissed him on the lips. Qingling stood motionless, shocked by this action. Back to reality, Ling Yin was standing in front of the scene where Yu Rong kissed Qingling. Her hands were clenched loosely, her face flushed as she looked up, stammering, This. Hey, Ling Ying shyly covered Jingsher's eyes and shouted, Jingsher, you can't watch. Jin Yang also focused on the picture, putting her hand in her mouth to bite, her cheeks flushed slightly, secretly cursing, This scumbag, you stinky man, what about our first kiss? So 800 years ago, you already gave it to this little childhood sweetheart. If I can't completely take your body in the future, it won't be considered a great victory. Yue Rong was ashamed and turned to anger, muttering, Humiliation, what a blatant humiliation. The clip continues with the scene of the two kissing. Qingling lifted Yue Rong up, she exclaimed. He questioned, Your poem makes me feel disgusted. His face darkened, and he coldly insulted, Your choice is too stupid. Qingling turned away without hesitation and declared, Bai Qingling, I don't want to see you again in this life. Yue Rong's hands clasped together, tears rolling down her cheeks, looking very pitiful, and she called softly, Senior brother. In the training place, two senior brothers were happily whispering to each other. Have you heard? Recently, Master has accepted a closed-door female disciple. I heard she looks very cute, like a fairy descending to earth. Qingling sat quietly listening to the two of them gossiping. Do you think she'll like someone like me? The other guy retorted. Come on, just look in the mirror yourself. Those two said, how about the next blood devil weed? Let's go see that little junior sister. Alright, let's all go together. Bai Qingling spread out his palm, thoughtfully gazing at the spirit pill. At the Devil Valley of the Evil Medicine sect. At this time, the disciples were walking on the mountain, pulling carts full of medicine. The two senior brothers from yesterday lingered behind Yue Rong, trying to flirt with her. Junior sister, my name is Shu Nan, do you remember me? The other one also tried to get her attention. Junior sister Rong, Sheer, if you don't know anything about devil weed, just ask, we'll tell you whatever we know. She coldly walked straight ahead, ignoring them. Yue Rong's eyes lit up, having just discovered something. Huh, what's that? She reached for the flower in front of her, judging. A sacred Buddhist flower, an Udumbara flower in this Devil Valley. One of the senior brothers picked up the flower and asked, Junior sister, what Udumbara flower are you talking about? Devil Valley only produces devil flowers. Udumbara flower? Isn't that a legendary spirit flower? There's nothing in your hand, she retorted. How can that be? This Udumbara flower was clearly in my hand. A voice from somewhere cut in, denying it. The Udumbara flower doesn't care about the environment, only about fate. If you have fate, you'll meet the person. If you don't have fate, Wuzihe is doubtful, it's laughable. Yuan Rong angrily said loudly. Whoa! Who's laughing at me? A senior disciple pointed towards the source of the voice. It seems to be the medicine cart over there. Everyone looked towards the medicine cart, buzzing with discussion. The medicine cart is talking. What kind of joke is this Devil Valley? Bai Qingling pursed his lips and ducked down behind the medicine cart, blaming himself inwardly. Too talkative, Yuan Rong stood still, holding the flower. She thought of something. Suddenly, a knowing smile bloomed on her face. After playing all day, Bai Qingling sat in front of the porch practicing. Yuan Rong came from somewhere and gently touched his hand, happily laughing, and said, Good evening, senior brother. Or should I call you grand senior brother? Bai Qingling's eyes turned sharply and warned. Are you suffering from amnesia? I said, I don't want to see you again. She held the flower in her hand, tilting her head adorably, and replied, But Ronger missed senior brother, so I came. I wanted to see if the Udumbara flower I picked today is strange or not. Yuan Rong offered the flower to him, smiling brightly. Here, for you, senior brother. I think this is the fate of us too. Bai Qingling didn't answer, his eyes wary. He glanced at her, flashed a warm smile, and whispered, Don't be mad at Ronger anymore, okay? Bai Qingling turned his head forward, his shoulders twitching up in a sulky complaint. No, I'm just angry you people don't listen. Don't leave Dong Tu. Yuan Rong put her hands on her hips and said sharply, If senior brother wants to say that, then I'm going to settle the score. The results of our game are completely unequal. Senior brother must compensate me. He turned back, his voice slightly reproachful. Bai Qingling, the devil lord, has clear grudges. What do you want me to do? She poked her cheek and answered playfully. Let me think. Yuan Rong excitedly approached Bai Qingling. Taking his hand, she spoke her idea. I want senior brother to act out a scene of worshipping heaven and earth with Rong Air. Stop. A sound echoed in his head, followed by images of Yu Rong and Bai Qingling standing opposite each other in a wedding ceremony setting. Stop it now. The sound echoed again in his head, followed by her smiling very brightly, genuinely happy with what was happening. This is a trap. That sound still echoed in his head. He stood silently in front of Yue Rong. It's that guy's trap. The image of a demon appeared, as if swallowing the wedding scene between Bai Qingling and Yue Rong. At that moment, you have already fallen into the trap. Yue Rong and Bai Qingling held hands happily. Now I'm dragged into this prison with you. Yu Rong seems happy, standing in front of Bai Qingling, holding that white flower in her hand. You can't handle the consequences. Bai Qingling's eyes widened, bloodshot, looking terrifying. Someone needs to bear the consequences and kill your innocence. Quick as lightning, the white petals scattered everywhere as he flung Yue Rong's hand away. In the silent night, the flower was thrown out the window. It fell into the abyss, taking all faith and love with it. Enough, now it's fire. Bai Qingling looked at his younger sister, who was sitting blankly on the ground, and said coldly, The game ends here. I don't owe you anything anymore. Yue Rong was so desperate that her mouth dropped open. She was so shocked that she couldn't utter a single word at this moment. At this moment, the present Yue Rong couldn't help but exclaim, Shixiang. She sat on the chair, calmly composed herself, and said, This is the real you. Your eyes contain nothing but the path of the demon lord. Her eyes widened, filled with tearful resentment, and continued, Next is the reversed massacre of Ma Shixiong, Lei Yu killing his master, casting the blood curse, and slaughtering all the Shixiong. Yuanrong continued to look in that direction, adding, "This is the beginning of your path as the demon lord, bloody, cruel, fading away your heavenly nature, becoming a monster that even people from the demon city glance at." Returning to that scene, a young boy's footsteps trampled over bloodstains, heading somewhere. Yuanrong outside looked in surprise, wondering in astonishment, "What is that?" Returning to the previous scene, it's an image of a forest full of vines covered with thorns, gloomy and dark, and the figure inside the thorny forest is Bai Qingling. He kept walking deeper, letting the sharp thorns of the vines cut into his skin until it bled. Yuanrong outside asked in surprise, "What are you doing? What the hell were you doing in Fengmo Valley that night?" Unlike the great scenery from before, Bai Qingling's hands are doing their best to push the thorny bushes aside to clear a path. "I will find it." He continued to go deeper, approaching the direction of a faint light in the distance, and continued, "I will find it." After a tireless search, Bai Qingling finally found what he needed. The image gradually appeared before his eyes. It was the pure white flower that Yu Rong had held earlier. He exclaimed happily. "Found it." Bai Qingling picked up the flower and said, "You came because of fate. I will bear the suffering myself." With that, he held the flower close, his nose cherishing it like a treasure. Bai Qingling raised his fist high, towards the vast sky, as if he had made a resolution. He smiled brightly and said, "For Rongair to become the Qingling demon lord, truly, Shi Yaozun must pay for this." Yue Rong was stunned when she saw the image of him just now, and she said somberly. Coming back, Yue Rong gripped the chair tightly. Seeing it in such a place, she finally said hesitantly. Then, Yu Rong couldn't control her emotions, and covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she said, "Benzuo can't do it." Returning to the old scene, while Qingling wasn't paying attention, the figure of someone appeared from behind. He seemed to notice and turned around, shouting vigilantly to ask, "Who is it?" An old man in spirit form smiled happily at Bai Qingling. This level of soul perception and ability, worthy of being the innate phaseless demon body. "Child, you were born to become a saint?" The old man smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "Since you want to mess with the evil apothecary sect, this old man is super interested, and here to lend you a hand." Bai Qingling gritted her teeth, a look of vigilance on her face. "I'm not interested in people who sneak around with their faces covered." The old man grinned slyly, even winking playfully at him. "You will be. Otherwise, that little wronger of yours will become a sacrifice for the evil apothecary." Qingling angrily pounced, ready to strike, yelling, "You!" The old man tossed something to him, saying, "Take it, kid. This is a real killer ancient technique." Qingling held the book in his hand, a little shocked and speechless. The old man continued, "Something a lifelong apothecary like me would never teach you." Qingling held the ancient book in his hand, pondering, his face having calmed down, wondering. Real killer ancient technique. He furrowed his brow and shot a sharp look at the old man, asking, "You have a grudge against the evil apothecary. You want to borrow a knife to kill someone." The old man laughed heartily, stroking his beard in response. "The ancient ways are profound. Only if you can comprehend them will you be worthy of wielding the knife. Besides, this is the demonic path, both hands stained with blood." Qingling laughed and tucked the book away, replying, "Bai Qingling, the demon lord, is capable of anything. You'll regret your decision today." The old man chuckled. "Doubt it." Scene changed to the next day. A junior disciple kept staring at a junior sister's luscious thighs, grinning foolishly. Another senior brother was also scrutinizing those round assets, totally engrossed. Yu Rong was practicing her sword techniques when someone spoke up. "No, I can't watch anymore. My body's more important. Alcohol hurts me. I'm quitting booze." Just then, Qingling swaggered over with the heat from behind, his voice startling the disciples. "Not practicing your swordsmanship? What's all the racket about?" His expression was dark and cold, his eyes sharp as he stared at one person. "I believe your name is Chu Nan. Speak." He trembled anxiously before Qingling's pressure, stammering, "Senior brother Bai Qingling. Well, I heard that junior sister Rongyer came home late last night for some reason, slipped and damaged her Taoist robes, and was coincidentally seen by second senior brother Ma Gifeng. Second senior brother gave her a new set of clothes," he hurriedly continued. According to second senior brother, junior sister Rongyer, with her maiden heart, was overjoyed and gave him a hug right then and there. We disciples, this story has spread everywhere. Everyone's saying that junior sister Rongyer is taken. Qingling, expressionless, asked distastefully, "You believe these rumors?" He scratched his head, forcing a laugh, stuttering, I definitely don't believe it. How could junior sister Rongyer possibly like Ma Gifeng? But everyone's spreading it like wildfire and it seems kinda real." Qingling's gaze was as cold as ice, annoyed and silent. He turned and left. ignoring the junior brother's call. "Senior brother," Qingling said coldly. "Focus on cultivating, don't be nosy." Scene changed to reality outside. Ginger covered her eyes with both hands, unable to believe what she was seeing, exclaiming in a panic, "I don't want to watch, I don't want to see this anymore." She then snuggled into Ling Yin's arms, hugging her tightly. Not only was her master's past tragic, but why were the people around her so unfortunate too? Such a good girl, and someone's making up stories about her. Ling Yin gently patted Ginger's head, comforting her. "I told you not to watch anymore, but you kept watching. Besides, now's not the time to be watching this stuff." Ling Yin placed her hands on Ginger's shoulders, saying seriously, "Ni Zhang teamed up with us, got the secret key, passed the gate, and activated the teleportation array. We'll teleport out later and hand over Master's box to them." Hearing this, Ginger's expression suddenly changed. "What Master needs, Ginger will personally offer it." Ling Yin was also sweating at this scene. She said helplessly, "I'm not going to snatch it from you. Why are you even wary of your own senior sister?" Ling Yin glanced around and continued, "This Wang is sensible. She clearly still has you in her heart, and I don't want to make an enemy of you, so I have a suggestion." Bai Qingling's face immediately changed drastically, his eyes turning bloodshot as if he wanted to devour someone alive. He said through gritted teeth. That shameless dude looked back at Bai Qingling. "We're all bros here. How about we share Rong's ear? The three of us enjoy her together." Before he could finish, he saw Bai Qingling grab a huge boulder and hurl it at him with a cold, murderous expression. Before he could react, Gi Feng took the rock straight to the face. His eyes rolled back, snot and tears streaming down. What followed was a bloody, gruesome scene. Bai Qingling relentlessly smashed him with rocks in his rage. Just then, for some reason, Hua Yuerong appeared right behind him. She looked at the scene in shock and called out, "Senior brother Qingling." She looked at her senior brother, who was panting heavily, and asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Qingling glanced at the junior sister behind him and smiled frighteningly. "What am I doing? Ma Gifeng offended me, so I'm going to kill him." Saying that, Bai Qingling started walking towards Yue Rong. "Seeing me like this, you won't be disappointed, right?" Looking at Yue Rong's terrified face, he continued, "No way, right?" Bai Qingling laughed loudly, looking crazy with his bloodshot eyes. "This is the real me. The real Bai Qingling, Demon Lord." He brushed past Yue Rong and said coldly, "An innocent girl like you doesn't even have the right to offend me." Yue Rong watched Bai Qingling's figure. Unable to believe what he just said, she kept yelling, "No, this isn't you, stop!" Bai Qingling kept walking coldly, ignoring Yue Rong's screams behind him. "I'm begging you." Bai Qingling went to see his master, who looked at Bai Qingling in surprise and said, "You said you could get the demon blood. Your demon vessel has finally matured." Bai Qingling's face showed no emotion, and replied, "Master didn't want my demon blood from day one? Consider it a filial piety from your disciple." The old master smiled brightly and kept patting Bai Qingling's shoulder. "Good disciple. You can understand so well, I'm really happy for you." He snapped his fingers, and a huge furnace immediately appeared from behind. "You can rest assured about Ronger's matter. Her value is not even comparable to a drop of demon blood." He pointed his hand towards the furnace, and happily introduced, "The blood-melting cauldron can extract pure essence blood treasures. I won't take it all. I still need you to continuously supply demon blood in the future," he said to Bai Qingling. Immediately, he jumped onto the mouth of the furnace and jumped inside. After he was done, the lid of the furnace was closed, and he shouted to activate the formation. Red demonic energy kept pouring out. They surrounded the furnace as if they were devouring a delicious prey. He excitedly enjoyed the surrounding atmosphere and laughed happily. "Hurry up! Quickly take the demon blood to increase my treasure." After waiting for a while, the furnace emitted a white smoke, as if it short-circuited midway and stopped working. He curiously went over to investigate. The blood bag is clearly still there. Why did the blood-melting cauldron stop working? He immediately jumped onto the top of the furnace and shouted, "Good disciple, are you okay? Can you hear what I'm saying?" He quickly used all his strength to open the lid of the furnace. "You can't die here." The old man frowned as he looked inside, waving away the red smoke that was pouring out. "At least not now." Bai Qingling suddenly appeared from behind him. His eyes filled with cold, murderous intent, he whispered, "Now is the time." Before he could dodge, he took a kick straight into his furnace. Bai Qingling's face was cold as ice. His heart remained unfazed. He reactivated the very formation the old man had just used, shouting loudly. Inside, he roared furiously, "Bai Qingling! You're not even in the cauldron! How are you doing this, you treacherous brat? Are you trying to betray your master and wipe out your lineage?" He writhed in agony inside the cauldron. His eyes rolled back, showing only whites. "It hurts! Stop! Quickly stop this damn cauldron!" Bai Qingling remained perfectly at ease, sitting on the cauldron's lid, chatting with a smile. The illusory shadow clone GU art really does the trick. As for how I learned it without you teaching me, nah, I'm not gonna tell you." He thrashed and screamed in pain, wanting to curse, but instantly changed his tune, whimpering to Bai Qingling. "You born devil! No, wait, my good disciple, quickly, let your master go." Bai Qingling fixed a chilling gaze down at him, his voice icy. "I ask, you answer. Who placed the GU on Rongshi's father?" He panicked, his face already showing signs of corrosion, quickly spilling the beans. "That's my younger brother, also my junior brother, fierce tiger Taoist of the Kangming sect. He was greedy for Rongshi's family's money. This has nothing to do with me, your master." Bai Qingling's face turned grim, he muttered. "Fierce tiger Taoist. Got it." Even after learning everything, Bai Qingling still wasn't about to let his master off the hook. He put on a crazed expression, activated the formation, and roared. Again, inside, the old man was in unspeakable pain, his mouth non-stop wailing and cursing. "My ambition, the ruthlessness of my disciples, every single demonic cultivator I've ever encountered. None of them hold a candle to you, Bai Qingling. You are the true devil." Bai Qingling hopped off the cauldron, turned, and walked away. "Master, you're super strong. As long as you're alive, I'd always be wary of you. But you only made one mistake. A super simple one," he continued, his voice ice cold. "You shouldn't have had any evil intentions towards wrong wearer. Even looking at her funny is like unleashing my inner demon." He flashed a sinister grin and added, "Your master's nascent soul essence blood, I guarantee I'll refine it into the most perfect 9-revolution demonic GU this world has ever seen. As for your evil medicine sect's disciples and grand disciples, they won't have to wait too long either." He squeezed the red stone in his hand, continuing, "If I can't send them off to join you, master, Ronger won't be able to live in peace." Back in reality, Hua Yue Rong just stared blankly after seeing it all, completely speechless. She silently shed tears, then quietly left the spot. Jin Yang watched Yu Rong's distant figure disappear. "So, that's who Rongir is. I should have figured it out sooner." Jin Yang gritted her teeth in anger. "But I won't give up. I won't back down for you." The scene shifted to another location. A massive, towering pagoda. Ling Yan walked out, carrying Ginger on her back, her voice gently comforting. "Ginger, we're out now." Ginger, still sniffling from behind her, whimpered, Master isn't a born demon at all." She finally calmed down, asking Ling Yin, second senior sister, "Should a man like Master truly be called a demon? Isn't this love?" Ling Yin fell into a pensive silence, saying nothing. After a moment, she finally spoke to Ginger. "Who knows? The demonic path doesn't truly delve into the heart, so it's impossible to tell." Ginger, a little puzzled after hearing that, asked, "It truly delves into the heart?" Nangong Taishan grumbled, "Tresk, what is all this nonsense? What kind of trial is this even supposed to be? Don't you agree, esteemed sect master?" His eyes suddenly twitched. He flinched in alarm when he looked behind him. He called out again, "Esteemed sect master." The red-robed figure's face was a little flushed, her eyes wide with alarm, as she muttered to herself, "What is this? What is this feeling, really?" She hunched over, clutching her head with both hands. Could I still be jealous? Switching to another scene, Hua Yurong went for a walk under the fading afternoon sun after leaving that place. She mused, "I can't believe what I just saw. It's tricking me, still tricking me. Did I get hit by GU poison? No way, all these things are actually real, and they're all because of me." She sobbed with regret. Why was I so ignorant back then, and hated him so much? In the end, I was the one who let him down. Yurong gently drew her sword. "It's come to this. How can I even face him now?" She brought the sharp blade to her neck, weeping, "I can only atone to senior brother." Just then, an unusually dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Yue Rong looked towards it, calling out, "Senior brother." The scene shifts back to young Bai Qingling's memory. A respectful, portly man spoke gently. "Senior brother Bai, where is venerable master? I haven't seen him for days. Is he still in closed-door cultivation?" Bai Qingling looked up, a sly smile playing on his lips. "That's right, junior brother Zhu Nan. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you need venerable master to answer your questions?" The junior brother chuckled, a greenish line, as if from poison, visible on his neck. Then he sighed. "Senior brother, how did you know so well? I've been feeling really strange these past few days, and I haven't been able to see any senior or junior brothers either. I can only rely on venerable master now." That greenish, bloated line continued to spread from his neck. Bai Qingling frowned, thinking to himself, sure enough, that weird old man was right. He recalled his conversation with that eccentric old man. A few days ago, all the disciples of the heretic medicine sect were afflicted by the heretic medicine master's 7-soul demonic GU, which is almost impossible to cure. Their fate is to become sacrifices for the heretic medicine master, transforming into soulless corpse puppets. Bai Qingling's face darkened as he spoke. Junior brother Zhu Nan, living like a puppet, or dying with dignity. If you had to choose one of the two, what would you pick? Zhu Nan chuckled, scratching his head. Senior brother Bai, why are you asking such a heavy question out of nowhere? Zhu Nan's gaze turned vacant as he answered Bai Qingling. If I absolutely had to choose, I would definitely not choose to be a corpse puppet. I'd rather just die. Bai Qingling gave a faint smile. So many unsaid thoughts. I understand. With that, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Rest in peace, junior brother. A long while later, not just Zhu Nan, but the entire sect reeked of strong blood. Many corpses of senior and junior brothers lay piled up everywhere. From within that mass of bodies, Bai Qingling was seen carrying someone, and a voice yelled, "You! Let go of that!" His face was cold, mirroring his current mood. The eccentric old man appeared beside him right then, saying, "Look at your pale face. You actually used your demonic blood and heart's primordial essence to remove her GU poison. The GU poison on her is gone now, but your internal organs are also severely injured." Bai Qingling gently placed Yu Rong on the ground. The eccentric old man, still trailing behind him, said, "Now you must quickly create an innate 5-organ body to replace your original 5 organs, and nurture your injured organs for several years in a place with dense demonic Q before they can return to your original body." Bai Qingling silently checked Yu Rong's pulse at her neck. The eccentric old man continued, "But Bai Qingling, is it all worth it? Don't you regret it?" Bai Qingling replied coldly, "With my demonic blood and primordial essence, she'll become stronger in the future, won't she? But even that's not enough. Unless she completely sheds her innocence, only then can she truly protect herself." His eyes blazed red as he stared intently at Yue Rong. Bai Qingling continued, "When you wake up, you will see the destruction of the heretic medicine sect. You will witness my departure, hate me, and then you must live on." Bai Qingling looked at Yue Rong with a myriad of unspeakable emotions. "Now, the sins of the world rest upon my shoulders. All I desire is one thing." With that, he gently lifted Yu Rong's beautiful face. He leaned in close, pouring all his love into a deep, long kiss, preserving one last memory before she came to hate him. Bai Qingling sat alone, his heart a turmoil of mixed emotions, burying his face in his hands as he asked himself, "Am I Bai Feng? Or am I Bai Qingling?" He mumbled irritably to himself, "Is this life a lie? Or was Bai Feng, the otaku from my previous life, the illusion? I'm a bit muddled. I can't tell them apart clearly." Just then, a sweet female voice called out, "Master." Ginger looked worried, holding a box in her hand. "Ginger is back." The box in her hand suddenly fell to the ground after she saw Bai Qingling in that state. Sui Ginger hurriedly rushed over, burying Bai Qingling's face into her plump breasts, crying and whimpering. "Ginger has seen everything, Master. Master really breaks people's hearts. That Rong's raider is such an idiot, she completely doesn't realize Master's true feelings." Ginger looked at Qingling affectionately, her cheeks flushed red, and said, "Unlike Ginger, Ginger is only considerate to Master. Whatever Master wants Ginger to do, Ginger will do." Bai Qingling remained silent, only staring at her intently. He finally opened his mouth and said, "I already told you, you must be absolutely careful when retrieving the Yang Shenji. How did you get yourself injured like this?" Ginger stepped down and carefully picked up the Yang. "Master also said that this contains Master's most important things. Ginger has no reason not to protect it." She looked at the Yang and continued, "Because there are some of Master's enemies who are like wolves, such as that fiend Zhao Chen." Bai Qingling looked down at Ginger below, then patted his thigh. "Ginger, come sit here." Sui Ginger looked at him, a little confused. She said, then actively sat on Qingling's lap, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, because she didn't know what was going on. Qingling noticed her chest and said, "The ravine on your chest has been injured by the force of origin fire." Mentioning this, Sui Ginger noticed, and looked down at the rolling hills. Qingling continued, "Although there is a way to treat it with acupuncture, it is very slow and very painful." Bai Qingling smiled with a hint of cunning, and said, "Let's use the poison-sucking method from last time. I will sacrifice myself again for you. This is also a reward for your trip, Ginger." After speaking, he opened her shirt. Ginger was startled, shyly watching his next action. Then there were a few soft moans. The image is so 18+ guys. Right now I just want to say that I really want to switch places with Qingling. Ginger hugged Bai Qingling, savoring the warm feeling on her chest. This kind of feeling, she blushed and screamed loudly, while holding Bai Qingling's face tightly to her chest. Ginger likes it so much, Ginger likes it too much. The system sound began to ring with many notifications with the same content as follows. Host has successfully infused love into the target Sui Ginger, recorded 2,000 accumulation points. After a period of struggle, the system continued to sound the final notification. Host has successfully infused love into the target Sui Ginger, recorded 8,000 accumulation points. After a while, feeling high, Ginger was placed on the bed by Bai Qingling to rest. Looking at this scene, it's as if they really fought each other hundreds of times. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from outside. Bai Qingling instinctively turned his head to look. The other person called out loudly, "Shixeng, are you in there?" Yu Rong outside continuously knocked on the door. "It's me. I'm Rong." Immediately after that, the door was opened. Yu Rong exclaimed. In surprise, she looked at the person standing in front of her and softly called out, "Bai Qingling Shixeng." He opened his eyes to look at her, his eyes containing some coldness and detachment. The two stood facing each other in a somewhat quiet atmosphere. He thought to himself, I originally thought that when this scene appeared, we would hug each other, and there would be many words of longing and sympathy from both sides. Looking at the current Hua Yue Rong, the image of Yue Rong from the past appeared close by, and there was not much change. He continued to think. But seeing her looking like she did back then, I feel that communicating with my eyes is enough. He spoke to break the silence around him, and said in a deep voice, Shixeng wants you to eliminate someone. Are you willing? Yue Rong looked at him seriously and asked, Who is it? Bai Qingling replied with an ice-cold face. A spy disguised as a righteous path, the great disciple of the Yingui Dian, Xiao Chen. Yue Rong immediately erupted with murderous intent, decisively and powerfully saying, Shimei will take his dog head. Scene changes to another place. Xiao Chen is kowtowing on the ground, calling out to Nanggong Taisheng. He knelt down and begged, Only you can save me now. We are sitting on the same boat. Without your support, I, Xiao Chen, would not have come to this point today. Nanggong Taisheng said uncomfortably. In the beginning you swore that Bai Qingling would be disgraced and even the demonic path would hate him. Do you know what they are calling him outside now? He frowned and shouted angrily. They are all calling him Great Love Immortal Master, and they are even planning how to take him as their son-in-law. They also said that if sect leader Yi married him, the entire Shangmeng sect would be very honored. He closed the door and chased Xiao Chen away, scolding, Get out, the further the better. He gritted his teeth bitterly, clutching the jade amulet in his hand, thinking to himself, Damn it, even Nan Gong is a useless piece of trash. My master's sound transmission jade amulet isn't even replying. He was frustrated, his mind in a jumble. What should I do now? Think fast, is there anyone who can save me? Just then, a voice came from behind. Are you Xiao Chen, the chief disciple of the Yin Ghost Hall? He was startled and jumped, turning around, stammering. You, Tan Tai Ling Yin, stood behind him, coldly saying, The enforcement hall has an invitation. Come with me, protector. Xiao Chen knelt down solemnly, worriedly muttering to himself. The enforcement hall, the bald elder rested his hand on his cheek, looking at Xiao Chen sternly, said, Public trial of Xiao Chen now begins. Ye Hongyi above solemnly said, Xiao Chen, you colluded with the Kunlun Dao sect, acting as a spy, moving Earth on my demonic path. What do you have to say for yourself? Xiao Chen was resentful, annoyed in his heart. I, Xiao Chen, am the freaking chosen one, and a brat like you is worthy to judge me. He put on an extremely wronged expression, exclaiming to clear his name, Disciple Xiao Chen is loyal to the Azure Vault sect. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Someone must be framing me. Hong Yi called down from above. Elder Luo immediately understood and threw off his clothes, holding a whip, laughing gleefully. Looks like this old man has to give you some intensity before you'll confess. Do you know the soul-scouring whip in my hands? With that, he swung the whip hard towards him. The tip of the whip went straight into Xiao Chen's ear. He said, Confess now. Xiao Chen screamed in pain, constantly shouting his innocence. I, Xiao Chen, have never committed treasonous acts of espionage. After a while of whipping, Elder Luo stopped. Xiao Chen painfully held his ear. Elder Luo respectfully turned to report to Ye Hongyi. Sect leader, this old man's abilities are lacking. Not enough to make him confess. Hong Yi looked towards Bai Qingling, who was standing and watching, thinking to herself, Godfather, this Xiao Chen is indeed not simple. Bai Qingling pursed his lips and crossed his arms, thinking, Knowing my profound heart incantation is within expectations, if he can't even withstand that, he's not worthy of being the protagonist. Suddenly a voice spoke from the side. He looked in that direction and said, Hallmaster Bai, this public trial, You're the mastermind behind it, aren't you? Jin Yang saw Bai Qingling looking over, and seductively threw a heart at him, while her husband, Ren Tianfan, smiled at him and said, "You offended him, so this is the consequence. Personal grievances should be settled privately. Don't mess with justice, it's embarrassing." Sui Ginger beside her was already unbearably angry, while Bai Qingling calmly thought, "Ren Tianfan thinks dealing with me is easier than dealing with his own wife. Forget it, he's not the main character in this play." Bai Qingling stepped down below. He stood in front of Zhao Chen and said, "Elder Lukuo, it's better to let this venerable one give some guidance." Zhao Chen was annoyed when he saw Bai Qingling. He said loudly, "Bai Qingling, doing whatever you want, the Azure Vault sect will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." Even now, he arrogantly said, "The last chance for you to salvage this is to apologize to me, Zhao Chen, and say that you framed me, Azure Vault sect Scarlet Child, and then kowtow and beg for forgiveness." Zhao Chen kept rambling. "There's a saying, the Tao is 1 foot tall, the demons are 10 inches tall." Bai Qingling then started gathering demonic energy in his palm. He smiled wickedly at Zhao Chen, with a rising murderous aura. "Not much taller, just enough to use." Saying that, Bai Qingling released a small worm that flew into Zhao Chen's mouth, saying, "Illusory god earthworm, GU." That GU worm has begun to enter his body through his mouth. Immediately, Zhao Chen became gaunt and dry. As a dehydrated corpse, his eyes rolled back. He hugged himself and laughed like crazy amidst everyone's gazes. Ren Tianfan pointed and shouted, "Hall Master Bai, what are you doing? You poisoned Zhao Chen in front of everyone." But someone below immediately cut him off. "Shut your trap, you eunuch!" Ren Tianfan was stunned, unable to express a clear emotion. "What?" Zhao Chen yelled back, pointing at him. "You can't even tell the difference between hemorrhoids and poison, yet you dare to speak up, you damn eunuch!" Ren Tianfan, thoroughly embarrassed, clenched his fist. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's a eunuch? Watch your mouth." "You little brat," Zhao Chen laughed maniacally, shouting, "My mentor, Yu Shuzi, has heaven-piercing abilities. His intelligence network spans the world. If any of you have skeletons in your closet, we know all about it." He continued, looking at several figures present. "Chen Taishu, Elder Chen is marrying the prospective saintess of the 4 great Orthodox sects this year. I wonder if he'll be able to ruthlessly attack his in-laws on the battlefield." Ni Yong, Elder Ni, secretly contacted the righteous Zhenwu sword sect. His own father is the supreme elder of the Zhenwu sword sect. Guess who this old geezer will help when the righteous and demonic paths clash? Zhao Chen pointed and laughed loudly. "You demonic cultivators are so pathetic. My list of collaborators with the enemy has only just begun. The entire Eastern Earth demonic path will soon be devoid of integrity and just surrender." Ye Hongyi slammed her hand down in a panic. "High Priest, quickly shut him up. If he keeps talking, our Crimson Alliance sect will be torn apart." Bai Qingling suddenly spoke up at this moment. "That's right, I did it." Zhao Chen's eyes widened in surprise, and Hongyi was equally shocked. "Huh?" Bai Qingling stood before everyone and stated clearly, "The reason those people you mentioned contacted the righteous path was all my idea. You're allowed to disguise yourselves as spies for the righteous path, but the demonic path isn't allowed to turn the tables." Bai Qingling looked at Zhao Chen, exuding an overwhelming aura that made him tremble. Bai Qingling laughed excitedly, thinking that no matter what the truth was, the people Zhao Chen mentioned would recognize her tone, because controlling the entire Crimson Alliance sect was the real purpose of this public trial. Zhao Chen stared at Bai Qingling and loudly exclaimed, "Your idea? Stop trying to take credit for it." He widened his eyes and hugged his face, roaring, if it weren't for you, those 3 female disciples of yours would have long been slaves on my bed." Zhao Chen imagined the scene of him holding those 3 youthful female disciples in his arms, and couldn't help but feel excited. "You're just a pawn of my master. You should have been betrayed and ruined long ago. Yes, only I am worthy of the final victory." Just as Zhao Chen was still arrogantly uttering provocative words, someone suddenly drew a sharp sword and loudly cursed. "Disgusting. I actually partnered with this guy. Unforgivable." At this moment, Tantai Lingyin, holding a sword in one hand, flew straight towards Zhao Chen, who was kneeling before Bai Qingling. Before her sword could even reach him, Bai Qingling firmly clamped it with one hand. He said softly, "Stop." Seeing this, Tantai Lingyin was stunned and wanted to ask, "Master, I?" But Bai Qingling kept his eyes on Zhao Chen. "Let him finish. He still has secrets." Hearing him say that, Zhao Chen seemed to become even more excited. "Bai Qingling, it seems you also have a premonition." Without further delay, he continued, "The ancestor saintess of the Piao Miao Cloud Palace, the nemesis who beat you black and blue, Mu Xinlan, she's awakened from her ice coffin." Thinking of the scene of Mu Xinlan's awakening, Zhao Chen couldn't hide his joy and mocked, "Senior Musi will cleanse all the demonic cultivators of Yun province. The Third Righteous Crusade is about to begin. You rotten demonic cultivators in the sewer, take the chance to do some good now." Hearing the words that Xiao Chen had just uttered, even Ye Hongyi couldn't hide her curiosity. The Third Righteous Crusade. She immediately recalled the previous battles with a worried expression. Last time, the High Priest fought Mu Xinlan, and ultimately the High Priest failed. Now, our demonic path has no one else who can fight Mu Xinlan. What should we do? While everyone was apprehensive, Bai Qingling just chuckled. "Xiao Chen, why are you shouting so loudly?" He turned his gaze toward Xiao Chen, full of provocation. "It just shows that you lack confidence." Hearing Bai Qingling say that, Xiao Chen's face turned ashen, and he was speechless. Seeing Xiao Chen rendered speechless by him, Bai Qingling loudly said to everyone, "Everyone, I love war." Bai Qingling turned to face everyone sitting above and stated clearly, "I love blitzkriegs, beheading Wei Zhang before he can even speak. I love encirclement battles, witnessing the fish in the basket, the petty people destroying themselves. I love long-term wars, savoring the sight of them trembling under the might of the demonic path for all eternity." After that, Bai Qingling, his face full of murderous intent, asked, "This lord will only ask you all one question. To break through Zhongtu, who supports me leading the team, and who opposes." As soon as the words fell, the whole space became quiet, giving way to everyone's thoughts after Bai Qingling's passionate words. But only a few seconds later, all those present shouted in unison, "We follow the Godfather to expand our territory, break through Zhongtu, kill all the Wei Zhang, and rebuild the glory of the demonic path. We will absolutely not refuse." Seeing that everyone had agreed to follow him, Bai Qingling turned his head and said to the person next to him, "Elder Luko, announce the verdict." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chen was dragged straight down by two burly men with the pronouncement, "Xiao Chen of the Hidden Yin Department is guilty of colluding with the enemy. Arrest him and imprison him, and tomorrow take him to the Yunnan Valley to be tortured by the demonic flames." After the trial ended, Bai Qingling left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Bai Qingling heard a shout from behind, "Godfather, please stop!" It turned out to be Ye Hongyi, who was clenching her fists and asking, "Sect leader Ye, you must be here to question me about pardoning the traitor, right?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "If I didn't do that, our positions wouldn't be stable. It's not about eliminating them, but about grasping them, so that we can be justified in living up to the people's expectations." Unexpectedly, Ye Hongyi blushed because of Bai Qingling's words. No, I didn't mean to question you." Ye Hongyi took his hand, shyly. "Why don't you come to my room, Godfather, and impart more principles of governance to me?" Just then, hurried footsteps sounded. Wait, Sui Ginger suddenly ran over from somewhere, grabbed Bai Qingling's other arm, and said loudly, "Master is very tired. Sect leader Ye, talk about it tomorrow." Seeing these two girls pulling him, he couldn't help but wonder, why are they suddenly pulling me like this? Are they not feeling any urgency with the Great War coming? Not stopping there, another person with a loudspeaker larger than two grapefruits shouted loudly, "Qingling Shixiong, Hua Yuerong," came from somewhere. Hugging Bai Qingling's neck and constantly creating a scene, "Shixiong, the matter here is over. Why don't you come to my hidden yin hall to reminisce about the old days? We have many unique stories that need Shixiong to explain to me." Just when everyone thought everything would stop there, Han Jinyang gracefully stepped forward, walking and saying, "Hallmaster Hua, what kind of decorum is this in front of sect leader Ye?" She gently turned her eyes to Bai Qingling. Compared to chicks like them, Hallmaster Bai prefers to get acquainted after meeting for the first time, right? At this moment, Tantai Lingyin came in with a basket of fruit. Shizun. But seeing this scene, she sighed with some disappointment. "I've come at the wrong time." The five girls were only focused on vying for attention, not knowing that at this moment, Bai Qingling was secretly screaming in doubt, "No, don't divide the Demon Lord into five." Sui Ginger gently blew into Bai Qingling's ear, whoosh. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck, coquettishly asking, "Master, there are no stars at night. Why are we going to the top of the mountain?" Hearing this, Bai Qingling coldly glanced at the woman clinging to him and said, "This lord didn't call you. You wanted to hang on yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. His palm landed directly on her fair thighs, accompanied by Bai Qingling's words, "Tolerating your stubbornness is already this lord's great leniency." But unexpectedly, this slap made Sui Ginger excited. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Aya! Is master going to punish Ginger?" Bai Qingling just looked at her with a cold smile. "It's late at night and desolate. It's the best growing period for demonic GU. Aren't you afraid that this lord will plant GU on you?" Not only was Sui Ginger not intimidated, but she became even bolder and wrapped herself tightly around Bai Qingling. She said softly, Is the GU here? Master wants me to hear those provocative words." Bai Qingling helplessly thought to himself, Crap. Do I still have any dignity and threat in this girl's heart? Should I clear the trash in her brain? Suddenly, Ginger spoke up, dispelling Bai Qingling's thoughts. That's right. Why keep that evil villain Zhao Chen until tomorrow to execute him? That guy is very sinister. Aren't you worried about any changes? Bai Qingyu Dali, a close disciple of Yung Shuzi, is your little shitty. I worked as a spy in the enforcement hall and became a prison warden. New Dali removed Zhao Chen's shackles and continued. Shizun usually doesn't allow me to contact you. He was planning ahead for today's situation. New Dali continued. If your plan failed, let's go. Back to the Central Plains, back to Master's side. Xiao Chen quickly agreed. Alright, follow me. Immediately after, Zhao Chen pressed hard on his chest and spat out a purple orb. He quickly grabbed it and said to New Dali, "This is a Giwan orb. Just a short spell is enough to open a teleportation gate that lasts for a moment. The coordinates of this Giwan orb are the main hall of the Kunlun Dao sect master." He looked at the orb with smug satisfaction. That damn demonic venerable Bai Qingling, just you wait. Once I regain my swagger as the son of destiny, I'll definitely grind you to dust. Just a moment later, Xiao Chen and Niu Dali arrived in front of the Kunlun Dao sect master's main hall. The two knelt before Yu Shuzi. Your disciple Xiao Chen greets master. Your disciple Niu Dali greets master. Xiao Chen couldn't hide his joy, immediately yelling after escaping the dungeon. Master, your eldest disciple is back. Even though I failed, as long as I'm back alive to see you, the grand scheme can still be planned. Contrary to Xiao Chen's appearance, right after Yu Suzi turned around, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and staggered back. Get back! Xiao Chen was full of doubt at this moment. Master, what's wrong? It's me, Chen Shir. However, Yu Shuzi still frantically pushed Xiao Chen away in fear. Xiao Chen, don't come any closer. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Chen felt something strange on his face. Blue patterns had appeared on his cheeks, and right after that, his hands were also covered by those patterns. He screamed, "What am I?" In a moment, Xiao Chen's face erupted in a field of bubbles, making him panic uncontrollably. Master, what's happening to me? Master, save me. Seeing Xiao Chen, looking like a giant ball covered in countless smaller growths, Yu Shuzi quickly realized. It's a transfer-grade demonic GU. The earth-bursting heavenly spirit GU. After a night of nurturing, it has fused into one with your body. Seeing his doom, he cruelly unleashed a palm strike towards Xiao Chen, not forgetting to say, I cannot implicate the sect, go find a quiet place to die. In a flash, Xiao Chen shot up into the sky like an unstoppable cannonball. Faster than the speed of light, Xiao Chen's figure became a red dot in the sky. That figure grew smaller, and then quickly exploded, creating an earth-shattering boom. At this moment, Sui Ginger was nestled in Bai Qingling's arms. She excitedly pointed at the sky. Master! A red star suddenly flashed in that direction. Bai Qingling at this moment just slightly curled her lips into a faint smile. I already said it's a dark and windy night, perfect for nurturing a demonic GU. Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, Bai Qingling gently hugged Sui Ginger. Looking towards the exploded figure of Xiao Chen, she softly said, For thousands of miles around, perhaps only this venerable is truly here to bid you a peaceful farewell. At the true martial sword sect, on a mountain with sword cliffs at the sword testing ground, a group of disciples was diligently training. Meanwhile, a familiar figure appeared. It was Bai Qingling's eldest disciple, Feng Lixu, and currently she was working as an infiltrator within the true martial sword sect. As she was training with everyone, a voice rang out from behind her. Sister Lixu. A young man walked over, waving, long time no see. Lixu. Senior Sister Feng, Lin Mo, was truly longing for her in his heart. This person was the third imperial prince of the Dachu imperial dynasty, Lin Mo. Seeing him, Feng Lixu immediately recalled that day when the poison had flared up in her body. Is that Lin Mo? Remembering the unpleasant memory of the poison's flare-up that day, she immediately shooed Lin Mo away, despite her body being extremely uncomfortable. I told you this young miss is fine. I want to rest now. Go on home. Lin Mo outside could only turn back. Okay. Those memories made Feng Lixu's beautiful face flush red like a tomato from embarrassment. He almost burst in and saw her. Luckily, Ge Qiang had advised him to leave. Seeing Lin Mo still standing there, Feng Lixu secretly cursed. This 15 or 16-year-old body isn't even as developed as mine, and he's trying to get cozy with me but can't even hide it. Feng Lixu turned her head and slashed her sword in front of him, and coldly spoke. If the third imperial prince wishes to speak his mind, I'm afraid you've found the wrong person. If there's no official business, then feel free to leave. Seeing her so blunt, Lin Mo froze, stammering, unsure what to say. Hey, in his heart he could only think, it's like she knows what I want to say, and she cut me off before I could speak. Lin Mo still insisted on speaking. It's not that there's no official business. For example, the recent actions of the righteous sects. I heard that the holy maiden Mu Xinlan of the Piaoyao Cloud Palace seems to be planning. Feng Lixui couldn't help but be surprised when she heard those three words. Mu Xinlan. She stopped her movements and glanced towards Lin Mo. Mu Xinlan. At this moment, at the mysterious ice lake of the Piaoyao Cloud Palace's sacred land, a girl let out a loud cry. Master! This girl was the 9th imperial princess of the Dachu imperial dynasty, Lin Tiantian, desperately pleading. A letter just arrived from the Guluo Dao sect, Xiao Chen Shixiong, that Bai Laomo killed him. Please, Shizun, break your seclusion to slay the demon and avenge Xiao Shixiong. Hearing this, Mu Xinlan, who was meditating on Xuanbing Lake, said softly, Tiancherer, my only disciple, the third demon Saint War is approaching. I can't abandon the big picture just for your childhood sweetheart Xiao Chen. Mu Xinlan opened her eyes and continued. If you're truly desperate for revenge, I have only one option. Lin Tiantian was overjoyed. This disciple will heed Shizun's teachings. When I fought Bai Qingling, I happened to glimpse a fragment of his memories. There was a little girl dressed like a bride, probably around the same age as you, give or take. Mu Xinlan then revealed her plan to Lin Tiantian. Seduce him. This is the only method you can use to get your revenge. Hearing the words seduce him, Lin Tiantian's eyes widened in doubt. Seduce him. Meanwhile, at the Blood Tower, Bai Qingling was sitting in his room, feeling his power growing stronger, unable to hide his joy. After getting the original heart back, the path to recultivation is even smoother. It truly lives up to the name of the innate, directionless demon physique. Bai Qingling, leaning back to back with Sui Ginger in dual cultivation, thought to himself, plus the system's Dream Recall Jade Immortal Bed, dual cultivation and multi-cultivation provide greater benefits and can even copy the physique of the cultivation partner to my body. At this point, his eyes turned bloodshot. Bai Qingling's power became more abundant after dual cultivating with Sui Ginger. The profound yin energy of Ginger's ghost control spirit had a harmonizing effect, a mirror-like Dharma idol. After it ended, Ginger immediately turned around and hugged Bai Qingling tightly. Master's reward. Ginger has absorbed it all. Did Ginger help Master? Bai Qingling shook his head slightly. No need to be so excited. There will be more opportunities for cultivation later. But Sui Ginger said, Ginger wants to continue with Master. But Song Dan just sent a message saying that Sect Master Ye has invited Master over to discuss official business. Hearing Sui Ginger's report, Bai Qingling said softly, official business. Bai Qingling followed the servant to a certain bamboo forest, thinking as he walked, official business at this time, according to the original plot, it should be the Grand Demon Assembly. This assembly features an inside agent culminating in a good ending for the protagonist, Xiao Chen. Thinking of this, he became suspicious. But the timing isn't right. Why is it half a year earlier? Am I guessing wrong? Or is there another variable besides Xiao Chen's death? While walking, Bai Qingling realized that something was off. He spoke up and asked, wait, where is this? The servant next to him replied, Hall Master Bai, Sect Leader Yi, is waiting for you at the Joy Uniting Pool. Hearing Joy Uniting Pool, Bai Qingling started sweating. Isn't that the sect leader's hot springs? Why? Hearing this, the person then ran away, face flushed, while adding, well, anyway, please enjoy yourself. When Bai Qingling entered, the first thing he saw was a pair of slender feet. Ye Hongyi, wearing an outfit that couldn't be any thinner, was soaking in the hot spring. Seeing someone arrive, Ye Hongyi quickly turned her head. Recognizing the person who came was Bai Qingling, her face flushed instantly, and she said awkwardly, Gee, Godfather, Ye Hongyi asked shyly. Godfather, what do you think of Hongyi today? Is anything different? Bai Qingling glanced at her. Sect leader is probably recuperating in her private hot spring after cultivation. Right, I don't see anything. Before he could finish, Bai Qingling noticed a stream of red energy in Ye Hongyi's lower abdomen. Immediately after, Bai Qingling forcefully pressed down on her abdomen, making Ye Hongyi moan non-stop. He propped her up with his first rod, chuckling, no need to say more, sect leader. Try the effects of the dream-nurturing immortal bed. A few minutes later, the two had already begun dual cultivating on Bai Qingling's immortal bed. Looking at Ye Hongyi's expression, it's clear that the dream-nurturing immortal bed is truly extraordinarily powerful. Ye Hongyi hugged Bai Qingling's Pacific Ocean-sized shoulders with satisfaction. At this moment, Bai Qingling's system also sent out notifications, congratulations host, on successfully embodying great love, receiving 5,000 points. Current points, 85,000. After everything ended, Bai Qingling casually said, today, sect leader Ye broke through and specially sought me out for a chat. If I'm not mistaken, it's about the upcoming Alliance Assembly. Hearing this, Ye Hongyi nodded slightly. Yeah, the world is starting to spread the news that Muxinlan is about to appear, about to ignite the third great war between good and evil. The demon emperor sent an envoy, wanting to unite the 8 great demonic sects against it. However, after hearing this, Bai Qingling revealed a clear look of displeasure. You contacted several Yi family elders first, and only came to me after that useless uncle of yours, Ren Tianfan, right? You weren't willing to prioritize discussing it with me. Do you not trust me? Seeing Bai Qingling seeming angry, Yi Hongyi hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to. Before she could finish, Bai Qingling interrupted. I'll be blunt with you, Ye Hongyi. There's a spy in the demonic alliance. You guys can't handle this. The Ye family elders can't, Ren Tianfan can't, and neither can you. Hearing this, she was briefly stunned, then asked in confusion. Then, according to Godfather's idea, what should Hongyi do? Hearing her ask this, Bai Qingling smirked evilly, thinking, that bit of intimate exchange just now proves the dual cultivation effects of the dream-nurturing immortal bed once again. This might be a good opportunity to quickly and visually restore my power with quantity. Thinking of this, he said, Sect leader Ren is a coward, but Ren's wife has the strength and ruthlessness of the demonic path. With me and Ren's wife working together, this alliance assembly can be worry-free. This maternal aunt. Hearing about this one, Ye Hongyi hesitated a little. I've heard some rumors. Could it be that she has other intentions, or follows some inner thoughts? Hearing this, Bai Qingling coughed awkwardly. Just now, I said there was a spy in the demonic alliance, and that's Jin Taimi of the Joyous Union sect. Ren's wife used to be a candidate for the Joyous Union sect's Holy Maiden. She might have some advantages in dealing with Jin Taimi. Hearing what he said, Yi Hongyi lowered her head slightly. So that's how it is. Hongyi was being presumptuous. But she didn't know that Bai Qingling was secretly rejoicing. Perfect speech. Luckily I got away with it. At this point, Bai Qingling suddenly became serious. Someone's here. From behind the bamboo grove, Tan Tai Lingyin quietly stepped out. She asked shyly, Shifu, you noticed me. Seeing that it was Tan Tai Lingyin, Bai Qingling broke out in a sweat. This scene is a bit familiar, but neither side is reacting as violently as last time. Is this good or bad? Just then, Lingyin interrupted his train of thought. Sect leader Lingyin has bad news to report, Bai Qingling asked back in surprise. Bad news, Tan Tai Lingyin continued. Yesterday, the newly appointed Black Moon Hall leader disappeared on the way to Black Moon City to collect the tribute. He was someone the protector and sect leader absolutely trusted. His disappearance is definitely not simple. Speaking of this, Tan Tai Lingyin's expression became more serious. Black Moon City was originally a dependency of Mad Tiger Daoran. Now that Mad Tiger is dead, I suspect they want to rebel. At this time, Bai Qingling quickly recalled the original plot. In the original work, the Black Moon City branch was the stage for the male lead Xiao Chen and Tan Tai Lingyin and Ye Hongyi's accomplishments. The betrayal of Black Moon City is inevitable, but like the demonic alliance, the timing is earlier than expected. The corner of Bai Qingling's mouth curled up slightly. Betrayal is betrayal, it's just a matter to settle in one night. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi was a little doubtful. In just one night, Black Moon City is one of the top dependent forces of the Azure Merchant Union. The 4 leading families all have nascent soul elders guarding them. Knowing this, Bai Qingling just said calmly, "What's there to fear, random sticks? It's just a bunch of wild chickens and dogs anyway. Just right as an appetizer to try before the Alliance Assembly." At this moment, the scene shifts to Black Moon City, at the Tang family fortress. In the room, there is now a large dining table, with 4 people sitting on all sides of the table, seemingly secretly discussing something. Shi Zonglin, the Shi family head of Black Moon City, spoke first. "7th young master, I wonder where the new Black Moon Hall leader is now." Hearing this, the 7th young master of the Tang family, Tang Tianran, spoke up. "That person, he's in old Xi's hands." On the other side, the head of the Murong family, Murong Qi, said with a cold laugh, "This wine cup is made from someone's bones." Hearing this, the grand elder of the Kunlun clan, He Long, asked in surprise, "Tang 7th young master, you made a wine cup from the bones of the sect leader of the Shangmeng sect." Just as He Long finished speaking, Tang Tianran looked angry. "He Long, the 3 great families are deliberating. What are you butting in for? Outsiders may see your Kunlun clan as the 4th great family of Black Moon City, but surely you don't believe that yourself." These words silenced the grand elder He, leaving him unable to retort. Afterwards, Shi Zonglin praised, "7th young master's methods are truly brilliant. You solved the Shangmeng sect's golden core expert, without anyone knowing. No wonder old Tang decided to pass the family head position to you. Tang Tianran glanced sideways. Old Shi is joking. This Tang family head position was snatched by my own hands. Not waiting for the other person to reply, Tang Tianran continued. No more nonsense. Since things are as they are, I'll declare my stance first. Starting this month, my Tang family will no longer pay tribute to the Shangmeng sect. As soon as he said this, the other three widened their eyes in disbelief. Murong Qi spoke first. Even though Grand Tiger is dead and the little sect leader's foundation is unstable, how do you plan to deal with Qingling Demon Lord? Tang Tianran snorted coldly, then gave a strange smile. As long as tonight passes, that Bai Qingling. Before Tang Tianran could finish speaking, from outside, a servant rushed in looking flustered. Reporting to the family head, the Shangmeng headquarters has just issued a denouncement, saying the matter of the new Black Moon Hall master being murdered has been thoroughly investigated, and the culprit is... The servant's mention of the three words Kunlun clan shocked He Long. The old man quickly stood up to refute. Impossible. That new hall master had no dealings with my Kunlun clan? How could you pin this on me? On the opposite side, Tang Tianran couldn't help but cover his face and laugh loudly. Ha ha, causing the black old man to be speechless. You're acting. Tang Tianran grinned. Grand Elder He Long, finally your Kunlun clan has some use. As long as we hand you over to the Shangmeng sect, we can buy enough time to stir things up here. He Long couldn't bear it any longer, and he immediately cursed. Tongue 7, you dare! What are you? A vile petty man who relied on women to rise to power? If you touch my Kunlun clan, the secret of your wife's resurrection will... Before he could finish speaking, droplets of bright red syrup immediately splattered everywhere. Tang Tianran directly drew his sword and decapitated He Long. The tongue said, "Take his pig head and give it to the Shangmeng sect's envoy. We can't let Grand Elder He Long's proactive sacrifice go to waste." Just then, someone ran over and said to Shi Zonglin, "Grandfather, there's an emergency." After listening to the person whisper something, Shi Zonglin's expression darkened. Shi Zonglin quickly stood up and left. 7th Young Master Tang, Family Head Murong, a major incident has occurred in my Jin family, and I must deal with it immediately. The grand plan's commencement can be discussed tomorrow. Tang Tianran looked disdainful. Old Jie is getting old. Still so flustered. Immediately afterward, Murong Qi also asked to take his leave. My apologies. A major incident has also occurred in the Murong family. I cannot stay long. This large banquet was left with only Tang Tianran. This 7th young master Tang's face darkened, and he realized something was strange. Not good. Very not good. Is someone setting a trap? Saying this, he listed out each person one by one. The new sect leader Ye Hongyi, that little girl doesn't have this ability. The isolated city of Lingyin, her style, would never sacrifice the most useless Kunlun clan. Thinking of this, Tang Tianran's eyes sharpened. Figures. It's Bai Qingling he was thinking about. Tang Tianpran clutched his chest, muttering, "Trisk, why am I panicking? With Madam here, all's well." He chuckled, thinking about his soon-to-be-revived wife, Bai Liomo. Tonight, when my dead wife comes back to life, will be the day your soul returns to the 9 springs. On a small path in the starry forest, a carriage was parked. A girl discreetly slipped a piece of paper through the crack of the large carriage. The paper was quickly passed inside. At this moment, Hua Yuerong happily sat on Bai Qingling's lap, reporting, "Qingling Shixiong, the 2nd and 3rd elders of the Kunlun clan have been taken care of by my Dianyin assassins. As for the great elder, just as you predicted, he was beheaded in front of everyone during the secret meeting with the 3 great families." Bai Qingling coldly said, "Understood. Well done." Seeing that he didn't react the way she wanted, Hua Yuerong gently touched his chest and chuckled. Is Shixiong so unmoved because Shimei is getting old and losing her charm? Or is there another beauty in your heart? Bai Qingling glanced at her and said, "With enemies both inside and out, regaining my 5 viscera and rebuilding my strength are my top priorities. Right now, the only response I can give you is to invite you to the Dream Desire Immortal Bed for dual cultivation." Hearing this, Hua Yuerong happily hugged Bai Qingling's neck. If Shixiong is so straightforward, then we should put that bed in the carriage so that Rong Renger can help Shixiong now. Seeing Hua Yuerong's eagerness, Bai Qingling took her hand and said with a smile, "Tonight's matter requires a swift resolution. There's no time for that. We've arrived." The two got out of the carriage, and Bai Qingling gallantly helped Hua Yuerong down, saying, "After 100 years, let's join forces, Shixiong, and suppress all enemies here." In the dark night, an arm waved, and instantly, the lanterns lit up brilliantly. Meanwhile, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong walked into the courtyard side by side, As Bai Qingling walked, he thought, dealing with the 4 great families of Black Moon City in one night isn't as difficult as I thought. The fact that the Kunlun clan's Black Dragon Great Elder was just eliminated is something Bai Qingling secretly assessed. Kunlun, besides being able to reproduce for thousands of years, has never even had a nascent Soul Realm expert. As long as we deal with a few experts, they will only be left with the fate of becoming slaves. The Ji family is the biggest businessman in Black Moon City, single-mindedly wanting to protect their assets. I already killed the fierce tiger Taoist behind the Ji family, so they urgently need a new backer and a promise. Regarding Tang Tianran, Bai Qingling was a bit sarcastic. Tang family's 7th young master. I'm afraid only death can stop him, huh? Tonight the main person to deal with is him. Thinking of this, Bai Qingling stared ahead. As for the Murong family, at this moment, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong had just arrived and saw Murong Qi and his group waiting for a long time. Murong Qi and his group quickly bowed. Murong Qi pays respects to the 2 upper sect hall masters. Hearing this, Bai Qingling chuckled. Haha, your invitation doesn't even have the dragon seal. Are you sure I'm not an imposter? Murong Qi immediately replied. During the grand selection of the sect master, this humble one saw the majestic appearance of the sect master from afar. He slightly raised his head to look at the 2 of them. The messenger said he knew who killed my wife. Mentioning his wife, Murong Qi couldn't help but feel pain. My wife? She was humiliated to death, and her soul was extracted, unable to reincarnate. For Murong Qi, there is nothing more important in this world than avenging her. Hua Yuerong coldly spoke up. If you know who the murderer is, do you dare to take revenge? Hearing this, Murong Qi's eyes became filled with hatred, and he replied with determination. Even if the murderer is the Shangming sect master, I will. Hua Yuerong said with disdain. Ridiculous. The Shangming sect would be interested in a madam like her. It's Tang family's 7th young master, Tang Tianran. Hearing this name, Murong Qi couldn't believe his ears. What? In the next second, he said in a cold voice, are the 2 of you trying to create a reason for the Murong family and the Tang family to become enemies? As soon as those words fell, Hua Yuerong became angry. You dare to doubt Hallmaster Bai. Even if we really deceived you, what are you going to do about it? However, Bai Qingling gently raised his hand to stop Hua Yuerong, and he chuckled. Haha, no need to scare the Murong family head. Don't you trust this venerable one that much? Bai Qingling paused slightly, then smiled meaningfully. Can't you trust your wife's command? In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the corpse of Murong Qi's wife. Murong Qi knelt down and said, although I don't know how the Godfather knows that I used an ice coffin to preserve my wife's remains, Bai Qingling didn't pay any attention to the other person's words. In his hand, he was holding an incense stick. Immediately afterward, Bai Qingling manipulated the incense stick, inserting it directly into the forehead of Murong's wife. He quickly performed his technique, the soul-restoring needle method. From that incense stick, streams of purple energy rapidly and powerfully radiated outwards. As soon as Bai Qingling finished speaking, Murong's wife slowly opened her eyes and let out a soft moan. Murong Qi gently supported his wife, unable to hide his excitement, and asked, Wife, you're awake. Tell me, who harmed you? Murong's wife, her mind still hazy, slowly replied, Qi, it was Tang Qi. She slowly recalled. The night you weren't home, while I was bathing, Tang Qi barged in, drunk. His animalistic desires exploded, and he wanted to take me, she continued painfully. After he sobered up, he immediately wanted to silence me. But I had a protective magic item, so he found the man-tiger Taoist. The man-tiger Taoist used soul-scattering powder on me, causing my soul to shatter, and I don't know what happened after that. After learning the truth, Murong Qi's eyes quickly turned bloodshot. Good, very good. I knew Tang Qi was a beast, but I didn't expect him to be this much of a beast. Murong Qi angrily embraced his wife. In this life, Murong Qi and Tang Tianran are sworn enemies, until death do us part. Murong Qi quickly raised his head to look at Bai Qingling, and asked in a low voice, Godfather, does the main sect already know about the 4 great families' plan? Is using the Kunlun clan as a sacrificial lamb meant to intimidate us? Hearing this question, Bai Qingling slightly curled his lips. Consider yourself smart. The main sect naturally knows that there are families in Black Moon City who intend to betray. But it doesn't concern the Murong family, at least not you right now. Murong Qi slowly knelt down on the ground, not forgetting to say, my Murong family, who specializes in artifact forging, is willing to gather 3,000 Qi refinement cultivators to lead the charge into Tang Family Fortress, and eliminate the internal spies for the Crimson Alliance sect. However, Bai Qingling turned to leave. Very good, but no need to rush. He turned his head slightly to look at Murong Qi. I believe Ji Zonglin of the Ji family will also have a similar understanding. Even if he doesn't, he has to. Back at the bamboo forest where Tantai Lingyin encountered Bai Qingling and Ye Hongyi, Bai Qingling spoke up. Lingyin, this trip will inevitably involve a battle. Look, even sect leader Ye is seizing the time to cultivate. While hugging Ye Hongyi, Bai Qingling said, "Come, let's use my dual cultivation treasure to improve our cultivation together. Sect leader Yi has already tried it. There are absolutely no side effects." Hearing this, Tantai Lingyin thought to herself, "I know. How could I not know?" She gently touched her chest and continued thinking. Yi Hongyi and I made a sacred oath. Our senses are interconnected. Everything she experienced has already spread to every corner of my body. Tantai Lingyin could only stand frozen behind the bamboo bush, causing Yi Hongyi to ask, "Lingyin can't bear to do it." Ye Hongyi curled her lips provocatively. "Then this sect leader will continue. Are you planning to just watch until the end?" Those words seemed to awaken Tantai Lingyin, and she immediately joined in. "I can't admit defeat. Senior Sister Feng is still here. We still have a chance to escape his clutches." Back to the present, Ye Hongyi called out, "Godfather," pulling Tantai Lingyin out of her thoughts, and then Bai Qingling spoke up and asked, "The Murong family is handled. How did things go with the Shi family, where you guys went?" Hearing him ask, Ye Hongyi excitedly replied, "Everything went exactly as Godfather predicted. I used my authority as sect master to guarantee the Shi family's inherent benefits. Shi Zonglin swore to sever all ties with the Tang family and never betray us." Bai Qingling chuckled softly. "Congratulations, Hongyi, you're really becoming a true sect master now." Praised by Bai Qingling, Ye Hongyi immediately blushed and bowed her head. "Right, it's all because Godfather specially cultivated me, teaching me how to manage subordinates with both firmness and flexibility, and to firmly grasp the Shangming sect's power in my own hands, not treating me like a mere puppet." Thinking this, Yi Hongyi shyly said, "Hongyi is so grateful for Godfather's teachings." Meanwhile, Bai Qingling was secretly dancing in his heart. System add points. System add points. Tantai Lingyin witnessed this scene, and an indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, she remembered Feng Lixu's words. "Previously, for this mission, I didn't know when I'd be able to return. It'll be hard for me to personally participate in your plans." Feng Lixu gently reminded Tantai Lingyin. "But don't forget what Bai Qingling did to you when you were 13 at Wangxian Pavilion. Don't forget that to control me he etched that vicious evil pattern onto me. Don't be deceived by him. Don't lose your true self. And don't let your senior sister fight alone." Reflecting on those warnings, Tantai Lingyin softly mumbled to herself, "Senior sister Feng Lixu, now I can completely understand how you feel. Perhaps Lingyin knows what to do now." The scene shifts to a dark chamber within the Tang family estate, where Tang Tianran was hunched over a coffin. Tang Tianran gave a crazed, demonic smile. He was laughing so hard his eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't forget to say, "Almost there, almost there. The corpse puppet transformation is more than halfway done. Tonight, at the purest yin year, yin month, yin hour, is the moment for her to break through and become the ultimate peak god transformation corpse puppet queen." Tang Tianran couldn't help but say confidently. "Even without that arrogant and conceited fierce tiger Taoist, I, Tang Tianran, can still complete the final ritual." Just then, someone suddenly rushed in. "Family head, this is bad," the person frantically reported. Cultivators from the Shi family and Murong family, along with the Gulun clan, are taking advantage of the chaos. They're killing their way into the estate and are about to storm into your main castle. Hearing this, Tang Tianran almost went insane. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Don't they fear my departed wife? It must be that brat from the Shangming sect and her pretentious goddamn godfather." Tang Tianran slightly bowed. "There's still time for one incense stick to burn. Try your best to hold them off from me. Once my wife returns to the mortal realm, everyone in Black Moon City who isn't of my clan will be living sacrifices." Suddenly, a red light from the moon enveloped the Tang family estate, accompanied by Tang Tianran's voice. "Revive, my beloved." At the same time, Shi Zonglin and Murongqi had already broken into the Tang family's compound. Witnessing the eerie scene, Murongqi immediately blurted out, "What's wrong with the Tang family's main castle? The bloody moon in the sky is an ominous sign. But we have no other choice. Capture Tang Qi to atone for his crimes." Hearing that, Shi Zonglin's mood grew heavy. "But we'll all die," Shi Zonglin continued. "Tang Qi's wife, Qin Yuer, was the former saintess of Piaoyao Palace. She committed suicide. She blindly loved Tang Tianran, and willingly used her demonized body to become a grotesque, twisted corpse demon, waiting for the purest yin moment tonight to revive and be able to enjoy god transformation cultivation." He turned his eyes to Murongqi and slowly said, "This old man understands the details of this matter better than you. which is why I showed fear towards Tang Chi before." Before he could finish, Murong Chi roared, "Enough, old Shi!" Murong Chi made up his mind, his eyes gleaming as he said, "The humiliation of my wife and Tang Chi's enmity make us mortal enemies. I must personally take his dog's head and offer it to Godfather." In the previous battle between Bai Qingling and Mu Xinlan at Fengmo Valley, to ensure everything went flawlessly, the former saintess of Piaoyao Palace, Qin Yuer, and the orthodox Taoist ancestor jointly faced off against the demonic Tao Supreme. In that battle, to create an opportunity for Mu Xinlan, Qin Yuer sacrificed herself to ambush the demon venerable. But at a crucial moment, when Mu Xinlan and Bai Qingling were directly clashing, Qin Yuer ambushed Bai Qingling from behind. In the end, both Qin Yuer and the demon venerable were struck by the 9 tribulation yin, devouring fire, their appearances ruined. After that battle, Qin Yuer became utterly disheartened. She repeatedly sat amidst shattered glass, as if seeking death. Her eyes were wide open. After her face was disfigured, Qin Yuer always wore a black mask, as if to hide it. But one day, by chance in the forest, she met her destined son of destiny, Tang Tianran. Soon after, Qin Yuer immediately allied with him. The two quickly clicked, instantly falling deep into the passion of love. For that reason, Qin Yuer was ready to lead him to roam the world. The two of them traveled everywhere together, watching brilliant sunsets over the sea, and even for love, Qin Yuer was willing to sacrifice her own life for him. To Qin Yuer, who didn't understand the ways of the world, this was perhaps her ultimate perfect path. She just didn't know that the man who cried his eyes out at her funeral, her beloved husband, Tang Tianran, was cuddling courtesans with Taoist Meng Hu at the spring flower brothel on the very night of her funeral. Even worse, the two clinked glasses and celebrated her death, partying and singing all night long. The scene shifts to Tang family manor. At this moment, a dark-skinned man with seductive lips roared, "Brothers, charge forth and avenge our elders." The rest quickly surged forward, running and shouting with full vigor, "Grab the treasures, snatch the women. Today our Kunlun clan will rise as masters. What blood moon ghostess? Our Kunlun clan, descendants of the Black Dragon, will suppress all evil." At this moment, Murong Chi and Shi Zonglin stood to the side. Observing, Murong Chi asked, "The Kunlun clan wants to force their way in," but Shi Zonglin quietly said, "Don't rush. Let's observe the situation first." Just as the Kunlun clan charged in with blazing morale, a sudden explosion echoed, and dense smoke and dust billowed out from within the manor. Amidst the explosion was the roar of a female ghost. Argu Ua. The shriek came from a crimson-red female ghost. It incessantly wailed pitifully, "Husband, husband, where are you? Yuer can't do without you. Hurry and see Yuer." Hearing the call, Tang Tianran flew down from the sky, loudly replying, "Your husband is right here." Tang Tianran landed beside the female ghost, softly saying, "Welcome back, my dear wife." He quickly looked at his wife with deep affection. "No matter what you've become, my love for you remains as it was. You are my pride." The moment he finished speaking, Tang Tianran kissed that horrifying face. The scene that just unfolded made the Kunlun clan members unable to believe their eyes. They could only stare in shock and exclaim, "Holy crap, he actually kissed that! What a villain! Even more evil than our Kunlun clan." Hearing the Kunlun clan's taunts, Tang Tianran merely whispered, "My dear wife, these fools simply don't understand the power of our pure love. Slaughter them all, especially these thieving Kunlun black punks, seizing the opportunity." Tang Seven's eyes turned icy, and he spoke a single, concise sentence, "Leave none alive." In a flash, the female ghost extended its sharp claws forward. That swing sent the Kunlun clan members scattering wildly, heads flying one way, legs sprinting another. Seeing the scene unfolding before them, Murong Chi and Shi Zonglin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Shi Zonglin stiffened and said, "See that, junior brother Murong? This corpse demon, just its physical body alone, possesses at least soul transformation stage strength. We're no match for it." But unexpectedly, Murong Chi calmly replied, "Old Shi, please, for the sake of our past connection, lead my Murong family members out of the city." Having said this, Murong Chi rapidly charged forward, not forgetting to leave a single sentence behind. "My grievances leave me no choice." On his side, Tang Tianran was surprised to see Murong Chi dare to charge forth. He chuckled softly. What kind of crazy pill did that good-for-nothing Murong Chi pop today? He's not afraid of death. Then, he coldly ordered, "My dear wife, tear him to shreds." As soon as Tang Tianran finished speaking, the colossal corpse demon immediately responded to her husband's wishes. Immediately after, its massive eyes shot out two intensely blue light beams. Mu Srongqi, seeing this, immediately clasped his hands together and unleashed his power to defend. But the moment that green light touched him, the power of his treasured artifact, which he was always so proud of, shattered, sending him flying backward. At this moment, Mushronki realized, thinking to himself, so strong, at least a mid-stage transformation god. While Muronki was lost in thought, the corpse demon's eyes once again flashed a deep blue, startling Muronki back to his senses. A second attack, so strong, so fast he didn't even have time to defend again. In that instant, Mushronki suddenly gave up and resigned himself to death. He slowly opened his mouth. Godfather, sect leader Mushronki is happy to die for the sect. Just as the green light was about to fire, a burst of intense, fiery red energy suddenly appeared from the sky. That red energy directly blocked the green light that was about to strike Mushronki. Tang Tianran, witnessing this scene, immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Who dares to save the person I want to kill?" Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared. Bai Qingling spoke up. "Dying? What dying? You haven't finished paying back this master's debt. Who allowed you to die?" Shi Zonglin Ren. When Bai Qingling continued over, in the next second, Bai Qingling raised both hands and cast magic. He quickly seized Xin Yuanyi's true form in his hands. Seeing this, Xin Yuanyi immediately shouted, "Unbelievable, impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Qingling, how did you capture the ghost flame flow? Capture my ghost body's true form." Bai Qingling smirked and said a shocking piece of news. "Why can't I am a spirit-controlling spiritual body." Hearing this, Xin Yuanyi became even more furious. "You already have the innate formless demon physique. How can you have another type of life-bound spiritual body?" No matter how she asked, how could Xin Yuanyi possibly guess? Because of course, it was a system tool that Bai Qingling obtained from his fellow disciple Sui Ginger. How could he tell you about that kind of thing? Bai Qingling only smiled coldly and attractively, of course. Because this master is destined to be a demon god, who looks down on the myriad races of the starry sky and the heavens above. With that said, Bai Qingling gripped the protective sword in his hand, and softly chanted the 6th of the 10 absolute Yama Slay. Then he shouted, "Extinguish demons!" A powerful surge of magic emanated from that protective sword. Xin Yuanyi on this side could only gape, unable to react. In an instant, Xin Yuanyi's entire massive corpse demon body was cleaved in two by the power from that sword, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. With just one sword, the entire massive body was chopped into minced meat and shattered bones by Bai Qingling, revealing Xin Yuanyi's original form. At this time, Xin Yuanyi's original body fell straight to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere in the space. Tang Tianran, although blind, still crawled to his wife's side, calling out loudly twice, "My lady." But Xin Yuanyi at this time kept feeling guilty for letting him down. "I am so useless, unable to eliminate the powerful enemy for you. I apologize to you." Hearing this, Tang Tianran said to Xin Yuanyi, yes, she really should apologize to him. He kept roaring, loudly blaming her. "Tang Tianran, I spent so much effort on you. I even knelt before the fierce tiger Taoist so that you could have power. This Bai Qingling, why is he so hard to kill?" With that said, Tang Tianran even wanted to use the pupa of escape to abandon Xin Yuanyi. "Forget it, I can only use the pupa of escape that I spent a large sum of money to buy. I'm pulling out here." However, even now, Xin Yuanyi still held hope for this unfaithful man. She raised her trembling hand and said, "My husband, what about our oath to live and die together, all the way to the ends of the Yellow Springs?" That Tang Tianran only laughed and casually replied, "You actually believe that? You should just go die on your own. This husband will definitely avenge you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of sword energy slashed over, severing Tang Tianran's right hand holding the pupa of escape, causing him to cry out, "Ataya!" so miserable that Tang Chi only knew to sit there hugging his severed hand and cry out in pain. It hurts so much. The one who severed Tang Tianran's hand was none other than the beautiful Hua Yurong, while Bai Qingling simply stood by and applauded. "Senior sister, what excellent skills." Seeing this, Tang Tianran shut his blind eyes tight, thinking to himself, "No way, I can't enter that blood pool." To avoid being captured by Bai Qingling and thrown into the blood pool, Tang Tianran quickly grabbed a sword, intending to commit suicide. "I'd rather have a clean death." Before he could do anything, Hua Yuezhuang kicked the sword out of Tang Tianran's hand, causing him to cry out in surprise. Bai Qingling landed next to Xin Yun'er, saying, "Xin Yun'er, considering you knew your place when facing this venerable one, I'll give you some face." Seeing Xin Yun'er looking at him, Bai Qingling slowly continued, "Go to the Yellow Springs with your husband. This is the last bit of mercy you deserve." Hearing this, Xin Yusir was stunned for a moment. This girl was truly blinded by love. Even after being used and betrayed by Tang Tianran, she still loved him wholeheartedly. Then, she quickly grabbed the sword and said to Bai Qingling, "Thank you, Demon Lord." Qin Yun'er raised the sword high towards Tang Tianran, then smiled kindly. "My husband, although you are heartless, Yun'er still loves you even at this moment. Let us be together forever." Immediately afterward, a streak of blood flowed across the ground, with Tang Tianran's body lying above it. Qin Yun'er gently dropped the sword, then slumped to the ground. She gently lay down, took Tang Tianran's hand, and entered the realm of death with him, becoming a pair of lovers who were free and fulfilled their wish to be together forever. Bai Qingling was extremely satisfied at this moment. He kept laughing happily. Yeah, this purity is worthy of pure love. Immediately afterward, the system rang out a congratulatory message for Bai Qingling. Congratulations to the host for successfully implementing great love. Target Tang Tianran. Qin Yun'er received 10,000 points. Bai Qingling couldn't believe it. That works too. After dealing with Tang Tianran and Qin Yun'er, Bai Qingling and Hua Yuerong sat on the carriage to return. Bai Qingling sat there, resting his chin and thought. The Qin family has been destroyed, and the Kun clan conveniently controls Black Moon City in their hands. Only two families are loyal to the upper sect. The sect leader and Ling Yin are at odds. These two are for comforting. This matter is considered over. Hua Yuerong couldn't help but look at him curiously. She said, "Today, senior brother didn't personally deal with that Tang 7. It's a bit different from your usual style." Bai Qingling coldly replied, "Pure love, no matter how much or how little it's worth, is still worth respecting." For some reason, hearing this, Hua Yuerong suddenly blushed. She shyly asked, "Pure love, does senior brother believe this exists beside you too?" Bai Qingling raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" Hua Yuerong was slightly agitated. Hua Yuerong's mood suddenly dropped. Carrying a look of disappointment, Yuerong understands. Senior brother pursues the ultimate great Dapo. How could you keep this small love between a man and a woman in your heart? Bai Qingling looked out the window and softly replied, "Then what did I leave that memory in the Yanmo Tower for?" In that instant, Hua Yuerong's eyes became bright, as if countless stars were shining, and among them, the biggest star was Bai Qingling's figure. She couldn't restrain herself, and rushed to hug Bai Qingling tightly, then gently placed a kiss on his neck. On the contrary, Bai Qingling was a little flustered. He exclaimed, "Whoa, what are you doing?" At that moment, a familiar figure appeared outside the carriage window. It was Sui Ginger, she cheered. "It's Master's palanquin. Ginger welcomes Master home." Sui Ginger quickly rushed over, hugging Bai Qingling's arm tightly, accompanied by sobs. "Wah, Master, Ginger missed you so much." Sui Ginger, like a little girlfriend, constantly clung to Bai Qingling, repeatedly asking, "Ginger only found out from the main altar that Master came to Black Moon City. Why didn't you bring Ginger along? Don't you like Ginger?" Hua Yuerong stepped forward from behind and coldly said, "Stop messing around, control yourself a little." Bai Qingling glanced back to remind her, tonight's affair is not over yet. At this moment, Sui Ginger noticed a fresh, red love mark on Bai Qingling's neck. It seemed Ginger understood what had just happened, causing her face to darken suddenly. But after only a few seconds, she adjusted her mood and flashed a sweet smile. "Okay, Ginger will be a good girl." Meanwhile, two people remained in Black Moon City. Ye Hongyi and Tantai Ling Yin seemed to be arguing about something. Ye Hongyi spoke first. "Ling Yin, what exactly did you want to do in the battle this morning?" Ye Hongyi recalled, then asked. "When the Godfather was fighting that female zombie, you wanted to rush directly into the battlefield. If I hadn't stopped you, did you want to take the hit or take advantage of the situation to ambush the Godfather?" She suddenly remembered something, placed her hand on her hip, and questioned, "Oh right, you even secretly contacted your eldest sister using the Iron Reflection Heavenly Pearl. Don't tell me you were really planning some kind of betrayal." Tantai Ling Yin didn't respond, but gently tossed a pink rope towards Ye Hongyi. In the blink of an eye, the rope tightly bound Ye Hongyi, causing her to cry out, "Ling Yin, what are you doing? How dare you be insubordinate?" Ye Hongyi's face flushed with anger. "Don't think this sect master wouldn't dare to kill you. This sect master is only thinking about the mirror flower seal. If I kill you now, I'll also experience the pain of death." Hearing this, Tantai Ling Yin calmly said, "In that case, let's dissolve the mirror flower seal together first." Ye Hongyi's eyes widened in shock, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Ling Yin frankly confessed everything to Ye Hongyi. "You guessed correctly. Ever since Master was injured, I've been plotting to take Master's life. If the sect master hates me for this, then Ling Yin can only atone for her sins with death." Ye Hongyi lowered her head and spoke slowly, as if trying to salvage the situation. "Ling Yin, Back then, we were both reckless and ignorant. We never seriously researched the solution to this mirror flower seal. Do you really want to risk cutting ties with me? Tantai Lingyin had no turning back at this point, she softly said. If Master hadn't been injured, my going down this path would have been inevitable. Then, she quickly cast a spell, her heart full of determination. My mind is made up to dissolve the seal, so. Ye Hongyi's eyes welled up with tears, still stubbornly calling out twice, Lingyin, as if wanting her to reconsider. Tantai Lingyin still stubbornly broke the mirror flower seal, but immediately afterwards, it showed signs of cracking, with tiny fragments falling to the floor. Ye Hongyi seemed to awaken suddenly, and loudly stopped her. This is bad. This seal can't be dissolved like this. You're about to suffer a backlash, regardless of the other person's attempts to stop her. Tantai Lingyin still stubbornly broke the mirror seal. In the end, Tantai Lingyin had to bear all the consequences herself. In the end, I brought this on myself, and even implicated you. Just consider it, that I was consumed by jealousy and hatred. Tantai Lingyin smiled softly, even though blood was flowing from her mouth. To her, ending it like this was a good thing. Ye Hongyi knew that she couldn't stop Lingyin, so she could only stand by and watch helplessly. Suddenly, a stream of azure energy appeared, restoring the mirror flower seal that had just been cracked. It turned out that the one who had just made a move was none other than Bai Qingling. Lingyin, it's fine if you target me, but why would you harm the sect master? Tantai Lingyin looked towards the source of the voice, unable to hide her shock. Master, didn't you leave Black Moon City already? Bai Qingling gently walked closer to her, saying, the one who left was just a puppet. Did you think your little thoughts could hide from me? Don't talk yet. Open your mouth. Then, Bai Qingling tightly grabbed Lingyin's chin, and with one hand, gently reached deep into her throat. He slowly inserted his entire hand deep into her throat, causing Lingyin's body to tremble uncontrollably. Saliva drooled from her mouth, and her eyes were glazed over. Tantai Lingyin was slowly enjoying that pleasure. A few minutes later, the mirror seal was quickly restored completely, and even underwent a change. Ye Hongyi, who had escaped from the ropes, couldn't hide her shock. The mirror flower seal is restored. No, it's turned into a different contract seal. Godfather, how did you do that? Bai Qingling pulled his fingers, covered in nasty goo, out of Tantai Lingyin's mouth. He explained softly. Rushing things for perfection, I could only personally join this soul contract to compensate. Otherwise, one of you was destined to die, and the other to live a fate worse than death. Bai Qingling, while cleaning his hands with magic, added, it's just that this new soul contract, I don't know how to undo it for the time being. It was originally a contract between 2 people, but now it's a contract between 3. Tantai Lingyin, who was being helped up by Ye Hongyi, asked in surprise. 3 people? Ye Hongyi also wondered. Does that mean Bai Qingling can feel what we feel now? Bai Qingling didn't explain. Instead, he turned slightly to Tantai Lingyin and said, Lingyin, you've always wanted to kill your teacher. I've always known, and I've never stopped you. He paused slightly, then turned and continued. But from beginning to end, I only wanted to protect you. Whether I'm lying or not, you can feel it, and judge for yourself in this new soul contract. Hearing this, Lingyin was stunned, then stared intently at Bai Qingling's figure as if believing what he just said was true. That's all, folks. If you want to keep up with the story, smash that subscribe button and don't forget to hit like. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.